like we're live. A couple minutes early. Apologies. Let me just make sure everything is working just fine. Yeah. 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 Yep. Cool. It's going. Hello out there. Uh, so welcome. Welcome. I see we've got a few people here. That's pretty cool. How's it going? So hello out there, and welcome back to Table Talk, Discussion, and Discourse. I, as always, am your host, Alejo, aka Great on 95, the worst reindeer, and you can't see me right yet, but that is because the call hasn't been started yet, because my co-hosts are a bit late, and they're going to be a bit late, unfortunately. Excuse me. So, let's go. What can I say? I'm a pretty cool guy. Hey, Gabriel, what up? Okay, so, boys and girls, today is a day, isn't it? Man, spicy topic tonight. Yes, Slazex. Yeah, it's, it's a spicy meatball. So, I'm gonna make sure to keep on the lookout for my co-hosts to tell me when they're here. So I need to move some things around here really quick. That way I can start the call and it can be looking like a proper episode. But yeah, it's gonna be a grand time. It's a 50-minute fucking video. And might I say, I'm not looking forward to watching it again. Raging in the Discord already, so now I got that out of the way. Yeah, no, I know. We were talking in our Discord, and fucking it, like, initial impressions not great for the video that we're gonna be covering, but that is just the way it goes. Before we get into it, though, there are a few comments that I would love to look at really quick that we got in response to our coverage. So give me a second to pull these up really quick. But yeah, it seems like most of the people that watched the video, that watched what we were saying, that were just around, most of the people kind of agreed with what we were saying. But now, don't worry, now we have more context. Isn't that great? No, I'm actually excited to finally, like, talk about the context of everything that was said in in the videos, because it will hopefully clear everything up. Haha. But we'll see. Let me go to the videos in question. So, this one has a comment on it. Thankfully, the stream from last time did well as its own video too, which is really good. So we've got a bunch of eyes on it, and I think some people subbed because of it, which is really cool. So I hope people enjoyed that shit. So here we go. So, starting. Remember, he's older than us. I know. Obviously that means he's got it all figured out. So get that out of there. There we go. Okay, so first up, we got a comment from Tabletop Obscura. This was on the stream itself, through the unlisted stream. So we're starting from here. This was back when there were no comments, obviously, as it says. Surprise, there's no comments on this, but you hit the nail on the head with the problem with the video, is that it'll push people away from Pathfinder 2. and it seems like an odd choice to make a video that will do the same with the Puffin video. I assume as the Puffin video. Sure you can, but should you? Like, would he have done this for a system like Quest or Age, where Wizard of the Coast doesn't even care? He did a video about a system that D&D has not been happy about stealing their audience for a long time. I don't feel it was a cash grab, but it certainly felt like he was cashing kudos from the 5e crowd. Yeah, maybe. It's one of those things where the more that it, like, we've said it before, if this was just, hey, I don't like Pathfinder 2e, I don't want to play it anymore. Cool. You don't need to tell everyone, right? Like, you can say, I don't like these aspects about it, and, like, actually go into those and give your opinion on those, and then just go, I just don't like these aspects, right? And then go, well, I'm not going to play it anymore. Like, then you can inform people of why you're not doing the videos anymore without saying that it's a problem with the system. It's a very strange thing. Saw the first 15 minutes so far. His resort to characterizing his detractors often inaccurately was pretty bogus. Don't worry, Ronald, it gets worse. Yeah, no, it's true. It's a weird thing. There's one thing that he says in his video that I really didn't like. I was very upset to hear, in fact. So we'll get to that when we get to that. But yeah. Let me look at this. Okay, cool. So from Dylan Hill. I think one of the arguments, and he posted a few of these. In fact, I think this was the first. Oh no, this is the last one. So, I think one of the arguments in favor of Cody's predicament is that Age of Ashes being the first adventure path was that it could be rather fatal and wasn't as interesting as people would have hoped. This point is completely moot, however, as soon as you realize that as a GM, he can change the enemy's terrain, wind conditions, etc. to make it more interesting. Perfectly put, I agree 100%. Like, there's nothing, like, the complaints that he had seem to be, and he goes into that a little bit. He goes into a little bit, and it's just like, hey man, I understand that not everything, you don't have to feel like, okay, so there's two sides to this, right? You don't have to feel like you need to change it. That's fair enough. If you want to do it with the least amount of changing it possible, that's fine. But I don't know if it's literally the problem of the whole system that this adventure that you've been running has been boring people and has felt like it has pushed you to only do the optimal kind of path for your characters in combat. Because he specifically is saying he was talking about combat itself, which I don't know if that's what we got from the first video, honestly. It seemed like he had more than just the combat to say about it. But I don't know. So, secondly, for feats, it sounds like he means that certain feats are prerequisites to others later down the line. With this idea, you are soft locked into the chain of feats if you want to keep getting better at those abilities specifically. It makes no sense, as if you don't want to keep going with that line of feats, it makes no sense. As if you don't want to keep going with that line of feats, then you have plenty of others to choose from. So if this is what he means, then he needs to stop getting tunnel vision. Yes, this is a thing about the feat system in 2E. I have 2E's rulebook open over here as well. The PDF that I got via the humble bundle thing that they had. We'll go into feats. But legitimately, he later on, his argument is basically the feats themselves only want, like, they make it so that you just want to use the feats that those, like, inherently optimize for what you have picked. Which, I don't know if you know this. Yeah, I guess if you choose a feat and then you want to get the feat that comes, like, from, there's a couple, and in fact, I'll show you one. Before we even start watching the video itself. Oh, sick. Aiden's here. Yo! Welcome to the stream. We are live.
Live now. Excellent. I would have informed you had I had a chance to talk to you before the stream
Yeah.
that I'm installing graphics card driver updates, so computer may restart in a bit,
Oh,
maybe.
okay.
Who knows?
It's fine. You mean Alan? Shut up, pizza. Yeah.
Funny bit.
Funny bit.
Funny bit. Man. Every time I hear it, I laugh.
No, it's good. It's fine. So yeah. Welcome. How's it going?
Hello. Doing alright. Just got back from work. I have not, by the way, seen the Taking20 video. I have not
first
seen
one?
Brogan's response on it.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know, dude, the fucking
The why I'm
Pathfinder
quitting
one. I hear it's yeah, whatever. I hear it's awful.
Yeah, it's not great.
Have not had I've not had the bravery to actually watch it.
That's fine. Yeah. Don't worry, we'll watch the 50-minute one where he says that he's bolstering his own points. Where he doesn't really that much.
Okay.
Yep, it'll be great. I'll give you a rundown once we go through the rest of these comments. I'm reading through the comments that were left on the other things too. Pizza Funk can probably sum up the video in 5 words. Go for it, dude. But yeah, I'll continue with the comments. Do you need a link to the chat or?
I would love one, actually.
Cool. I can give you a link to the stream, but I'll just give you a chat link. Hey Cameron, how's it going? That should get you to it. Yeah, that's true. They are stifling their own creativity. That's the summation of the video. So yeah, other than this, let's see. So maybe 6. Yeah, that was 6 words. But you can put there instead of they are, so you're fine. Anyway. What was I saying? Oh, right. I was going to show you guys the feat tree, quote unquote, before we keep going here. Let me find it. Here we go. Okay, so in Pathfinder 2E, right? Feats are pretty cool, yeah?
Yeah, they're, one might say, the basis of how you develop your class.
Exactly. So, basically, one of his points is that the feats feel too restrictive or something. And they make it so that there is a single way that you can play your character every time.
No?
Yeah, I know. So in combat, sorry, specifically, which I don't think he said.
Still no.
Yeah, I know. I don't think he said as well in his first video. If that was the point he was trying to make, I think it kind of diverged from there a lot of the time. But anyway, let me just show a couple of things here, right?
Okay,
there is one thing that I understand where he might be coming from, but at the same time, I have 5e examples. So, so with the feat system, you can take as a ranger. We'll get into it later because he brings rangers up, and so I'm going to use rangers as best as I can. For monster hunter, because later on you can take monster warden, which is a thing that comes right after it. Monster hunter. You swiftly. Hello. Hey, hello. Boo, you're here.
We got Alan this time.
Ah.
Wow, funny bit. Every time I laugh.
Yep, every time I laugh a little harder. Right, when we watch together.
Yeah, watch together, and then that's a link to the chat if you want it, right there as well.
Where is it?
In the TableTalk thing. In the actual call that we're in. Yeah.
Gee, I didn't even notice it. I thought I was looking in the I thought I was looking in the like the general stuff.
Yeah.
Tab.
I feel you. So yeah, we haven't started the video yet. I'm still going over comments, and I'm I know it's gonna be great. Everybody's gonna have fun.
Don't worry. I've drank a monster in prep because I know this is gonna take us like 7 hours.
Yeah, it's gonna take a while.
You ever heard the expression "you're a shitheel"? Yes, I have.
This is gonna go up on Christmas, so Merry Christmas to those who celebrate it, and to those who don't, Happy Holidays, and also hope you're having a good day.
And if you don't like either of those, happy shut the fuck up.
Happy day. Okay, so
that's the angry video game nerd, not me.
This is going to be nuts. Yeah. It'll be something.
It'll be
something.
So, So going back to what I was saying, if he's saying that the feats like put you down a path, basically, if you take Monster Hunter, it gives you the circumstantial bonus that you can use on a round to give your allies +1 to hit a creature. You can do it once per day against a creature. And then later on, you can take Monster Warden, which gets you, when you grant bonuses from Monster Hunter, you and your allies also gain a +1 bonus for your next saving throw against the particular creature, and to your AC against the next attacking creature. So, like, yeah, that builds off of the other one, but it doesn't limit you, right?
Yeah, no, skill trees have always been a thing. Like even going so far as in 3.5, where feat prerequisites were huge.
Yes.
And you would literally go into the feats list and you would select a few feats that you wanted, and then you would build towards those feats.
Yes.
Um,
Which he didn't like either, remember? So
yeah.
Yes, granted, in 5e, there are very few actually feat trees.
So
I guess you would say.
And my thing about 5e is that the feats have been replaced with just subclasses.
Yes.
That is what it is. You take a subclass and you go,
and then you get abilities from leveling that.
Yes, exactly.
And that same subclass will always have the exact same bonuses.
Always.
Yes.
That is a whole thing. Hello guys, I'm very excited for this. Hey, Roid Rage rules. Welcome.
Nice.
They have them in 1E2. Piranha Strike Line comes to mind. Yeah, 1E was a whole feat line kind of thing, which I assume he also doesn't like, but he likes 1E more. So I don't know. Anyway, third comment that Dylan said was, did you guys ever have a chance to watch No Nat's response video? I have. It's a good video. You should go watch it if you haven't. But other than that, no, I don't think any of the rest of us have.
No,
I've not me.
I would have to watch Cody's initial. Yeah,
it's not worth it.
It's not. It's really not.
Yeah, it's worth it to be informed. I'm not watching actual opinions.
Yeah.
And I was too busy painting my big brain boys, my zoanthropes. I'm painting my galaxy brains.
Yeah, but you at least have context from when we covered it last week. So.
Yes, exactly. I mean, I watched it.
Yeah.
And so I would want to watch the initial video, then No Nat's video, and then this video. But instead, I'm just starting at book 3 of the trilogy. Why the fuck not?
It is true.
Big spoilers for part 2 and 1.
So Gabriel in the chat here, also in our Discord, he has told us that he has experience with Pathfinder, and so he left us a comment, which is pretty cool. I want to try to give you guys a bit of framework here. Just found you guys because of this whole thing, but I've been playing Age of Ashes for a bit over a year. My DM has gotten to the point where we had to do a homebrew trip to the Shadow Plane just because we TPK'd on a homebrew boss he did because of a crit fail on a fort save for a disintegrate, making us down a man. It's a whole thing.
That sounds very interesting, honestly.
Yeah. However, in that party we had 2 clerics, me a war priest of Norgorber, with that's a great name, with rogue dedication and spells all about denying vision, making himself invisible, leaving false corpses, and our regular cleric of Irori, who was straight caster and was all about sharing pain and healing and stopping bad stuff from getting to us.
Hey, they were the same, like Muzzle.
Yeah, a little bit. They were the same class, but they played completely differently with completely different abilities. Pathfinder 2e does not have an illusion of choice issue at all. We have had multiples of barbarians and fighters at this point because of plot points. Every one was unique and interesting to play and watch being played in their own way. Yes.
But here's the problem, though. You're not playing a druid, and druids only have access to T-Rex.
Right, yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
So that's a thing in his video where he said that his druid got bored always shifting into a Tyrannosaurus Rex because it was the way that he had to do things in order to do damage.
Because it was the most optimal way to play, and he just chose to do the same thing over and over again, so we got bored.
Yep. One of his big things of this illusion of choice is basically...
That's a player problem, but okay.
Yes, exactly. It's a player problem, but also he says that because of the way the system is, funnels you to play in this way only.
Which it
That is
doesn't.
objectively false.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
Because see, here's the thing. Even if you say there's the threat of the TPK, it's like, well, the DM is doing a bad job balancing encounters. If literally, all right, okay, hold on.
Hmm.
I've not watched the video, right?
Yeah.
But we have this thing in MMOs called rotations.
This is
And
the thing. He brings that
and-
up. He brings that up.
Yep.
Oh,
Yep.
fuck. Okay.
He says
so
that it becomes a
I'm-
rotation, basically.
I'm just gonna go through my own point as if I hadn't heard that. But rotations are the most optimal way to do damage for your build.
Mm.
A lot of guilds or pickup groups or pugs
Mhm.
will straight up not even accept you if you cannot post proof of you reaching certain damage numbers within a certain time frame.
Yep.
Now, this is an MMORPGs, not tabletop RPGs.
Yes.
While yes, you can min-max and definitely go through on like skill rotations, Lord knows the Warlock in my campaign does. It is 100% not necessary,
Mhm.
and
Yes.
in fact, in most all cases that I can think of, not even intended. Like
Mhm. Now, just to give a soft counter to that, Age of Ashes has been quoted as being one of the hardest ones because it was the first one to use the system, and so they were still working out like how the system played, and so people kind of had to play that way in order to, actually beat it.
I understand
Yeah.
if you're Dark Soulsing through an area,
Right.
like yeah, sure, like a meat grinder or a bit of a face smasher
True.
of an add-on.
Mhm.
Like you can say, oh yeah, it's a bit difficult, so you have to. In which case, that's only relevant to that module.
Exactly.
That's not a criticism of the system as a
Exactly.
whole.
That's
Yes.
the other point.
That's like me saying that I've played Portal 2, and
Mhm.
Portal 2 is an okay game.
Mhm.
Had some fun playing it, don't really think it's that special.
Yeah.
Portal 2 was made in the Source engine. You know what else was made in the Source engine?
What?
Titanfall 2.
Oh.
Titanfall 2 is my favorite video game of all time, but I wouldn't say, well, like, because Portal 2 wasn't that great, then the Source engine must suck.
Yeah, right?
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
that's
Yes.
ridiculous.
Yes.
Not
exactly.
to mention, one of the things that we constantly, that we repeatedly said was that, yes, Age of Ashes is apparently a very difficult module, but all you have to do is just have a tiny bit of DM. Oh, what the hell is the word?
Tweaking.
Yes, there you go. Just tweak it a little bit.
I don't.
You don't have
no.
to. Huh?
No.
Yeah, no. Exactly. And so,
No.
like, you're complaining about the system.
No, I mean, I actually disagree with you, Boo.
Like,
oh, really?
Like, and
Yes.
and I have come around to a point where I should say, yes, there doesn't have to be. You don't have to tweak it to make it that way, in the sense of like actually needing to level things down and such. Like, you don't need to do that.
That is true.
It's
but what
just
I'm
one of
saying
those
is that you
things.
can.
Yes,
You
there
don't
is the
have-
possibility.
You shouldn't have to, because it's a module. It's
Yes.
like when you write a module, you say it's meant for these levels, like 3 to 5 or 5 to 8 or whatever.
Mhm.
You say what level it's for, you make it for that level. And
Yes.
if it's too hard, the module maker kind of fucked up. But if that's the case, you can easily fix it yourself.
Mhm.
And again, the whole thing, he's not critiquing the module. He's critiquing the system. So
Yes,
he's
it
blaming
is-
the system for the way the players
Yes.
are playing in this module, when he could fix it himself by just changing it a little bit. Again,
So
you shouldn't have to, but you
So-
can.
again, this is where we loop back into where I disagree with you on this.
Okay.
If we are going to compare 5e and Pathfinder,
Okay.
and we are going to compare the modules that each system has for each other directly, then you cannot tweak those modules, because the second that you change anything about those modules, be it difficulty or what have you, you are no longer playing Descent into Avernus. You are playing a homebrew of it. Now, if I were to say tweak, I don't know, Waterdeep or whatever,
Sure.
and my players had a blast, and someone asked me, "Hey, what's your opinion on Waterdeep?" I would say, "I changed some things about it, but my table and I had a blast."
Yeah.
I would not say because I had changed it, and this is like part of the scientist in me coming out, but like you cannot change the data of your samples at all and then compare
Call it,
samples.
yeah, call it that.
It,
Yeah,
it's no longer a comparison.
that is fair, and that is
Yeah.
true. Yeah, so that's not a point that we can really use against his thing. But again, I don't know, man.
I do
Actually-
100% agree that his point of taking the module and then using that as representative of the system as a whole is idiotic. There's the video that we reviewed last week of the girl playing, what was it? 1E.
AD&D. Yep.
Yeah,
So
and
now-
being like, it wasn't that good of an experience. So
Yeah.
5E's
So now-
better. And it's like, oh my god, shut up.
Gabriel actually just posted.
Oh yeah.
Not even, Boo. Talk to my DM. They actually give suggestions in the book for the module on how to increase or reduce the difficulty of the module.
Oh shit! Never mind.
Well,
Oh,
Destroyed
never
with facts
mind.
and logic. And Gabriel, thank you for backing me up.
that's a good
basically
point.
Murdering
Thank you.
Aiden or Alan. Sorry.
Thank
Funny
you for that.
bit.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Pizza
So,
Funk. They
Jesus
need
Christ.
they need a control group. In other words, not necessarily.
Yeah, I
Well, the
would
control
say,
group
yeah.
is just the module and running through it just as
Yeah.
is.
Yeah,
Right.
it's hard to have a control group between two completely different editions
Yeah.
because both 5e and 2e in this scenario would themselves be variables.
I must also say that the way that TTRPGs are, they even say in their like game master things usually or in the sections for that it's like you have the ability to change things as you want.
Yeah,
You
that's
know?
usually
Yeah.
like the very first page. It's like, these are guidelines. You are the final
Yes.
arbitrator. Do whatever you want.
Exactly. So there is, I would say that does lend some merit to saying you could change it because it's
Yeah.
literally there in the material.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I do still advocate tweaking things, but when you say like I'm going to oh, actually fucking perfect. It's like comparing Pokemon
Okay.
and their viability in combat.
Okay.
You can either compare two completely IV perfect EV trained Pokemon to each other, or you can compare a IV perfect EV trained Pokemon, in this case running Descent into Avernus and changing things around to make things better for your table, versus base Fall of Plaguestone, which is like the wild caught shit Pokemon.
Sure.
Like it's
No,
not a
I
fair
understand.
comparison.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
Anyway, so that's the comments that we got.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, he did also make a comparison later on that the game, if you want to play Pathfinder, he just says this offhand of, it's a good game for those who want to,
Never have their DM talk to them in the first person.
Yes. Never have their DM talk to them in the first person. That was something that was said, and we were like,
Fuck you.
It
That
sounds
was
like
the first thing we said.
It sounds like the same argument that the lady who did the other thing did.
Yeah.
Where it's like you just go through it as for dungeons and that's it. Like, oh, okay.
God, I hate that line so
really
much.
Really, what a good take.
Yeah.
It's not for everyone. It's just for those people. As far as I remember, was the implication there. So yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Did we lose Aiden? Alan?
No, he's
Okay.
here. He's here.
Funny bit.
I'm gonna keep calling you Alan, dude. That's your name. You never heard here for the last podcast.
Yeah.
That's your name now.
boy,
Just
oh
give me time to
boy.
get used to it.
The bits that I'm not around for and have no explanation on are always the funniest for me.
It was literally just somebody was referring to Bill Allen, but they didn't say that. They just said Allen, and I thought they were talking about you. And then they clarified, no, Bill Allen, and then boo.
And I just thought it was funny, so I'm calling you Alan now. It probably won't last more than like a few weeks. Don't worry.
Oh, I am counting on it.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, I'm already kind of sick of it personally. Anyway, so today, let us get to the meat, eh?
The meat and potatoes.
There's a couple of lines in this that I'm so excited to get to.
Oh god.
Just because.
Where are they on the scale of?
I don't know. It's just weird. I don't know. This video's weird.
I like how he titled it "Illusion of Choice."
Yeah, breaking it down. Yeah,
things that was basically completely nebulous and just a worthless statement.
No one agrees that there's an illusion of choice. No, sorry, there are a couple of people who do, and there are also people in his viewing circle who do. But
of course.
But overall, most of us don't think so. He is salty. It is true.
Yes.
Oh god, it's so salty in this. Okay, are you boys ready?
Yay!
That's all I need.
You ever heard the expression beating a dead horse? That's what I'm going to do today. I'm going to beat a dead horse and make another video about the Pathfinder 2e core game mechanics and why I've reached the conclusion to quit playing the game. And I'm going to respond to all of the criticism that I received this week. Now, not everybody disagree with me, okay? And I am totally recognizing that. But even a few of my friends decided to jump on the bandwagon this week to dole out a little criticism for my opinion. Though, I want to point out that while there was plenty of criticism, I saw almost no contestation, no defense, no vindication of the system, evidence to the contrary, or rationalizations to counter the points I made over the illusion of choice.
Yeah, it looks like you didn't watch our video.
You didn't watch ours, you didn't watch Brogan's, you didn't like...
Yeah, you didn't.
I didn't watch any other videos, but
I wouldn't be surprised if you only watched the ones from his inner friend circle.
There was also one that he comments on later that he said was good, so he watched that one. Have yet to see the last 2/3, but it seems to me he's in damage control. He put out a video with a weak argument, and he's trying to not lose respect / viewers. No, he doubles down on this, dude. He doubles down super hard. I don't think he cares anymore.
Yeah.
Prevalent during combat. I mean, what I did here was a lot of empty words, okay? Based in subjectivity, severely lacking any pertinent information while making absurd assumptions about a campaign and a group of players that they literally have never seen and don't know anything about. And at the same time, I also received comments encouraging me to follow up and provide more specifics. So here we are. Let's beat a dead horse. Addressing the elephant in the room. I am incredibly disappointed in the rude, condescending, and frankly belittling comments directed towards myself and my players.
So then don't even give them the time of day.
Yeah, or
that's the easiest way to do it.
Just don't make the video.
Okay,
well, no,
so
not that. No.
There's that.
I am of a different mind in that I can say you can still call people out, right?
Yeah.
But after having seen some of the shit that he's done on Twitter, reeks of hypocrisy.
Exactly. There's that, and also I'm pretty sure he goes on for this for a while. It's really annoying. No one else was so respectful in his original response. He was super respectful. God, he was. And then
trust me, I know the guy personally. I'm sure he was.
Exactly. There's no way for him not to be. And also, he literally then Cody said that he didn't make any arguments, which was really fun. Really cool. Right? Don't understand that. The points he made, apparently they were made because now he'll spend 50 minutes making the point he claimed he made.
But what I was saying before was if he had a problem with people potentially attacking him and his players, you don't need to make the video with all these meaningless claims that will probably bring that down on you.
There's also
That's what I meant.
There's also the thing is, right, and we said it before, I think Ronald said it before, you don't want to play Pathfinder, you don't need to announce it like you're announcing an airport flight.
This isn't an airport, you don't have to announce your departure.
There you go, thank you. That's the quote.
because I'm remembering that quote.
Yes,
it's
it's
great.
really good.
That's pretty good. Who
I
said
know.
that?
That's
Ronald.
not from me. It was from a commenter named Ronald something.
Ronald
but
Sanders.
I believe he said that it was from a
Somewhere else, yeah. I don't
a famous actor said it or
remember.
something.
Okay, yeah. But yeah, it's a really good one.
It's a really good quote.
This week. Furthermore, I'm disappointed in the lack of back and forth dialogue and discussion.
Oh, sorry, Ronald's
usually
here.
takes place in the comments.
Oh,
section
Ronald
right
Sanders.
of
My
the
bad.
videos. I'm no stranger, okay, to having
I didn't
people
know you were
disagree
here,
with
sorry.
me. But the downright disrespect in tone I've seen in the little gathered communities on the internet is incredibly disheartening. See what I did there? But the real kicker I want to talk about here is just how little genuine discussion these individuals offered up. I saw response videos and I read comments on Twitter where people said over and over, but just be more creative, Cody. That
Well, now you've grouped us all with the ones who have made the super hurtful ones.
Generalization, my guy.
I
Not a
don't-
good look.
I don't like that. I
Yeah.
said some things. I'll give you that. But
I said a lot of things.
yeah, we've said
And
some
what-
things. But
I'll
like,
serve you that on a silver
there's
platter.
also
Cody-
some criticism.
Cody,
in there.
my semester is fucking over. I can spend the time to watch your video, read through all the feats in 5e, read through all the feats in 2e, and I'll put together a fucking paper
There you
if
go.
I have to. I have a hard time caring about your content enough to actually do so, I'll be honest. But you're giving me some motivation.
Right? Literally everyone was just trying to figure out if it was either a DM problem or player problem because no one else agreed with him outside his base. Exactly. None of the response videos made ad hominem attacks on him meanwhile. Exactly. It's just it's grouped together now, but now he's going into the videos that actually he watched.
That's all it is. Just be more creative. You just need to be more creative. I don't know why you haven't thought about this, but have you tried being more creative?
And now let's be fair. We did say that a couple of times. That is true.
But
But
here's the
we also
problem.
said we know you can be.
Yeah, but here's the problem. Just because that's said a lot doesn't mean that it's not right.
Well, it definitely is a valid thing to say. It's not, don't just harp on one thing. Come on, man. There was more things said than just be creative.
Yeah.
None of them talked about the feat system. None of them talked about attacks of opportunity and the changes it has made in the core game mechanics.
You didn't
for
bring it up,
2E.
that's why.
You
None
didn't
of them
bring it
talked
up
about the
either.
stuff that I brought up with spells and spell slots and how their players downcast frequently. It's because they don't.
And also, you didn't say these things.
Yeah. Jesus
Come on,
Christ.
man.
Is it weird that when he mentioned attack of opportunity and feats,
Yeah.
I immediately had doubts as to whether or not he mentioned them or not until you guys said you didn't mention them either. And all I can think of is it's a person literally it's a YouTube comment.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Where you just verbally shit out an argument without making
No
any points.
No points.
Yep.
and
Yeah.
then when someone says no, you say, "We'll provide proof, dipshit."
Yeah, exactly. Which,
It's like, well, you're the one who started off. The burden of claim is on you.
yes,
Sorry,
exactly.
Sorry, burden of proof, rather.
There you go, yeah.
Burden of claim.
I forgot to hit record. Oh, man. It's okay. I've been
Ooh.
streaming it,
Aw,
so it's fine.
that's a
That
shame.
that just means that the first portion of the stream is only for the people that were there live.
Exactly.
Our loyal fans.
Exactly. Anyway,
Looking at you, Ronald something.
Mm.
That's your name.
earlier by damage control, I simply mean he's being defensive now because he sensed his brand was damaged. He probably has more views now, but more respect? Nope. Honestly, yeah.
I can't help. As I read that, I accidentally read brand was damaged as brain damage, and I was
Oh,
like, yes,
no.
But
Oh, no.
Okay, that's
that was an accident.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Anyway, so.
None of them talked about a push and shove and use skills in combat every single turn because there's so many awesome choices.
Yeah,
do
but you
you
never
shove
did.
because
and
there
push and
isn't.
do that in
And they
5e?
don't.
Yeah.
And they know it. They didn't talk about these things because they didn't have anything of substance to add to their arguments about how my
All right, fuck it.
analysis was incorrect. And here's why. Because A, B, and C reasons
Whatever.
in the game's mechanics. it felt a little to me like those monkeys, those hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil monkeys, just players covering their ears and screaming out into the ether of the internet that there's absolutely nothing wrong, la la la. It's
No. There's plenty wrong with Pathfinder 2e.
Yeah.
There are things that are wrong. That's fine.
All right. What are some examples?
I will give
The
you the formatting of the book is hard to grasp for players.
That's not an issue of the system. That's an issue of the book.
That is an issue of the system, though, isn't it? Because it contains the way to learn the system.
It's going to be hard to learn the system properly if you don't have a good book. Sorry, I'm eating pizza.
The system is the rule set. The fact that the rule set could be fucking published on fucking diner napkins for all I care.
That's fine.
That's not.
So that's the thing. It would be
not,
formatted differently if it were posted in a different way. This is the way that the book is officially formatted, though.
Ronald, people who disagree with you are monkeys. That's a good look, Cody.
Asking for substance without bringing any himself, all I can say is bruh. Enemies scale far too fast for players to keep up, so you wind up having either enemies that are crit all the time or crit all the time. Sure. I don't know. I don't know that specifically because I've only played a few sessions. What I will say is apologies for my statement of there are plenty of problems. I assume, I'll add that caveat, I assume there are plenty of problems that people can cite, okay? Because I've only played 2 sessions of Pathfinder, and I haven't encountered any problems myself.
We love Dungeons and Dragons, but we'll freely admit there's plenty of problems with it.
Yes,
we love Warhammer, and there's plenty of problems with it.
And I'm going to assume, just like any system, there are issues. That's
because
fine.
Nothing's perfect.
Exactly. So, like, sure, there are issues, but we're not decrying that there aren't. We're decrying that the ones that you have attributed to the system itself don't apply to the system itself. It applies to how your players and you have run your game.
And they can be equally attributed to other systems as well, because there's such broad problems.
Yes.
It's your player's fault. I even saw people trying to shift blame to the writers and make excuses for the adventure path we were running.
Yeah, these people don't have good arguments. Okay.
Is Amanda Hammond not a professional game designer? Is Eleanor...
Okay, let's not do an appeal to authority, okay?
Yeah,
like,
professional never means good.
It does not mean, like, legitimately, I could go, hey, Fallout was a good game. Fallout 76 isn't a good game, but Todd Howard, he made good games before, or at least helped, so that means that anything he endorses is good.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
EA has published good games, but does EA make all good games?
Right,
No.
Exactly. Like, it doesn't hold water.
Farron not a professional game designer? It's like all of the fans of the system wanted to blame everything else but taking an honest look at the game's mechanics and talking about their pros and their cons. And if you'll allow me this brief
you didn't bring up any pros.
It's true. He didn't really. Well,
what was God. And
I think he said that he liked it a little bit in the early game. I think that was a thing. That was about it.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I saw people then show us these critics you have issue with. No, he won't. He doesn't say. He doesn't even give any citation for anything that isn't somebody who actually agreed. That was fun. That was really fun.
Oh my God.
I'm still wondering what previous video he thinks he made. With all the info he gave us in the previous one, made it lead to a lack of creativeness. I know.
That on behalf of players who took a bunch of abuse they did not deserve from those anonymous commenters on the internet.
I'll also say this, Cody. You say that all these comments have given abuse to your random people that are in your game. So the only way that happened is that they found out who is actually in your game, and then they spammed them. And I'm not saying that didn't happen. What I'm saying is that's one possibility. The second possibility is you showed them that they have a lot of people who think that they aren't creative and stuff.
Yeah.
So I don't know what happened here. Please tell me, because did they actually and I'm sure your players don't give a shit.
Yeah.
I'm sure they don't give a shit what people on the internet are saying, okay? You do, and that's why you made the video. So I'm glad you're getting mad for them.
don't know a damn thing about my players. I mean, would it surprise you to learn that 60% of the players in this group are between the ages of 40 and 60 years old?
Has no relevance.
Probably not what you
No.
expected, is it? I mean, did you know that 40% of the players in this game were also members of my Out of the Abyss campaign
Have
that
no
I've talked
relevance.
about several
Don't
times
care.
before? So they've been with me over 2 years through 2 totally
Cody, I don't care what your players are. If you're DMing poorly, that means you're DMing poorly.
Exactly.
different campaign system or game systems and 2 totally different campaign styles. I mean, maybe, just maybe, they might be maybe a little more creative than you're giving them credit for.
But that's
At
not
least
what you made
coming
them
in this
sound
game. I
like.
don't
When
have
did
a
I
clue
ever-
about
wait,
how
hold
my
on.
players
Oh, sorry.
When did anyone ever say that the players weren't creative?
I don't think we did. We might have said it about the druid, maybe. I don't know.
Because they were choosing. Well,
He
I
was
went-
saying that they were just doing the same thing over and over again. That's all the information we were given.
yeah, that's the problem. is
How
that
are
he
we
didn't
not
give enough
supposed to-
information about
How are we
that.
not supposed to make an assumption on the information given when you give
Because-
us the information like that?
With the amount of information we got from the previous video, it came down to 2 things. It was either A, Cody wasn't making scenarios that required creative thinking, or the players weren't thinking creatively.
Hmm.
That's kind of the only 2 ways it
And
could have
then
gone.
When you literally call it a rotation that is happening every time, then I just wonder how your players play, you know?
Yeah.
And if they're just optimizers or not. I crave substance. Is there a hidden part 2 that we don't know about? No, there isn't. This is the part 2. It sucks.
No, this is the part 2.
Like, and even if they were, even if they had elected to min-max and like go on skill rotations for optimal DPS, getting bored is kind of the risk you run with that in any system. That's just a play style,
And-
my guy. It's not even limited to TTRPGs.
No, it's
Yeah.
not. And that's the thing. Later on, I'm pretty sure he just says that that's not what they want to do. It's like, then don't.
I'd hope not.
creatively approached a multi-leveled tower by wild shaping into a sparrow to
Yeah, I
fly to
don't care
higher
about
levels and
this example
free
of
prisoners
what
from
your
chain
player
devils
did
while sealing off
creatively
sections
in a
of
different
slavers
thing.
with Wall of Force and literally tearing through other sections of the walls and into the stairwell as a dragon to chase down a powerful enemy caster before they could teleport away. Or how the group just 2 weeks ago made the brilliant deduction that the area they were infiltrating actually had 2 distinct groups that had agreed to work together, and that they were not so intertwined that perhaps my players couldn't take out some of the slavers and pass themselves off as the slavers to the other.
That's a good point. So where was the rotation there before in his previous example? Hmm?
Yeah.
Where's the rotation right now?
Yeah. And not to mention, you're not describing the things that they were getting bored with.
Right.
Because in the first video, you pretty much
Only
laid
combat,
out that they were
really.
getting to just bored by combat.
Yeah.
This is all roleplay.
Yes, exactly.
This is all roleplay and actual like problem solving.
Yes, and that
So
it
this doesn't
requires,
really apply.
Yeah, it requires a bit of thinking, and it's totally different than just combat.
Yeah.
I would propose,
Mhm.
in Cody's defense,
Hmm.
that while shaping into a dragon, to harry an enemy spellcaster would be combat.
True. Very true.
Yeah.
So yeah, okay, retract that at least. But for this one, so far, it's I recognized groups. Neat. Combat.
Yeah. Like
Instead, completely and utterly overcoming an encounter with nothing more than their wits and creativity without initiative even being rolled.
Oh, so
Just
they didn't do
good
combat.
old-fashioned
Cool.
roleplay and creativity. Did they know anything about how my players cleverly used a wand of web as a safety net to escape an exploding cliffside temple,
Not
aka
relevant.
GoldenEye 007,
yeah,
or
like,
how they
ugh.
discovered a plot of a planned ambush by polymorphing into an insect?
Now, I know what he's trying to do here is just saying,
Yeah.
hey, my players are creative. These are examples. I understand that, and you're definitely getting those people who only said that your players aren't creative. Great. I'm glad for you. Good.
yeah.
We're done.
Now how about you actually go through the rest
Go-
of the
Go
non-points?
into other points, please.
And how quite
Oh yeah, he literally said they did the same thing every round. People were responding to what he said they did. Yes. I feel like he's assuming we already know the pros and cons he didn't talk about previously. Otherwise, what the hell?
Quite literally, they became a fly on the wall to discover that the councilwoman had been replaced by a necromancer under the illusory disguise spell that they had previously defeated before allowing
Yeah, sounds like
to
an interesting
escape.
campaign, dude.
No, the commenters didn't know any of that, but just rudely dismissed my assessment of the game's mechanics
Sort of like
as nothing more than my fault, my player's fault, or even the writer's fault, without offering any analysis of their own to
Did you provide any information for analysis to be performed?
No.
A.
Nope. And here's the thing. God forbid that you go into like, oh, my players were bored because they only felt like they could do this. Hell, in my last campaign, they blank.
Yes.
Blank.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what you should have done.
He said like every time he will just do hunter's mark, whatever, this, and then my druid will just turn into a dinosaur and then fight, and that's all he said. And I was like,
like exactly what's done in 5e.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Exactly. So, anyway, you had a second.
May I
point?
also? Yes. I was going to say, as a DM, if my players come to me and they say, "Hey, I feel like I have to do this in order to be relevant in combat, but I hate transforming into a dinosaur every round," I would say, "Cool. I'm going to work on some things for your wild shape that will be as relevant in combat as the T-Rex would be. But maybe it does different things. Maybe a defensive option, maybe a mobility option, stuff like that.
Yeah. Work with your players.
Just
when you started that, when you said my player's coming to me, he's bored. He's like, hey, I'm bored. Cool.
and just stay there.
Sounded like you were going to go there. I know that you weren't, but it just sounded like it.
Did they know anything about my campaign I have as a patron tier? Well, no, Cody. Not everyone is a patron of yours. Exactly, dude. I don't know. Please give us information to deal with, because then you get less of a response of what you don't want, I guess.
Yeah, like...
My assessments about the game's mechanics and design. As we say down here in Texas, it's just a lot of people talking out their asses. Okay, now that I've had the chance to defend my players a little bit, another comment I saw in several places was about how I said my players were forced to play optimally. This was probably the biggest issue I had with several of the response videos, and I just want to clarify that if you go back and watch it, that's actually not what I said. I said the game's mechanics give the players the feeling of being forced. The mechanics give the players the feeling of being forced to play optimally.
So here's the thing about feelings. That's super subjective.
Yeah, and here's the thing. It doesn't really matter if you are actually being forced and you feel like you're being forced. If you feel like you're being forced, you're gonna feel like you're being forced.
Yeah, no matter what's
regardless of any actual forcing going on.
Exactly.
If I point a gun at Alan's face and it's unloaded, he's gonna feel like he's in danger. But if it's loaded, he will be in actual danger. He doesn't know that, and so if you feel like you're being, it doesn't matter if they feel that way, or like it. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I understand. Oh,
and we lost Alan.
We lost. So saying the critics were all insulting and abusive is dishonest. 90% of the comments in video 1 were critical, and many, if not most, were subscribers. He knows the criticism was respectful, so there's dishonesty and spin going on here. The different forms do have different abilities. Off the top of my head, my Bronto form has increased reach, and Trikes have deadly D10s, but it's been like 3 months. Fair enough. I thought Cody said we can't roleplay in 2E.
Oh, well, he was talking about a D&D campaign.
Well, no,
so they can roleplay in that.
Nah, he said that we can't roleplay. Or sorry, he didn't say we can't roleplay. He said that Pathfinder 2E is better for those who don't want your DM to speak in the first person. That's what he said.
I'm going to talk to this guy, and I'm going to use this and this and this and this and this.
It doesn't imply that you can't roleplay. It just implies that it's better if you don't roleplay. Straw man.
Wait. 2E is better if you don't want your DM to talk in the first person? What the fuck does that mean?
Yeah.
So what he does is he says This game is best if you don't like your DM to talk to you in the first person. And what he proceeds to outline is I think it was like the players are like in a town or a tavern or something. And they're like, I'm going to go ahead and talk to this guy. I'm going to roll
that's right. Yep.
I'm going to roll my persuasion, and then I'm going to add this ability, this ability, this ability, and this aura or whatever. And I'm going to go ahead and roll with all these bonuses. Now, what information do I get? And that, because basically he
Okay. In the scenario that he has built for himself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And he essentially went into the fact that in the game's mechanics, you can technically talk to people and interact with people using nothing but skills and no actual role play if you want.
Okay.
Which is exactly the same as D&D.
Yes.
Yeah. They never talk about you have to specifically say these words in character. Like,
nope, they don't.
5e only discusses this is how a persuasion check works.
Yeah.
This is how insight works.
And so that's another one of his marbles that falls flat. I'm not going to call them points because they're not.
After initiative has been rolled with your choices inside of combat. I'm not talking about role play. I'm not talking about character design. Okay,
you
I'm
can
talking
role
about how
play
the
in
game
combat.
Mechanics
that is true.
And core game design create that illusion of choice inside of combat. Did we all get it that time? Okay, was that specific enough?
Yes, because you weren't specific last time. Thank you. 2e forces you to roll for diplomacy. Yep.
Okay, so you want to make a ranger for your next Pathfinder 2e game, and you've come up with your background, and you know that you want to use a bow like Legolas. That's it. Nothing fancy or over the top. Very reasonable ranger with the bow trope. You're level 1, and so you get to pick between 5 choices for your first feat. Your choices are between Animal Companion, Crossbow Ace, Hunted Shot, Monster Hunter, and Twin Takedown. 5 totally and completely different choices here. But you want to shoot arrows with your bow. So, Animal Companion, it isn't really the vibe you're going for. Neither is Crossbow Ace. Twin Takedown is all about double striking with your sword. Hunted Shot lets you fire 2 arrows as one action, so probably pretty good. And Monster Hunter lets you point at something to briefly give your team a +1 to hit an enemy one time. So, you take Hunted Shot. Not super powerful.
Well, okay, so you can, but you could also take Monster Hunter because it does that to your team and yourself. Don't forget that.
God.
That's a little caveat there that you didn't mention. It gives it to everyone.
And is
Not
it
just your
actually
team.
Gabe, does that and Gabriel is the one who's telling us about Pathfinder, correct?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Gabriel, does that ability, does it only last for like one hit? Because that's what he said. Cody said that it lasts for once.
Yeah. I'm looking at it. You and your allies will gain you and your allies gain a +1 circumstance to your next attack roll against that prey. That is
okay, so
that is
like
once. Yes.
Okay, so then is that for each individual player or is that for like one hit and then it's gone?
It says you and your allies gain to your next attack, so I assume it's for all your allies once.
Yeah, I'm gonna assume it's once for all your allies because he didn't really make that clear enough.
Yeah, it does for the first hit. Okay.
Okay.
Incredibly simple description of a ranger with half the character sheet ignored is his example. Well, so, and I understand, right?
Yes.
Okay, each player, sweet. So I understand, right? Twin Takedown is or not Twin Takedown. Sorry. What is it? Hunted Shot.
Yeah.
You take 2 quick shots against the one you hunt. Make 2 strikes against your prey with the required weapon. If both hit the same creature, combine their damage for the purpose. Apply your multiplier. So yeah, that's something you can do, definitely. But you could also take Monster Hunter. Now, with the scenario that he's presented, you want to be Legolas, you want to shoot your bow. Monster Hunter doesn't prevent you from doing this.
Yeah,
so why not take it? I understand you get more shots with Hunted Shot, and so that's more likely to be taken, I guess. But again, you can also take Monster Hunter, and that's fine.
Yeah, and let me guess. If you at level 1, if you take Monster Hunter, can you take Twin Shot or Hunted Shot later? Still. Like, can it only be taken at level 1?
I thought you could take other feats later on, but I could be wrong. It might depend on character. Gabriel might know more. If you could let us know.
Yeah, if possible, that'd be great.
I can't remember.
Because, like, if that's possible,
absolutely
then,
you can. Oh, okay, cool.
Okay, so then here's the thing. I don't know. I haven't seen the video. So I don't know what he's going to be doing with this bit. I am assuming what he's going to do is he's describing these 5 feats, and he's going to describe a narrowing feat tree or bucket or whatever he called it.
Yep.
And so that way you're kind of forced into quote unquote, into taking the ones that best fit the play style you've outlined for yourself, even though that's still totally a choice.
That is totally
you chose that play style.
Exactly.
So if that's the case, and you can go back and pick previous feats and you're not locked out from them, then that kind of throws that entire thing out the window.
There's also, I believe there's also rules for going back on a character's stuff as far as feats and such, but I could be wrong about that. The
only ones you get,
yeah, go on. You can read it.
The only ones that you can get locked out for are like champion dedications or druid orders. However, sometimes there are feats that let you go back and take those.
There you go.
Jesus Christ.
So the system itself allows you to do that. Wow. Crazy. Huh?
Power gaming, okay? One choice you had that helped your bow be a little better.
Oh!
Now, you also get 2 abilities at level 1 as part of your core class. Hunt Prey, which takes an action and gives you some bonuses to seeking out your opponent, and Hunter's Edge, which, when you fire arrows against your hunted prey, you get a bonus to your bow's damage if you choose the bow option here and not the sword option. I mean, the level of power gaming here is already insane, right? I mean, level...
You don't need to do this, Cody. I understand that you are very salty about people saying that you're optimizers.
Yeah.
I don't know about him, but it definitely feels like I have a ton of options there.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, here's the thing.
I don't need the used car salesman approach, please.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, he's immediately doing that of like, oh my god.
I mean, already, guys, this deal is pretty insane.
Yeah, look at all the fucking roomy trunk space.
I mean, he is in marketing.
Never mind.
Yeah, right.
Never mind the flooded engine that is my argument.
Flooded with nitrous oxide, baby.
We filled the tank with nitrous because that's faster than gasoline. I saw it in a movie once.
It burns harder, so you go faster. Like, it's just me, but if I wanted to play, again, it's just me. But I feel like I have a lot of options there.
Yeah,
because I have the ability, like, oh man, I can have a bonus if I want to play like the dual sorting ranger. I can be a crossbow guy, and like if guns were allowed, I'd be like, hey, can we basically change the crossbows to guns because they kind of function the same. You know what I mean? You know, I can do bow stuff, which is kind of boring, and I'd probably do something else.
But no, you can only do both. You're restricted. Shut up. Shut up.
Shut up.
No.
You're hurting his argument. Oh my god.
Fuck his argument. I'm fucking double capping it.
Yeah.
And I love the Monster Hunter because now I can be like, dude, I can be like a support sniper.
Yeah. Oh,
Fuck,
totally.
that's
You're
cool.
marking a target for everybody to hit.
I can mark a target.
Super cool.
We got him.
Yeah, right. The real benefit of Hunted Shot is not the extra attack, it's having more spare actions. The multiple attack penalty still increases. Monster Hunter gives you Hunt Prey and Recall Knowledge for 1 action. Oh.
And then you get a free Recall Knowledge with Monster Hunter, and plus ones are a huge deal in this game.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, it seems like another thing that would be helpful. I don't know why we've now stuck to Hunted Shot. And again, if it literally even says in the description, I didn't read it entirely, but you can go back and read it, or you can read it yourself. It is on page... this is page 172 of your core rulebook. Or sorry, 171. Excuse me, I meant that. But it literally says, yeah, apply your multiple attack penalty to each strike normally. So it does keep making your strikes harder to hit. So it's literally, it's not like making it overpowered or anything. It's just really good. Yeah. 1+1 for each ally. However, needs a crit success on Recall Knowledge. Okay, gotcha.
And, you know, here's the thing. Given this example and how much we're able to extrapolate, and extrapolate's not really the right word, but given how much we can already get out of just this example, I feel like a better example for him to have potentially pulled from would have been the Druid wild shapes.
Yeah, I don't know why he goes into Ranger when Druid was like the big thing that he said.
Yeah, that was the big thing.
In the sense of the only reason why it was the big thing is because he said the Druid was getting bored, and that's what people remember. So let's talk about Druids, right? Like, tell me how the Druid is so limited. But later on he'll say something that's very interesting that I thought.
Because like what I was hoping for was. Honestly, that doesn't surprise me. The Druid has the most options. Yeah. I'm not surprised because Wild Shape has always been, it is necessarily vague.
Yeah.
You can transform into any animal of this challenge rating or lower.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot of fucking animals. Yeah. And I mean, a weasel isn't exactly in the monster manual. A beaver isn't in the monster. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And so you can be like, oh, what do you think a challenge rating for a big fuck off beaver would be?
Right,
and so it needs to be necessarily vague so that you can do that kind of shit. Now I want to be a druid and build dams just to piss people off.
Good, yeah.
Yeah. So what I was hoping was he would go to the druid and be like, look, at these levels, the druid has the option to transform into anything of this level or this, and this. This is good for this is good for that, and this is good for these.
Which is already a bunch of options, though.
That's already a bunch of options. But at the very least, it would be like the T-Rex is for combat. The giant eagle is for, like, I don't know, like transport or something.
Right, but and then you'd have people going, well, you can still use the other things in combat or any others. Like, it literally...
Exactly.
That's the... I understand that's where you're getting at. Yeah. If he had done this, it would have started to make his thing fall apart even more.
Yeah,
and
right?
I agree.
Like, fucking... full spellcasting that now includes wizard mainstays like Fireball Ink and have Wild Shape and Animal... God, that's awesome.
You can do a bunch of shit as a druid. It's really cool. So
No, only T-Rexes.
Oh.
And we've all started down the path as those min-maxers. Next thing you know, if you're not careful, you'll be putting points into your dexterity score. Like, whoa, you're an unstoppable force of min-maxing optimization here, guys. You should slow down. During those first few fights at level 1, you fought goblins, a fire elemental, which was pretty cool, an ill-intentioned wizard, and a huge flying bat. And for all of those, you hunt prey, hunted shot, and a third attack if you didn't have to move closer. For level 2, you skipped favorite terrain, hunter's aim, monster warden, because that's technically triggered off of monster hunter as though it were a pure feat tree, even though, many people said that those don't exist in this edition, and wild empathy to just take quick draw. And already, guys, wow, you are a power gamer dedicated to not...
All right, so let's talk about those feats. So, favorite terrain, obvious, it gives you the ability to, like, go at full speed in non-magical terrain that you favor, right? Like, cool. You can do that, let's see, what else? Yeah, you ignore the effects of non-magical difficult terrain, and move across a swamp at full speed if that's your favorite terrain. Hunter's aim. Now, I'm so curious as to why he skipped this for his example, because it is really good. Hunter's aim. When you focus on aiming, your attack becomes particularly accurate. Make a ranged weapon strike against your hunted prey. On this strike, you gain a +2 circumstance bonus to the attack roll and ignore your prey's concealed condition.
Damn!
Are we talking about this not being a part of your bowman? What?
Guess not.
Why? Why
because
are we
it's
not?
min-maxy enough.
Sorry. We took quick draw. You draw your weapon and attack with the same motion. You interact to draw a weapon, then strike with that weapon, which is good. Don't get me wrong. Really good.
The other one's way better.
The other one, so in situations, right? This is the thing. Quick draw is really good for a lot of situations. I'll give you that, right? But if you are willing to take the time to have your bow out, like a lot of rangers, I feel like do. I feel like, I'm not sure, but a lot of people like to have their weapons ready at all times.
Hey guys, did you know that bows are really fucking heavy?
Yeah.
Oh wait, they're not?
That's not true,
man.
Right? But yeah, so you have your bow out, and then you can always do hunter's aim.
Yeah.
Anytime. And then with quick draw, yes, if you put your bow away at any point, then you can quickly take it out. That's fine. But
you can do the tactical reloads.
I guess, like, if you're in a city, you would put it away by strapping it on your shoulder.
No, fuck you. I'm
Right?
keeping
Yeah,
my
no,
bow out at
you're
all times.
Not allowed to. I'm sorry. Wait, no, you are allowed to. I don't know anymore.
You're forced to keep your bow.
Now let's be fair as well. Monster Warden, like I said, does build off of Monster Hunter. Okay. One choice later. That's a tree. First off. Second off.
It is a Y, thus it is a tree.
It's a sapling.
Right? Like, I later on, I look through, I see...
Looks at broccoli sprout, that's a tree.
Yeah, I see... I see nothing in 4th level for a tree from there. 6th level, nothing that requires that. It's a straight line, my dude. Like, it's just 2 feats that you can get that complement each other. Cool. Like, I'm sorry that that's a tree to you. It sucks, I guess.
Yeah. Looks at a fence. That's a tree. That's a lot of trees.
That's a lot of
whole
trees.
Goddamn forest.
Guys.
Now I know... What?
Look at the tree.
Oh my god, it's a tree. Holy shit.
That's
Dude,
a tree.
look at this. Look at this tree. It's crazy.
Fucking
Boys, I don't know about you,
Or
but I'm
Cody
scared
can't
of this
see the
tree.
Can't see the forest. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Now, I know we're harping on this a lot, and it's a very minor thing, but man, it's just funny. We gotta have our laughs where
honestly,
we can.
I need the laughter to keep the anger at bay.
Exactly. It's totally a tree, it's just not fully grown. Exactly. Anyway.
Yeah.
Nothing more
This is
than
argument.
DPR without any roleplay or any creativity because you took the one bow feat at level 1, and at level 2 you thought maybe you could draw your bow quicker if things got bad for your group. Level 3, you take Hefty Hauler for your general feat because you think it fits well with your character's background of hunting large game and having to carry your kills back to be dressed. And for your third ranger,
Hey,
feat
you
at
know
level
what?
4,
You know what
snag
else
up-
hunts large game? The Monster Hunter.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, the Monster Hunter feat helps with that. It's immediately, right? It's immediate.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh, you took this general skill feat because it goes with your backstory. It's like, I have a shit ton of other choices here that I could take that also fit with my backstory.
Yeah, actually,
I wish I had my 5e player's handbook.
I have it
with me
right
now.
yes.
What do you need?
Can we see what are the choices for level that third feat?
Yeah.
Sure,
Hey, Alejo, let's go through fighter feats.
Oh,
What are some good feats for fighters?
in
I
five,
want to hit things. I want to hit things with sword, and much like Cody, I'm going to limit myself to only ever doing one thing and taking one approach ever.
well, let me tell you something about fighters, Aiden. You don't need feats to do that. No. You need to hit level 3. Now, let me tell you about level 3 fighters.
Why do I have to hit level 3? I feel so constricted.
Well, yes, because you're going to constrict yourself further because you're going to pick a subclass, Aiden. Now, let me tell you about this little subclass that we call Battle Master. Now,
Okay.
Battle Master, you like hitting stuff with maneuvers? Crazy, right?
I wanna hit thing with sword many times.
Okay, let me tell you, when you choose this archetype at 3rd level, by the way, this is page 73 in your player's handbook. When you are a battle master, you can take combat superiority, which means you get 3 maneuvers. 3 maneuvers
I
that
like
have
maneuver.
4 superiority dice that you can use anytime that come back after a short or long rest. Now, your maneuvers of choice, at least in the player's handbook itself only, are Commander Strike, Disarming Attack, Distracting Strike, Evasive Footwork, Feinting Attack, Goading Attack, Lunging Attack, Maneuvering Attack, Menacing Attack, Parry, Precision, Pushing, Rally, Riposte, Sweeping, Trip. Now you have all of those
Essentially
choices.
Riposte.
I'm sorry, riposte. Now let me tell you. Now, you can only take 3 of those.
Oh, what's the one that allows me to hit things with my sword?
All of them.
Yeah, literally any of them.
Okay.
You want to hit
Good.
many things with your
That's a lot of
sword?
variance.
A
Mhm.
sweeping attack, I guess.
Okay.
You can hit
I
a few
want to
things.
be able to hit many things with my sword. What can I
Yes.
do after I take sweeping attack? That I want to be able to keep doing sweeping attack all the time.
Okay.
I want to do nothing but sweeping attack.
So you keep leveling up.
Much like a ranger who only wants to use a bow.
Right. You keep leveling up. Okay. I think a better example than for your point here for less things is if you go down the fighter tree, right? And then you go into champion instead, right? Let me sell you champion. If you want to only hit things with your sword that one time, let me also tell you, as a fighter at level 2, before you even get to level 3, you can choose a fighting style.
Ooh. Okay.
Now, the fighting styles allow you to be good at bows, which you don't want, obviously.
No, fuck that.
Better at your armor. Well, you don't need that.
Better at armor.
I am Aragorn.
I understand.
He wears
Better
no armor.
at wielding a one-handed melee weapon, which you don't want. No. You want great weapon fighting, don't you?
Oh.
Where you have two-handed weapons, right? Two-handed weapons. Now, let me tell you, you've just set yourself into a path where two-handed weapons are the thing that you want to use all the time.
Yeah, two-handed weapon are cool. Big damage.
Because when you roll a 1 or a 2 on your damage die, you can re-roll them. That's crazy, right?
That's pretty cool.
And now
I guess that's my one option.
Yep, that's your one option that you have now. And then you have your action surge and your second winds, whatever. And then in your martial archetype for your 3rd level, well, you would take champion, wouldn't you? Because champion, all it does is just make it so you crit more. And then later on,
big number.
We don't worry about remarkable athlete because that's about skills. Nobody cares about that right now. But don't worry. You also... wait a minute.
My character is sword.
Wait a minute. Additional fighting style. You get to choose another fighting style, so you could do one-handed swords with your dueling, maybe, if you want. Oh no.
Sure, I guess.
Yeah, but you don't have to use it. Don't worry. You don't have to use it.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Why is D&D 5e giving me things that I don't want?
Right? Exactly. Don't worry. Later on at 15th level, you get superior critical, which means 18 to 20's crit now. That's crazy, dude.
That's really good.
That's really good. And then later on, you get survivor at 18th level, which means you regain hit points equal to 5 plus your constitution modifier when you have no more hit points left.
That's not sword. I don't care.
No, I know, but it makes it so you can hit more with your sword, even if you fall down. And now let me tell you, just from leveling naturally, once you hit 20th level, you'll have 3 fucking attacks and 2 uses of action surge, which means you have a total of 3 and then 3 and then 3. So 9. 9 attacks that you can crit on 18s to 20s at that point. So don't worry, man. I've got you. If you want to ignore everything else in this book and just attack with that two-handed fucking big sword with big damage, you can.
Gabriel. Here's the best part, you guys. This isn't even taking into account the APG at all. That has more feats for classes and archetypes that are this game's version of multi-classing.
It's true. That is true.
So there's more options now.
Yeah, but
more than ever.
I'll be honest. I with just going from core, then it's fine if we're just talking about core. But I agree. Yes, there's more options in fucking APG. I'm so limited in my 50 options. Now that's 5e. Now don't forget, that's a different system. We can't do the same thing in 2e, in Pathfinder 2e. We just can't. We just can't do that.
It's not possible.
It's not possible.
Because of the system.
I just want to make sure I do as much damage as possible, and I want to roll as much die again as possible. Exactly. That's why I chose champion for this man. Anyway.
You remember the crab guide to fighter?
Yeah, true. Exactly.
Put more fighter in your fighter, because you're basic.
This is the thing. Oh, we lost him. No.
We lost Alan. Damn it.
So this is the big thing, right? With Pathfinder 2e, you have the ability, in fact, instead of going down a predetermined path that is your archetype for your fighter or whatever, you can just choose feats as you want to make your own custom class, basically, right?
Yes.
And
which is awesome.
Which
I love
is
that about
super cool. And they don't bog it down. They don't have too much that are needed other than a couple of things like snare specialist later, which means you need to be able to craft snares. Like, there's expert in crafting snares. There is the having an animal companion. Like, these are things that you choose once you've made your character, that you have now gone and said, this is what I want my character to be, and I am building for that to be my character. Right?
Yeah.
You've made the choice initially, and so the fact that the choices that you have made you go into the playstyle that you wanted, like that's crazy, isn't it? Like, that
No
just means
choice,
that you
though.
have no choices whatsoever. But
Yeah.
even so, even if you want your character to go into only having an animal companion and really worrying about that, you can still choose far shot. You can choose quick draw. You can choose all of this stuff. It's not as optimal, but it is there. You can choose all of this. Aiden said his computer might be restarting a bunch because he was downloading graphics drivers, so
okay.
installing those. So that's why he is
From all that, it sounds like you're putting even more fighter in your fighter. Yeah, right?
Right, yeah, exactly. So that's the thing, right? If we want to look at it as reductive as possible, with as simple of a mind as, I want to just hit things, I don't care about anything else, we can do that. But we can also expand easily.
And even if you have such a single track mind, that is literally all you want to do, you still have tons of options.
Yes, it doesn't take away your options. It just means that you're not paying attention to them.
Yeah, or that you are choosing to be as optimal as possible.
Yes, go down that path.
And here's the thing. Even if you're doing that, that's not a problem.
No, it's not.
That is so not the point. Because the point that he's making right now is that, oh, you took 2 feats that are good for your class. That must mean you're a min-maxer.
Right, he's being as disingenuous as possible just to show his point of, like, hey, now we're getting into that min-maxing thing. It's like, no, I just wanted to play my character this way, the way that you are now telling me that I want to play my character.
The system allows for growth in your skills, and instead of making you pick a little bit of a lot of things, instead gives you the choice of taking the things that you did pick and making them better, hence it's restricting you.
Yeah,
exactly, right? It doesn't make any fucking sense.
Here's the thing. Once I have a character in an RPG, if I, like, one of the things that I did a long time ago, I think it was when we were playing D&D first edition. Right. Remember when we had that campaign where someone died in literally the first combat to a big fuck off boar? Remember that?
Yes.
I had a rogue, and I rolled up his stats, and I actually rolled his alignment. He actually wound up lawful good, which was hilarious.
Sure.
And I actually managed to roll an 18 dex, which was awesome.
Yeah,
and we rolled that shit in order, too.
Yeah,
so,
I
like,
remember.
3d6 in order.
Yep.
Here's the thing. When I have a character that has good stats and has feats or abilities that support those stats, I don't just do the same thing over and over again. And I don't just use them in the way that you would think. I use them in different ways. Like, if, I don't know, if we go into a town and it looks like an innocent person is about to be hung by like a lynch mob or something, I'm going to be like, hey, I'm really, really good with my bow because I took like these sniper feats. Can I try to like shoot the rope with a broadhead arrow or something like that? Or hell, an even better example. I gave Boris Boots of the Dark Way, which are a homebrew magic item that I gave him. The spell Dark Way is real. It's from the 3.5 spell compendium. I couldn't tell you which page, but they're all alphabetized. Dark Way is an ability that lets you create a small, thin bridge of literal shadow that you can run across. And I was like, oh man, he'll be able to like teleport up on top of buildings, and if he ever needs to like infiltrate a tower, he could make like a bridge from the building onto the tower and be like, you know, like running bridges and shit. It'd be kind of like Sly Cooper, where you're like running across tight ropes up the tower, platforming, all that shit. I thought it'd be really cool. But one, you've never done that. 2,
I've never needed to.
Yeah, you've never needed to. So you haven't done it yet, which is sad. But
I've used it in combat a few times.
Exactly.
Yeah, you've used it.
That's the thing.
Totally different ways.
Yeah, I gave you that for platforming and stealth, but you're using it in combat, and I love it. You're using it to, like, create a bridge and, like, push somebody away with it, which is super cool. I never even thought of that.
It's crowd control, baby.
Exactly. So even though you have these abilities and you're min-maxed to do this one thing, you can apply that one thing so many ways.
Yeah, you could. You very well could.
You can be really, really good with daggers, but you use your daggers to pick locks instead.
Sure.
You use them to break locks.
Yeah, why not?
So you don't have to be good with thieves' tools. You just shove a dagger in there, like, boop, got it.
So I have a question. Do you think Cody is misrepresenting his players here? Like, it seems to me that it's more likely fatigue or burnout from playing so much. I couldn't tell you. I really couldn't.
Not sure.
I don't want to
Given
make
that
I'm
they
not
are-
going to make this. Yeah, it's not our place to make the assumption
No.
about how the players secretly feel about the game.
Exactly.
Yeah,
We can only work on
honest-
what we're given.
Yeah, given that he did mention that they are all upper ages, like 40s, 30s, and even 60s, I would probably say no, but who knows?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, also, they are patrons, so they are paying to play, so
That is also
I
true.
doubt it.
They are having the privilege from paying, so I don't know. So it doesn't really matter what they feel though in this moment. Like, it doesn't matter what they feel at all for his arguments, other than the boring one. That's the one, or sorry, the bored one. That's the one that I would say that one I want to talk to, right? Because I want to see exactly why he's bored, and if we can get it to, this is because the system is this way, or this is because I feel like this. Because if it's a feeling thing, again, subjective, can't really do anything with that other than say, I can't tell you how to feel, dude. That just sucks that you feel that way. I hope you find out how to play in a different way. But if it's literally he goes and he looks at it and goes, this is the most optimal way to play, then I go, okay, I understand then.
Yeah.
And I'm bored by it, and I'm like, then don't play that way.
Yeah.
It's the same issue that one of the streamers I follow runs into with Baldur's Gate or not Dragon's Dogma. What's the one that we played?
Divinity.
Divinity.
Yeah.
Where he talks about build paths, and he's like, it's very easy to fuck up your build and have a super unoptimal build that is absolute shit. And because of that, I feel that I have to go online and look up a guide and follow that guide to the letter.
Oh my god.
And because of that, I
feels.
don't have fun when I play the games because I'm not making a character I want. And everyone around him goes, Pat, you're fucking stupid. And he goes, oh, I know.
Yeah, exactly. He's aware.
That is mind goblins.
Yes. Okay. Then that's fair.
Yeah, absolutely.
Although
He's totally
completely
aware.
ignoring that you can respec at any point.
Yes, I know, but
What the fuck?
It's true.
I don't know about Baldur's Gate. I don't know if you can actually do it in that, but in Divinity 2, you can do that. On the ship, there's the mirror. You can just
That is
talk
true.
to that.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
And that doesn't cost anything.
Yeah.
So
Lord knows I used it on Kage a lot.
yeah, me
Yeah,
too.
yeah,
I
it's
mean,
true.
not on Cage, but yeah, I had to respec.
Yeah. So yeah, don't know about that, but anyway, let's continue.
Far shot, which is pretty weak, just increasing your arrow's distance, but it fits with that flavor of being a cool archer ranger pretty well. So you snag it up. Now,
Sure.
Okay, far shot. Let's see. You
Oh,
do
you
it
can do
in
it in Pathfinder too. Oh my
yeah,
god.
yeah, exactly. Right, like far shot instead of disrupt prey, where it's a melee thing. Favorite enemy, which allows you to use your recall knowledge, and you can hunt prey as a free action on an enemy in that category, which I guess if you don't want to have a specific enemy, although that's fair, he doesn't want that because you have to specify, and that really, really limits you. Running reload doesn't apply to bows, I don't think. I don't know.
Yeah, I think
That
sounds like a crossbow thing.
Yeah, exactly. Scout's warning, perception or survival for initiative. Gives you a +1 circumstantial bonus on your initiative when you're visibly or audibly warned of danger. Okay, cool. Snare specialist, you need to know snaring. Twin parry, which is 2 melee weapons. So yeah, okay, fair enough. If you don't want to take favorite enemy or scout's warning or any of that. Like, you don't want to be anything else. No, it doesn't. Bows don't have a reload speed. Okay, yeah, fair.
Oh,
Figured.
okay. Yeah.
So yeah, okay, sure. If you don't want any of those other feats, Cody.
Yeah.
So as an aside, okay, let's put this ranger inside of a combat right now. Right now, let's throw it up against a flying CR8 Chimera in a mountain valley. Let's throw it up against a hidden away CR4 Mimic hiding in the master suite of an abandoned manor house.
Okay,
let's throw the ranger and their party up against a pair of ghouls and a pair of
Okay, we get
that
it.
rise up defending a cavern entrance to a necromancer's lair. Your adrenaline's pumping, Ranger. It's your turn. You have 3 actions. What do? In all of these fights, they hunt prey, hunted shot, and fire a 3rd volley. The same thing they've been doing in every single combat situation since that first session. Assuming, of course, they don't have to
Hunter's
escape
Mark,
from the
Hail of
Mimic's
Thorns,
clutches
and
first.
5e.
Yeah. So this is the other thing. 'Cause I think this
Literally
was...
what a ranger in our campaign does in every single fight.
Yeah, that's the
Yep.
thing, right? Again, you can say the same thing in any system. Like, if
Yeah.
you know something works, you
Guys,
use it.
Guys, 5e is restrictive. The rogue keeps sneak attacking. Literally, everything they do is based around sneak attacking.
Oh my
Guys, the
God.
barbarian rages and then runs into combat and hits things.
Mhm.
Guys, 5e is bad.
Yeah,
Not
5e is
to-
super restrictive. The combat.
isn't
No,
even-
sorry, the combat specifically. Don't forget. Right.
Not to mention,
Well,
Tanglefoot Bomb
leaving.
is a Tanglefoot Bomb is a level 1 item that knocks flying enemies out of the sky. Tie it to my arrow and fire at the Chimera. So
Sure.
here's another thing.
Yeah.
You're not even going into the fact that, again, if you're running into this issue, let's use the ghoul example. They're
Sure.
going into a cave and it has the necromancer thing.
Sure.
How about, instead of it being 2 ghouls, you make it a tougher encounter. You make it a more obvious encounter. Like you come out of the forest, you're still in the tree line, and you see like 20 ghouls
Sure.
outside the cavern. Well, you could go in there and fight. That might be a little bit rough, but you do see that there are like some loose stalagmites or like
Sure.
loose rocks. You can try to shoot at it, and you can try to make them think more creatively than just the same combat over and over again. Again, the problem
Well, this is
with the
guess.
problem with
Oh, sorry.
yeah, sorry. Okay. The problem with them doing combat the same way over and over again is that you're not presenting combat in any other way.
Well, this okay. So now this is the thing, right? That's assumptive.
Oh.
Because they could be, and they just don't think about it, right?
That is fair.
And
Well, the thing is, he was describing how creative they were before.
I know, but at the
So,
same time, I don't know how much I can trust Cody.
Yeah, it's very true.
Right? Because I don't know.
Yeah, because we just don't know anymore.
Yeah, and so like, I will say, just as a counter in general, some people just might not even, like, no matter how many hints that you give them of like other things they can do, they might just see the enemy and just go fight that. Like,
That's true.
That is something that could very well happen. What I do want to say is, for Hunt Prey, I thought I was told that it lasts literally the whole time after you do it, so you don't need to keep using it unless the guy dies. Single creature is your prey. You must be able to see or hear that prey. +2 circumstantial bonus to perception checks to seek it, and +2 circumstantial bonus to survival checks when you track your prey. You ignore penalty for ranged attacks within your second range increment against the prey you're hunting. You can only have one creature designated as your prey at a time. If you use Hunt Prey against a creature when you already have a creature designated, the prior creature loses the designation, and the new prey gains the designation. Your designation lasts until your next daily preparations. So you can literally have it last forever, and you don't have to worry about it anymore. But I assume what he means is you do that. That's your opening thing. Then you use Hunter's Edge, and which has a choice, by the way.
Of course.
You get to choose Flurry, Precision, or Outwit, which I assume you go for Precision because that's for bow, I think. Yeah, it looks like it.
That's for the normies, yes.
No. Wait, Flurry is pretty good too for wow, they're both pretty good. Anyway, that's choices, huh? But I assume
that was out in post.
right. I gotta help Cody. So I assume what he means is that they shoot, or they do the hunter thing, then they go and they shoot again, and then next turn they shoot, right? Like using their hunting shot every now and again or whatever.
Hey guys, I rolled up a hunter that's shooting bows. God, I'm so bored of shooting my bow.
Right? Illusion of choice, illusions everywhere. It's ridiculous because like, and okay, we're gonna get into math later, which is gonna be great. Don't worry about it. He's gonna use math. It's gonna be great. But before he does so, I gotta say you can do more than just shoot your bow. I understand if you built your character to shoot your bow, but let's be totally fair. It's a point he'll bring up later, and I'll reiterate it then. But in combat in Pathfinder, you don't have a penalty to ranged combat in close quarters unless you're using a specific type of bow that has volley trait on it. Because that gives you a -2 when you're in close combat that isn't your in your first range.
Yeah, so effectively like an English longbow.
Yes. But obviously the downside to that is that you have a guy right on you.
Yes.
Right? That's kind of a thing that is happening right now.
That's not a good thing either.
It's not usually a good thing to have somebody right next to you who can hit you. Anyway.
Can we spice up these combats even further by giving the players more things to engage with in their environments? Sure we can. But trying to
we're not going to!
All three of these very different creature types, very different
scenario I've built for myself,
is purposefully choosing to be contrary and avoiding the core issue and point. Even if temporarily altered by the enemies and combat scenes, if you will, the players will continue to push through the rotations of optimal actions whenever given the choice. And
that's very assumptive, Cody.
Being power
no matter the system.
No matter what. No matter the system. Exactly.
Yeah.
Literally.
No matter what the system, no matter what.
No matter what. Cody.
Exactly. There's no reason for you to leave out that other than to try to bolster your point by leaving out information. Yeah. That's very deceptive, Cody.
Yeah.
It will happen.
Will always do the most optimal thing for their class, no matter the system.
Exactly.
Hey guys, are you guys gonna do exactly as I predict in any given situation ever?
No, probably not.
I didn't fucking think so. Because you're players.
Well, that's the thing, right? Like I understand the saying is true in a lot of cases, right? But I think all of us, when we play Devils and Dice, we get bored of that, so we do other things, or we think about.
I get bored like using teleportation to maneuver around as Boris.
I can imagine. Yeah, it's really useful every time, and you would.
Why would I ever not teleport around and be a sneaky scumfuck little rogue?
Right, exactly. But then you get bored of that.
I'm good at it.
Yeah, you get bored of that, and then you start doing really weird shit.
Every single level up, I get pigeonholed, and I have to spend 4 of my skill points on hide, move silently, listen, and spot.
He says whenever he goes, I really like the big number. I need to make the number even bigger.
Big number go up, make validation chemical go brrr.
See, here's the thing. I know that you're joking about that, but you remember the time you chose to not teleport into that stealth segment, and you snuck around, and it was a really, really fun segment.
Oh,
I literally do not remember that.
The one with the guards that were moving in the square.
You were sneaking around the house with Champion.
Yeah, with Champion.
Yeah, I teleported a lot in that.
You teleported a lot, but no, he teleported a couple of times, but it wasn't that much.
Twice.
Yeah, it wasn't that much actually.
And I mean, the thing is, you didn't teleport into each room. I know that you couldn't, but you didn't abuse it. You know?
Well,
you did it just a little bit. You did it on the other side of the wall just to avoid detection. Essentially, kind of like Dishonored.
Yeah, it was your failsafe. That's what it was.
Yeah, exactly. Because materializing into the middle of a room that could be filled with people is real bad for stealth.
I know, but it's still, I guess, the way that you did it felt like you used it a lot less. And so it was really entertaining to see you make choices and do options and stuff.
Hell, we split the party once just for fun. We lost a gnome that day. Also, the sound of my DM hitting his head against his desk was heard the entire time.
Nice.
Exactly.
You lost a gnome as it escaped, or he's dead?
Probably the latter.
That escaped. Just keep a gnome in a bag.
The numbers real quick, or being statisticians. They do this because it's what the game's core engine and mechanics nudge them to do. No. You have 3 actions. You hunt prey, hunted shot, fire off a third arrow if you don't need to use one of your actions to maybe move over a little bit. Fast forward the clock and look at level 10 and level 12, and I assure you, they'll still be doing the same thing. Hunt prey, hunted shot, fire off third arrow.
So if you go back and you check out my podcast...
I love that he doesn't include examples of his detractors. He includes only the example of somebody who actually agrees with him. Like, specifically cited and given video, like, of it. It's great. I really love it.
Yeah. And not to mention, you couldn't have any sort of, like, intro to this. Like,
yeah, no, he
he
literally just throws it in. It's great.
Jesus
Christ. Guys, there were so many people who disagreed with me and they made bad points. Also, Cody, hey guys, check out this podcast of these people who agree with me.
Yeah, exactly.
Cast. I had a player who was playing a ranger, and within, I want to say 7 to 8 episodes, you will hear his rotation in combat. Every combat, it's the same rotation. And we played all the way from level 1 to level 16.
Ranger, it's hunt prey, hunted shot, throw in a third shot that usually misses. My druid...
Was that the rotation your ranger used?
Yeah, that's the exact rotation.
Okay, so cool. Glad you have one example of somebody also saying that, and I'm sure you could find many more. I can also find examples of many people saying the opposite. Yeah. Like, that is not the case. Those two generally didn't agree with him. He took a choice clip, though.
For fuck's sake.
Well, I mean, to be fair, that's fine if he wants some evidence of people that agree with him. It's not out of context in the sense of, I think he gave full context. I don't know. I'd have to see. But if he disagreed with a lot of other things, then... Or if they disagreed with a lot of other things, then that's fine. But, yeah, I still also don't agree with what they said.
Yeah.
Like, well, no, sorry, I can't not agree with them because they've gone through the same thing. What I will say is that their bolstering of his point is just a single other time where this has happened. And
yeah, pizza.
There are, like, if we're going by just how many people have also done the thing, then there are many accounts and we can't, like, how is that good evidence? I don't know. You know, like, just because it's happened a lot doesn't mean it's always going to happen.
Yeah.
Wait, so doesn't want to show the critics, but he'll show someone agreeing with him? Yep. Hey, Cody, how do you hunt prey on the chains at the end of book 2 that are very, very important? That's in combat as well. I don't know what he's referring to.
Guys,
I assume it's
I want to hunt prey on chains.
So those chains, they are my prey.
They are my prey.
I need to eat.
And also, the next okay. I guess. Okay, you use hunter's prey on chains? Yeah. Right. Fuck. Okay, then I guess all iron in the world is currently your prey at the moment.
All of those chains, every chain, ever.
Yeah, because...
No, it's those ones specifically. Duh. Anyway.
Why? Because it's literally the best thing to do, which is no different than 5th edition, by the way.
That's this video.
Wait. This is important.
Oh, shit.
This is important. Okay.
Why?
Why?
Because it's literally the best thing to do, which is no different than 5th edition, by the way. And I know that this is the exact point at which all the response videos will likely have paused to yell in disagreement because I use the phrase best thing to do here.
No, that's not why I'm pausing. What I'm pausing for is that you have literally said that it's also the case in another system. So why are you not having a problem with it in that system too?
Yeah.
Do you have a problem with it?
Why include it in your point to begin with?
It literally undermines your point.
He needs to stop writing for himself. He needs to have somebody write for him. He's a shit salesman.
I remember.
I'm sorry,
Yikes.
man.
I remember
Actually, no, I'm
remember
not.
seeing his tweet that he was like, it's like 8 pages already or something. It's
Yeah,
like,
right?
yeah?
It's 8 pages.
Cool. It's just like, come on, man. If you're gonna undermine your own point, let's like, why? What are you doing?
Why?
Why
What's
make the point? Why make the
Well,
point?
you want to know why? You want to know why?
Mm.
Why undermine your point if you're going to make that point? Because he doesn't realize he's undermined his entire point.
That's true. That's probably true.
I think that's probably as simple as it gets.
Mm-hmm.
But again, that's just their way of avoiding talking about the game's mechanics with trying to catch my thesis in that perfect gotcha moment. Of course, guys. Of course,
The
players
whole
don't
thesis is
have
that,
to do
gotcha.
the best thing all the time. Of course, okay? If that's all the discussion you have to offer, then you're really missing the point. And I would argue that you're missing the point on purpose because
Right.
you're experiencing cognitive dissonance.
Oh.
Feel free to disagree with me, but that's my opinion. But
Thanks for having an opinion on what I think. Very cool.
Yeah.
God
God
I
forbid
guess
we
I'm
have an
having.
opinion about what you think.
Am I having cognitive dissonance? Let me look up what cognitive dissonance really means. I guess.
Yeah, I know the term. I'm not familiar. enough
Yeah, I
with
don't
it
know
to-
exactly what it means, but I know like when it happens sometimes.
Yeah. You know it. You just can't.
The state of
Put it
having
in a word.
inconsistent thoughts, beliefs, or attitudes, especially as relating to behavioral decisions and attitude change. Okay, so I'm having cognitive dissonance because I have an issue with you saying this about Pathfinder and not
Looks like he
about
doesn't know what it means either.
5e? Because I do, I guess. If you were to say that, I would also have an issue with that.
It looks like he doesn't know what it means either.
No, I think he does. He's using it wrong. I don't know. Maybe he thinks that we have cognitive dissonance, but he's just
Yeah.
wrong.
Cognitive dissonance is traditionally ascribed to two differing thoughts in your head sort of warring with each other.
Yeah.
And it is usually said with the context of something that you know to be correct,
Yeah.
however reality is telling you different.
There you go.
Yeah.
I love him being pissed about assumptions in regard to his players, but assumptions about the people who disagree are totally fine. Yeah, let's just brush that under the rug. It's fine.
Yeah.
for fun, take a direct comparison between the Pathfinder Ranger choices and the notoriously bad 5th edition Ranger class. For this
Sure.
example,
Let's do
we'll
it.
pair our 2 Rangers with a buddy and slide over into a fight between a pair of nasty wights.
Here we go.
Since both of those creatures are considered by their respective systems to be a CR3. And we'll set the
Okay.
level for all 4 of our characters to level 5, since that seems to be a good benchmark for really both game systems. Our
Why?
level 5 Pathfinder Ranger
I like how you and I both. Why? Why is it a good benchmark? I don't. What is your reasoning here? It's just immediate. Because I don't know.
I was like sitting here with my eyes closed, and he's like, seems to be a really good benchmark. And my eyes shot open, and I'm like, what?
I'll be right back. You guys keep going. I just need to use the restroom.
Yeah. Go for it. Okay, so at level 5, let's just compare at least just off the bat, what you have at level 5 just in terms of abilities, I guess. Well,
You
that's
have access to level 3 spells if you're a
Mhm.
caster.
yes.
You have access to an ASI.
Yes.
Um,
You have extra attack because of
prob-
level 5.
Probably decent-ish gear by that point in time.
Mhm,
You've probably hit your stride and identifying your character and
Mhm.
like what makes them unique.
Mhm.
I don't think it's a bad benchmark.
I just yeah,
That's
it's-
a weird claim to make out of nowhere.
Yeah, exactly. The other thing is you've taken your archetype at this point 2
Yes.
levels ago, and I don't know. So this is the thing, right? We
Well,
have a
you
lot of
take
things.
You take your archetype at level 1 in Pathfinder, but
Right, exactly. And what I'm saying is, I assume that his ranger for his 2E choice is the one he's described so far, with all the feat choices and stuff, because that goes up to level 5. And then I don't know what the ranger is on the 5E side, so hopefully he says more about that. But if he doesn't, then I have no reference of what that ranger has taken, other than maybe his stat. I think he gives stats. I believe he gives stats. It's just before 6th level feats, so the ranger still has the 4th, 2nd, and 1st feats, and not the big boy feats from 6th. Okay, sure.
Has just picked up natural medicine at level 5, so they can use their nature skill to treat wounds. Meanwhile, our level 5 D&D ranger has gone hunter colossus slayer at level 3. And just so we can make the comparison really as equal as possible, while I won't give the Pathfinder ranger any magic items, freely admitting that, I will give the 5e ranger simple moon touched weapons just for the sake of overcoming the 5e white's damage resistance, which the Pathfinder white does not have. Here, we have two identical combats taking place. For the sake of the argument, let's just say that this is already in the middle of combat, but neither the Pathfinder's Hunt Prey or the D&D's Hunter's Mark are active at the moment. And I won't even go into the details for the fighters just to keep things simple. On the left, I think y'all's left will be here, side of the screen, you have the Pathfinder 2e game, and on the right, you have the 5th edition game. Let's examine for a moment a basic strike and basic attack for our two systems so we can see what the numbers look like. For our Pathfinder Ranger, they currently have 18 dexterity, which, after being moved to expert for martial weapons from the weapon expertise class feature, that gives them a plus 13 modifier at level 5 to hit with their longbow. The Pathfinder White, as listed on page 332 of the Pathfinder 2e Bestiary, has an 18 armor class, giving our Ranger a whopping 80% chance to hit, and because any result of 10 or more in excess of the target's AC turns our success into a critical success, we also have a 30% chance, which is to say rolling a 15 or higher, to land a critical against our white. Or to be more specific,
it's a good question. I don't know. You have the bestiary, don't you?
I do.
Yeah, if you could get that, that'd be great.
Excuse me, it's the bestiary.
Oh, I'm sorry, the bestiary.
I gave a page. Hold on, he actually gave a page number in rare form.
Oh, did he? Okay.
Oh.
Play it.
A moment. A basic strike and basic attack for our two systems so we can see what the numbers look like. For our Pathfinder Ranger, they currently have 18 dexterity, which, after being moved to expert for martial weapons from the weapon expertise class feature, that gives them a plus 13 modifier at level 5 to hit with their longbow. The Pathfinder White, as listed on page 332 of the Pathfinder 2e Bestiary.
Thank you.
332 for you. Not doubting you, Gabriel. It's just we like to, double check. Yep. It's very fun.
It's not because we doubt Gabriel. It's because we doubt Cody.
Exactly. No, it's just also like for this example, he is giving
contrarian by nature, fact checker by passion.
There you go. Yeah, and also, it's also just because he's giving us actual like information. So it's like we want to like absorb as much of it as possible to see if he's right or wrong.
Yep. All right, I'm here.
Okay, so yeah, it's a white.
Dex 18. Yep.
Has an 18 armor class, giving our Ranger a whopping 80% chance to hit, and because any result of 10 or more in excess of the target's AC turns our...
Not a big deal, but the melee claw attack is plus 12 to hit for the white.
Oh shit, really?
Yep.
Jesus.
Wow, that's really good.
Well, he says it's plus 13 in the video.
Oh.
Oh, no. The Ranger has plus 13.
Oh, okay.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Our success into a critical success. We also have a 30% chance, which is to say rolling a 15 or higher, to land a critical against our white. Or to be more specific, we've got an 80% chance to hit with 30% of that number representing our odds of critting. Now, this doesn't tell 100% of the story because of how the multi-attack penalty works, but we'll get more into this here in just a moment. Looking at our 5e Ranger with a current dexterity score of 16, that gives us a plus 8 to hit after our proficiency mod and our archery fighting style. Turning to the white, as listed on page 300 in the D&D 5e Monster Manual, we see that our target has an AC of just 14, which gives our Ranger a 75% chance to score a hit, with 5% of that being our critical range. Now, let's slide back.
Didn't he also say earlier on, though, that you would hit on a 15 to a 20?
Yes.
In the 2e, which would be a 75% chance, not 80.
Oh, no, he said you would crit on a 15 to 20.
Yeah, because you're getting plus 13.
Okay.
Yeah.
30% of, okay.
Yeah.
Over to our has it's their turn. So what we're gonna do here to our Pathfinder Ranger has it's their turn.
Play.
So
Is it not playing for you?
Nope.
Okay, it's on your end then. Just
All right.
refresh.
Yeah, already.
Actually, something we can like look at and analyze. Man, I like that.
Yeah, that's nice. Wouldn't it
so
be
welcome-
nice if the whole first video was that?
This is nice. This is nice. I wish this was the whole video.
Hey,
Was this a Cody video?
Page numbers.
Mhm.
We've got math and stats to
We've
back
got
it
data.
up.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Finally, sub. It's what we've been missing. Oh, substance. Oh, I thought you meant the substance. I wish I kind of like both though. Just finally, he gave page numbers. Subscribe.
Right? Oh man.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting this. Yeah, I know, right?
Could we after this? Could we like take a break from Cody for a little bit?
Oh yeah. Oh, I intend. We're
Okay.
not gonna cover Cody for a while after this.
Okay, thank
Like,
God. I
he's,
was like
like,
kind of sick of his ass.
Depends on how much he decides to triple or quadruple down.
That is also true
know.
though, right? Like if we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
75% chance to score a hit, with 5% of that being our critical range.
Yeah, he's doing this
Now,
Supreme Evolution.
let's
choice.
slide back
Take
over
5
to our
from
Pathfinder
taking
Ranger
20.
as it's their turn. So what we're going to do here is go over a few different options based on the game's core mechanics and design that the Ranger might take, right? They might take as their set of actions. And for argument's sake, we're going to start off with the most obvious set of actions with Hunt Prey, Hunted Shot, Strike as our option 1 as a sort of baseline. Now, notice that I did not use the word best here, right? I replaced it with simply most obvious. Because I think when I
Which again, might not be the case, but okay.
Yeah.
I find it less problematic given that this has been
is-
a combo that he's been talking about for quite some time.
It is less
I would like
problematic.
to see. I would like to see it be used versus
That is fair.
5e Hunter's Mark.
That is fair. I'm just saying, like, most obvious, maybe not to some people, though. I don't know.
Yeah.
word best last video, people tried to just really jump all over it in a very disingenuous way. Like, he said
like how
best.
you're being?
He's a power
Yeah.
gamer. We heard it. He said best. Good game, guys. Good game. We got him. He said best. We
That's
got him.
what
Nothing to
everybody
see here.
did,
Move
dude.
along.
Really
Power
cool.
gamer. That's all it is.
Yep.
So I'm
Because power
replacing the
gamers are
word best here
problematic, I
with
guess.
most
I
obvious
guess.
set of actions.
Sure.
And I think it describes
Seems very
really what I'm
insecure
talking
about
about
that.
even better.
Mhm.
It's the most obvious choice of actions. Okay, so
To a
option
power
one, they
gamer.
could hunt prey with their first
Yeah,
action,
exactly.
triggering their hunter's edge. Then with their second action, they could, guess what? Hunted shot and fire 2 shots, with the first as an 80% chance to hit and 30% chance to crit, triggering the longbow's deadly trait, followed by your second shot as a 55% chance to connect and 5% chance to crit. And then with their third action, they could strike, firing a third arrow with a 30% chance to connect and a 5% chance to crit. 30% of the time, on just that first shot alone, we're dealing an average of 23.5 points of damage, or 24 points of damage, or in essence, roughly half of the white's average 50 hit points.
I won't bother to double check this math. I trust you to add.
The first feat choice we made
And multiply.
during character creation, right? Go figure. We picked a feat and we're using it. In addition, I've included a few more numbers up on the screen here for a frame of reference. Because of how the Hunter's Edge triggers only one
It is really nice, isn't it?
Oh
Yeah.
my god, Cody!
Wouldn't it be nice if all his videos were like this?
Oh, it's beautiful.
Mhm.
Look
Yeah.
at the effort. Oh,
I'll let you.
man.
I'll let you just like soak in it for a little bit here. It's very nice. I know.
It's so nice.
I've already gone past this point.
Average, max, shot, 1 shot, 2 shot. Oh,
Mhm.
Dude, unironically, fucking gold star.
Mhm.
Thank
Oh
you.
yeah, it's probably the
Good
only good part of the
stuff.
video. Yeah,
Mm.
it's this section.
Just nom, 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 nom,
turn.
nom.
I'm not going to go into the details of the full math, okay? You'll just have to take my word for it, or maybe not
Yeah.
take my word for it, I guess. I don't
trust
know.
you.
Option 2. Let's say the Ranger
smart
has
guy.
been shooting their bow a lot and wants to mix things up by moving up to engage white number 1 in melee combat to cut off and protect their fighter companion. For this, they'll stride up next to the white and then use quick draw to retrieve their melee weapon and strike as one action, and then strike with their third action. Assumingly, we'll just have to continue to hold our bow with our other hand, which is perfectly legal in the rules, and that's why we didn't need to stow it first or drop it. In this instance, I am assuming the ranger has a short sword equipped instead of a rapier for that versatile trait to deal slashing if need be. And because the short sword has the finesse trait, so they can use their dexterity modifier in place of that strength. That gives us a single attack at an 80% chance to connect with the same 30% crit chance as the bow's first strike. And guess what? A single attack at 55% chance to connect, with 5% of that being our critical range. This, of course, will also forego the Hunter's Edge bonus completely, so no additional D8 there. And of course, the ranger won't be able to utilize their hunted shot feat on their following turn unless they reverse actions and retrieve and use their bow. This gives us an average output of 3.8 points of damage on the first attack and a 2.01 on the second, with a strength score of 10, which is a decrease from our first option of a whopping 65% on average.
Okay.
If we were to compare the difference in the maximum potential damage, that's a drop of 69.3%. But that doesn't tell the whole story, because we should also consider that the ranger is now engaged with the white. So they have, in essence, granted the white an additional action here, because prior to the ranger's move, the white would have, at minimum, had to at least spend a single action striding to either the ranger or over to the fighter. However, it now can freely stand in place and take all three of its actions.
That is not an issue of Pathfinder 2e. That is an issue of foregoing ranged combat for martial combat.
Exactly.
Hey, guys.
It is in fact the sole reason why I played a ranger for my first ever D&D character, was because I thought to myself, I don't want to get hit, I will shoot people.
Hey, guys, that thing he did worked exactly how he wanted. It's not optimal, see? He protected the fighter from getting flanked, but it's less optimal.
Yeah, exactly. It's literally so the choice here that the guy made, if he were to take option 2, would be less optimal. That's it. Like, I don't see how Pathfinder has shaped him to such a degree that he needs to always take the first option.
Yeah, like,
I still don't see how that is the case, right? That's what he's trying to prove with this. Now,
and it's
granted,
still not working.
Granted, if he's just making the argument that you don't do as much damage with option 2 as option 1, then yeah, no shit.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
But
you're going with your secondary weapon option.
yes.
You're playing a ranged combatant and you're going into melee. Of course you're going to do less damage, but you went in there for a reason.
Right.
He even laid out the reason.
What is the reason? Oh, I want to prevent him from getting to the fighter. Okay. Cool.
That's the point.
I'm glad. I guess then that's what you wanted to do, and then we just roll with it. How is this a fault of the system itself telling me, like, the system tells me that I'm really good with a bow. Cool. I know I'm really good with a bow. My friend is getting attacked, and if he's only attacked by one thing, he's much better off than he's attacked by 2 things. So if I take that thing and prevent him from being attacked by it, the system is at fault.
Yeah. You're fucking... Like,
so I will also say that Pathfinder 2e is definitely a game that a system rather, that tends to focus more heavily on speccing into things.
Sure.
Now that is not that's not a statement of quality. It's simply there are more things that exist in Pathfinder 2e that have baseline requirements that say, like, you need to build for this.
Yes.
A common staple of systems that are spec heavy is that when you are fighting in a method that lies outside of what you have spec'd for, you are going to be fighting non-optimally.
Yes.
Now, you can take that as a flaw of the system if you want. It may not be for you. That's fine. But that is not a fault of the system.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
Exactly.
That's an intentional design
Yeah.
choice.
Yes. And so the fact that we are trying to argue, or sorry, that Cody is trying to argue that this is only like I don't even know if he himself understands that what he's arguing is that Pathfinder itself is the only thing to do this, because literally every system is like this. If I was in D&D and I wanted to stop using my bow because I am a ranger and I have sword, and I do the same thing, it does less damage because of this, and I have done the same exact scenario. It's just that I have less, I guess, options in combat because of the movement and action economy. Sorry, just the action economy, because you only get the move, the action, and the bonus action, right?
Well, I think the point that he's going to make, though, is that the damage numbers are like the amount of DPS that you lose in 5e is considerably less than Pathfinder 2e. That's where
Yes.
his example seems to be going.
Right.
And that is true that, yes, you are punished, I guess, more heavily for fighting outside of what you spec for in 5e. That is true. Again, not a fault of the system, but it's true.
Yes, exactly. It's
Again, it's not a flaw, it's a design choice.
Yes, exactly. Like I don't see why if you don't do something you're specialized in and are punished for it, then that is bad.
Hey
Right.
guys,
Huh.
I have a big fuck off cavalry spear that
Okay.
I use to like plant in the ground and stop a cavalry charge.
Very cool.
I'm gonna go fight that guy with a dagger.
Okay. Well,
Do I do good?
no.
No.
Okay. Well, fuck. The system's shit.
Right.
By the way,
Yeah.
Guys, I'm a ranger and I've spent my entire
you studied the bow.
I spent my entire life up to this point like doubling down on favored enemy goblinoid. What do you mean that when I fight trolls, I'm like have a huge decrease to my damage?
Right. By the way, if he had started in melee with the white, switching to the bow would have been less optimal.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah, absolutely. You're right.
What's this? Tactics in my combat? Raw damage is all that matters.
Yeah, that's true. He's right.
And finally, if you have an ally with low health, it's a good idea to run up and distract melee enemies to protect them. He's reducing his analysis to DPS.
Yes, it's true. All that matters in his example is damage. The situation, he said like to cut them off, but that is literally anecdotal. He doesn't care. He's just saying you'll do less damage. And that is his entire point. This whole example.
Yeah.
That is it. You do less damage when you do something less optimally. Okay.
Big fucking surprise.
Crazy.
Guys, I'm going to play a wizard, but I want to run up and punch people.
Like, and I want to go back to actually what you said, Boo, before. You can roleplay while you're in combat.
Yeah.
Right? So, role-playing in combat can mean shielding your ally from an enemy attacker. That's less optimal, but that's just a roleplay decision that you would do, because maybe you and your character, or your character and your friend's character are bonded, right? Like they are in such a bond now that they want to see each other live and succeed in any situation, and when he's threatened, they want to protect them, right? Like maybe that's the case. And I know this is an assumption, right? But again, we're only looking at this from DPS. Like that is not the only factor in a combat.
Hey guys, you remember the time you were in the 600th layer of the Abyss? And you fought those devils, and one of them got a crit on Mez? You remember when Tharnanar was in range to hurt a few people, but instead he ran away from them, taking 2 attacks of opportunity to try to save your ass?
Try to protect him, yeah.
Yeah.
You remember how suboptimal that was?
Yes, very. He could have died.
He could have fucking died.
Easily.
Because he's a fucking imp.
Right?
And they're like barbed devils, and they hit hard.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, not that hard, but you know what I mean.
Well, hard, hard enough, right?
There was,
but my DPS.
Yeah, fucking
damn it.
Jesus.
Sunday evening, I was in a D&D game where we were in Avernus, and we were talking to a Hellfire dragon, who was like human, and well, like in humanoid form.
Right.
And where we're like sitting, we're all having a meal together, and we were there to try to prevent a wedding from happening, which turned out to be he was the groom, and we
Mhm.
were trying to like rescue the bride who had been kidnapped.
Mm.
And 2 members of the party are like, "No, fuck you, you're not marrying her."
Mhm.
2 members of the party are like, "I've got no horse in this race."
Mm.
And then there's my member of the party, who is like, "This dragon has the ability to get me a lot of influence and soul coins,
Mhm.
and he's best friends with the cult leader of the cult I'm trying to infiltrate and then destroy from the inside out. And if I ingratiate myself to this dude, it'll make things real easy for me to get in that cult."
Hmm.
Um, so my character is like, "Dude, I'm down for this wedding. Like, you've said that you can have a +5 to the wedding. I will 100% be there." Um, and eventually, like, combat, like, things start getting tense, and my character is like leaning forward. He's like, "All right, guys, let's calm down. There's no need for anything rash here. Let's just talk things out over a couple games of blackjack."
Mhm. Mhm.
or
And
snake snatchers.
Oh.
and the dragon starts walking away from the table back up to his throne to get like he's like, "I'll have to get another deck of cards."
Ooh.
And everyone just goes, "Hmm." And that was when one of the people in the party decided to summon their dog to attack the dragon,
Mhm.
which of course resulted in the dog fucking dying.
Makes sense.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, of
Um,
course.
Oh, God.
Woof.
Not
you would
Uh,
say.
Woof.
and uh but as soon as combat started, my like, I looked at where everyone was positioned at the table, and I'm like, if there's a breath attack, I'm gonna be in it no matter what because
Mhm.
I rolled low on initiative. I've got to help my friends because, like, even if I spend a couple rounds trying to get everyone to calm down,
Mhm.
I'm still gonna be taking damage and, like, potentially getting killed by this dragon. I need to just whip my sword out and move now.
Sure. Yeah.
Um, and one the gunslinger in the party had a special item that could allow haste to be cast on people of his choosing.
Nice.
And the reason why he waited until the second round of combat to start it instead of the first round was because the first round was him determining whether or not I was going to turn on the party.
Oh.
And um, if I did turn on the party, then that second round he would have cast haste on people in the party that weren't me, and then
Right.
all just ganked me and then the dragon.
Fair.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah.
And I'm like, yes, good. That's what you should do.
Yeah.
Mm.
That's fair.
Um, so like you can absolutely still have roleplay in combat and do things that are less optimal, like holding off on using that really good magic item
Mhm.
in
Mhm.
order to focus more on like
Other
role-play in
stuff.
combat. Role-play in combat isn't a DPS counter.
No, it's not. And I actually, like, every time I play Gimbal, my wild magic sorcerer, he hates using his magic. He hates it. It's the
Yeah.
worst thing ever because he's a wild magic guy and he does not want to hurt his friends. Right? He's already done so. It's bad. And he doesn't want that to happen. So he's just like, I don't want to use this shit. And so there's a whole thing that's happening that's making him use more shit. But I usually would not ever use Tides of Chaos. Tides of Chaos is the one that gives you advantage on a single spell attack roll, and then if you cast another spell, your DM can just go, "Hey, do you want your Tides of Chaos back? Well, you gotta roll on the wild magic table, regardless of if you got a success or not." And I was like, "Yes, I love that. It's so good. I love it."
Mhm.
And every time you get it or that happens, you get it back, so you can just keep using it until fucking shit hits the fan. Or you can use it once and never use another spell that whole day, and then just get it back the next day. It's pretty great. So the thing is, he would use cantrips, other like his actual weapon, because he just did not want to use any spells because he didn't want to take the chance. But more recently, I've been making him do it because of reasons, and then and now it's more optimal, I guess, but also he only has one attack spell. So I haven't built him optimally because that's not how he is, right? And so every time combat happens, I like try to use my control spells basically to like help out in that way. And when I think that that's not necessary, I'll use my, actual attack spells. But usually I'm keeping myself like 30 to 50 feet away from other people in case a fireball randomly blows myself up, all that kind of shit. And so like I'll go in to try to save people. In fact, we're escorting a caravan right now, and somebody was getting attacked and was going to be hauled off in it because it was like a bandit raid on it, right? And so being one of the only people there, because some other people have been whisked away for a thing, being one of the only people there, he had to do it, right? He literally goes next to the driver of the caravan because like the bandits had held it up, and he was like, "Hey, what's going on?" And gets in there, and then he sits next to the driver, and then like they're like, "All right, we're gonna fucking kill you guys and take the person." And he was like, immediately, I was just like, Gimbal leans over to the driver of the caravan and says, "I'm sorry," and then unleashes a spell. And nothing happened. I didn't roll wild, so it was fine. But in the moment, I was just like, fuck." It very much could. And I love incorporating that like fear in that. And we all know that every character has the basis of fear. That's what every character runs on. But
Yes.
but like using that to really guide my decisions is so much fun and is so less optimal. Oh my god.
So, Gabriel, our gnome ranger sat back and watched a fire golem punch our fighter until he went down because he wanted to see how good of a fighter he actually was. Boy, was that not optimal. Thank God that guy got frogged.
Nice.
Isn't offense the only offense?
Yup. I wonder if his 5e example is the same thing. In 5e, if you move plus switch to short sword, you have the same number of attacks. In Pathfinder 2, you have to worry about action efficiency as well as damage efficiency. I don't remember. It's been an hour or 3 since I watched
I don't remember. It's been an hour.
Well, I watched it. Yeah, I watched it so long ago,
Yeah, no, it just sounds funny.
Yeah.
All right.
Attacking back. So not only have we decreased our own deficiency significantly, but we've also boosted the effectiveness now of our enemy with this choice.
Mm-hmm.
For brevity's sake, I won't go into the statistical differences for this wipe. I think it's easy enough to evaluate as I've already presented it here. Moving on to option 3, we could instead choose to jump to the fighter's aid and engage white number 2. So for our action here, we would stride 25 feet, counting every other diagonal as 10, followed by a 5-foot step to get into our final position. And finally, quick draw with a strike. This is a slightly better option for us as it allows us to flank for our attack. So this time we have a drop in average damage of 70.3% and a drop in our maximum potential damage to the white of 84.6%. Now again, this also...
Sorry, do rangers not have... I'm sorry, I don't know what the race of the ranger is, but whatever race it is, whatever the ranger is, does it not have 30 feet of movement, or 25? Because he could make that all in one stride and not have to do the 5-foot step.
Yeah.
I'm counting the squares. 5,
Yeah,
10, 15,
10,
20,
15,
25.
and 10.
Like, what are you doing?
And he never went into race, so we can just assume human.
I guess, yeah.
Hold on.
And you've also increased the fighter's damage, who is now flanking.
Yeah, I think he'll go into that. It's just... This is a strange...
Check movement speeds on races.
Yeah, I have my thing too. I'll go look.
Gnome 25.
Ancestries and
Elf
background.
30.
I guess if it's a dwarf, it only has 20.
Yeah, dwarf is 20.
But the problem is that he never mentioned that.
Yeah, that's a weird thing to mention.
Yeah.
Or not mention.
But my DPS is more important.
Yeah, right, yeah. No, it's only the ranger that matters in this moment. Don't worry about it.
Well, I mean, to be fair, the example is about the ranger. But
It is
yeah.
true, it is true.
In fairness, humans have a move speed of 25.
Yeah, but that would still get there. 25 is
Yeah,
the
yeah,
minimum you
I know.
need. So, I don't know. Okay.
Wait a minute. Didn't he say he was counting? Oh, no. Every other. Never mind.
Yeah.
Yes.
Every other diagonal has 10 feet. Yes.
Which means just count every diagonal as 5.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. So, like,
Which,
unless... Yeah,
mm-mm.
wait. Do I not know something about Pathfinder movement? Is this something that...
I mean, that's how it's done in 5e too. It's
Yeah,
just
it's the same thing.
Yeah, okay.
it makes the fucking mathematician in me cringe.
Yeah, so...
It should
And by the way,
it's
you want to know why this is even less optimal? Because now you're setting up the conga line of death.
Yeah, no, that's true.
Yeah, which I already mentioned.
Yeah.
Oh, you did. Oh shit! I didn't even hear it. Sorry. I thought I was being clever, but you beat me to it. God damn it, Alan.
No allowed being clever. No.
So is a set of actions that would completely ignore your hunted shot feat and your hunter's edge bonus until you decided to switch back to that most obvious choice of actions here on your next turn. However, something to consider is that the fighter now has a flanking partner as well. But before we dig into that, we could also argue that yes, while the fighter can now flank, so too can the second white. Both would get that additional 10% boost to their chance to hit, which is why, again, for brevity's sake, I'm not going to go into all of the little minutia of it. Also, it would be kind of ironic for people to argue with that as the point of this exercise is to evaluate the game's mechanics on what your expected set of actions would be versus trying to be creative and mix things up with the core game engine and to illustrate your point of increased effectiveness and trying something different in a real world example for this ranger. You simply had their counterpart in the fighter really do nothing more than their most obvious set of actions to really take advantage of those rangers' choices here to try to be more creative.
Well, we're not. You are. You are saying that. I don't care. Like, you have literally told us to not care about the fighter. I'm not caring about what the fighter does. In his case, he can also do fucking whatever he wants. Whatever he fucking wants to do. If it's optimal, if it's not optimal, whatever. It doesn't matter. Okay.
Well, it matters to Cody.
Well, I'm glad it matters to someone, I guess.
Bottom line, yes, the ranger helped the fighter, but they also increased the effectiveness of both whites in the process with flanking of their own. But Cody, I can hear you saying, combat isn't always about the most damage. Yeah, I totally agree. So let's have the Rangers really mix things up and do something wild and crazy here for a fourth option, just for kicks. It's going to be a silly example, but for kicks, let's do something wacky. Option 4, just for fun here, they could stride to the white, engage with the fighter, and with their free hand, trip, which, runs the risk of the archer just falling over prone themselves. Then they could even attempt to grapple the white on the ground to hold them in place for the fighter with that third action. This, of course, would still trigger the multi-attack penalty because both trip and grapple have that attack trait. So the grapple would be at a -5. And, of course, it would use the ranger's strength, not their dexterity modifier. And then, the ranger would also be prone for the other white. But after foregoing 3 attacks with the weapon that crits 30% of the time on the first shot, the ranger has still accomplished a lot. Because whenever the fighter goes, guess what? The white now has a -2 penalty to its AC, but in a way cooler way than just flanking it.
Hell yeah.
Now, the white, of course, doesn't actually need to be standing to use the strike action, and so it only takes a -2 to hit the ranger who's grabbing it, but since, technically the ranger also has the prone condition, that's actually a wash. And, of course, the second white still standing would in turn get the same bonus to hit the now prone ranger as the fighter has against the first white, but at least we had this fourth incredibly satisfying option available to us.
Okay, so doesn't matter if it's satisfying or not, it's another option.
Yeah.
That's the main point. Like, it doesn't matter if it's not optimal. It doesn't matter what it does. It's another option that the person can take. So, how is the system I guess, yes, the system says if you do that in this situation, you will get hit more and hurt more and such. But
that also kind of makes sense because if there's someone if there's 2 people you're fighting and you're pinning one person down, then you're going to kind of be vulnerable.
Yeah, exactly. So remember how the ranger has medicine and can heal the fighter in combat? Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's also a thing you can do. Also, fighters get attack of opportunity baseline, so the fighter has a free attack when the white stands. Yep, that's true as well. And who says these non-DPS options aren't optimal?
Exactly.
Right, like, that's the thing, right? Like, I don't know what his point is here other than this is another option that you can do. And again, if he's just saying that the system is punishing you for doing this, then yes. How does that mean that does that mean that the system is inherently making me feel like I shouldn't do it? I guess? But that's, again, it could make anyone feel anything, right?
Yeah.
It could make me feel that, but I could then even, like, go...
It depends on the size of the goblin wah in your head.
Exactly, right? This is literally so subjective to such a degree that it's like, just because I might feel like it's not a good thing to do, I could just do it still because I think it's the right choice in the moment, regardless of how I feel about it.
Yeah.
Ranger wouldn't have prone condition, and if you have 4 allies against a boss who acts before it, hell yes, everyone getting +2 against it, which is effectively a +4 in other RPGs is worth it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Ranger
why would
wouldn't have? Oh yeah.
Why would the Ranger not be prone? Then yeah, okay. If that's the case, then fucking his point with the guy getting the prone condition against him as well, then that's moot. So okay. Wee! Let's just leave things out or get things wrong. It's fine. We made a script for this.
He did, not we.
I know, but I'm making the joke.
It's the royal we.
Yes, the royal we.
Because, as many of the comments and criticisms I received this week said, Pathfinder 2e's robust combat system is really all about getting more creative and using those skill actions in combat to shove and grapple and trip people. So at least we got to see
let's talk about how shit shove is in 5e.
Yeah, and
Let's
also, like, why are you so salty, dude?
Because people called him out on his bullshit.
And people
We've already
disagreed.
established this.
I know, but like, come on. Man.
I'm gonna have. How long is his initial video?
18 minutes.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
really wild and wacky with some good old-fashioned shenanigans could do for us mechanically. Are there other options than just these few in this example that the devil's advocates could type up in a response to that perfect but Cody, I would do this or that.
I mean, 4 or 5
I would grab a rope and then start running around the white like they were AT-ATs. Of course, there's other
that'd be
options,
cool.
but because of the game's mechanics and how the game is designed and how the feats work versus the basic combat choices presented to us by Paizo, none of those options are really even close to being genuinely decent options in combat as just standing there and shooting your bow because the feats that you've taken.
Okay, so his point is that it's not optimal. That's the entire point. Yes, Cody, things that are not the things you are specialized are not optimal.
Wow.
We've done it. We've cracked the case. Sometimes people do not optimal things.
Again, well, laying aside your sarcasm, Alejo.
Yeah.
In fairness, so far there is nothing wrong with the example that he's made.
No, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. I'm just saying, like, his whole thing is just saying that it's not optimal, and I'm agreeing. That is true. These other examples are not optimal. The issue that he is presenting again is that the system says, "Hey, don't do them." And it's like, well, no, the system doesn't say that you shouldn't do them. The system says if you do them, it is less optimal.
Yeah, that's all it says.
That's all it says. It's not telling you not to
which
do
is
them.
also held true in 5e.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
It all comes down to this. We've just circled again. Case closed. We did it.
So I wonder. I had a thought when I was going to get my water.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder how long it's gonna be before he realizes the same shit about 5e. And I wonder if he's gonna come back and be like, guys, 5e is the same, and not like, and he's not going to come back and say it's the same as 5e. He's going to be like, well, here's why I'm quitting 5e.
He literally can't. He literally can't. That's the thing.
You think he can't?
No. Because he's making money off 5e.
Yeah.
He was making money off of Pathfinder too.
Yeah, but he has 5e to fall back on.
Not nearly as much, but he still was.
Yeah, absolutely, and I agree. But he has made far more 5e videos, far more D&D videos.
It's true.
He's a D&D channel more so than a Pathfinder
Yes.
channel, I would say.
It can still be business-wise very viable
Mhm.
to cut off 20% of your business in
That's
order
true.
to ingratiate yourself to the other 80.
Exactly.
But man, wouldn't that be hilarious?
If he were to do it, I would be like, "What are you doing?"
Like at that point, he would be trolling.
Yeah, at that point.
At
it would
that
be really
point in
weird.
time, I would just laugh. However, I am curious to see him talk about these same 4 or 5 options again in 5e.
Yeah.
And I would love to see him say, "Oh, well, there's a 63% damage decrease versus the 69%."
Yeah.
in
Oh, you're
Pathfinder."
about to, my
And-
dude.
And then
Oh, God.
because of that, that means that 5e isn't as punishing.
Are you?
And I would love to see that assumption
Yeah.
because it fails to take into account the fact that enemies scale differently in both editions.
Oh,
Yeah.
are you ready?
I would love to hear him say that 5e is less punishing instead of focusing on which system is more rewarding. But
Are you ready?
sure, let's see it.
Okay.
Because I feel it coming.
I think he's saying that the feat system pigeonholes you into doing the same thing every round because departing from your feat powered rotation means reducing your individual DPS. Yeah, he's literally making the it's not as optimal argument. That is all he is doing.
Let's also take into account the fact that 5e has way more published material right now
Mhm.
and way more feats to select from than
Mhm.
2e.
Well,
No.
2e does have the APG.
Yeah, 2e is feat based, whereas
That is
5e is
right.
not feat based. It is subclass based.
Yes. So it does.
Which
they
is the
may
same thing,
have
basically.
similar amounts, or Pathfinder might have more. The only reason why I say that's because I haven't read either books.
Hmm.
But yeah, but with Tasha's and all that, it might be a bit more equal.
Mhm.
I forget
It's
the
not
APG
just
exists.
that the other
Yeah.
options are worse. Notice how I
So
use
did
the word
Cody, I think.
worse and not bad. Is that they are so much worse that choosing them means you are clearly, purposefully extending the combat for your group unnecessarily.
Oh my
And
god!
I would argue that for a
What?
system,
I didn't catch that my first viewing. What? Oh, I'm purposefully extending the combat by doing something that I think is cool.
I'm purposefully extending the combat by trying to save your life.
It's really funny.
Oh my god!
That's really funny, actually. What the fuck? That's new. Okay.
That is new. Jesus Christ!
I guess I'm being a bad boy when I do things that are not optimal. I'm being a bad boy.
You are actually bad. It's
Mhm.
not. It's not just that you're like playing bad. Like, man, you're bad at this game. It's not that. You are bad, as in you're a villain.
Combat
No.
Combat is simply making their HP stat 0. If you are not trying to face fuck them and make that HP 0, like if you're not playing how every 6-year-old plays Pokemon, then you're not playing D&D properly.
Yeah, right? If you don't delete all the moves that don't do damage, fuck you.
Dude, yeah, that's right. I
What's-
used to do that when I was
what's
a kid. That's
What's
right.
that? High-level Pokemon players spam Spore? What? No, you're supposed to spam Eruption.
What the fuck? Your fucking Rhydon doesn't know Ice Beam and Thunderbolt to cover its weaknesses? You're a dipshit! Jesus Christ.
But don't you know, pure DPS is always optimal, and everything else is
Always
just a waste
DPS.
of time.
Always
Oh my God.
DPS.
Mhm.
What's that? What's that? Blissey? Never heard of it.
Skarmory? Fuck off.
Mm. I wonder what he thinks
still
of.
Skarmory, fuck off.
I wonder
but
what he
still.
thinks of bards. Yeah. Yeah.
Nobody plays bards, they're not
supposedly
optimal.
is
Right.
the cream of the crop, the cream of the creme for creating interesting combats and characters. I don't.
Sorry, I need to hear the rest of that. I
Want to redo it?
I never played Pokemon differently, and I always get bored. Lol. Yeah, exactly right. I mean, come
Why
on.
I'm leaving Pokemon.
Because fucking... because they didn't have an evolution for Phalanx.
That the other options are worse. Notice how I use the word worse and not bad. Is that they are so much worse that choosing them means you are clearly, purposefully extending the combat for your group unnecessarily. And I would argue that for a system that supposedly is the cream of the crop, the creme de la creme for creating interesting combats and characters, I don't believe it to be particularly delivering on those expectations. But Let's be fair. Does the 5e Ranger in this circumstance, in this snapshot, have a better set
you
of
go, boys.
options, really? The 5e Ranger, unlike the Pathfinder 2e Ranger in this snapshot, does actually have an additional concern: spacing. Most likely what the Ranger should, and earnestly most would do, is bonus action cast a spell of Hunter's Mark, then fire twice with extra attack, and finally move further away.
So we're already starting off in the most optimal way possible.
Yeah.
Very cool. Very
Yep.
good.
Because they don't want to take damage and have the white trigger a concentration check to lose one of their beloved spell slots as they continue concentrating on Hunter's Mark. It's a subtle difference, but it is a difference, and we should take note. As you can see from the numbers listed above, we have an average damage from the first shot as 8.65 damage, and our second shot we have an average of 9.25 damage to the white for a total of 17.9 average damage with this set of actions as our baseline. There was a fun bit of math here as we had to calculate the odds and percentages of these shots triggering the Hunter's Mark and how many of the second shots that connected would have had the Colossus Slayer trigger if we didn't connect previously. And I did find it interesting that our most obvious set of actions here were less than a single point of damage on average different than our Pathfinder example. So kind of interesting. Keeping things as apples to apples as we can. For option 2, the Ranger could also move up, just like the Pathfinder Ranger.
Also, an important thing to note, I don't know why the Ranger has moved there instead of right in front of it like the other Ranger.
Yeah, good job keeping it apples to apples.
Well, it's one of those things where I now go, well, it can shift around and like be in a better position to aid its friend, I guess. Like it does change a little bit of the combat, I guess.
It can change later rounds, yes, but for the purpose of this example, we're focused on a snapshot of this round. I think mathematically they're identical.
Okay.
Yeah.
And engage with the first white in melee combat, which does have the interesting effect that they, unlike our Pathfinder example, might dissuade the white from piling into the fighter's combat because the 5e Ranger could then trigger an opportunity attack. I mean, this is a subtle but nuanced difference in the core combat mechanics here that, of course, we should consider. Though, I will admit, I don't hold the disillusion that one tiny opportunity attack will earnestly affect a Dungeon Master's decision that much. It probably won't. Let's be fair to both systems here, okay? I'm not really saying that. So the question is wading into melee combat and foregoing our archer fighting style here really worth it? Well, based on the numbers, I have to say, shockingly, it might be. I 100% thought that the numbers here would be a lot closer to the Pathfinder numbers and thus prove my point. But they just flat out outperformed even my expectations, where we had a drop of 65% of average damage for our Pathfinder example. Here, we only have a 20.6% decrease from 17.9 average damage to 14.2. And what's more, our maximum potential damage only dropped 12% from 66 to 58, whereas we had a drop of 69.3% from our Pathfinder example. I mean, that's kind of crazy. A 12% drop for doing the exact same thing versus a 69% drop. I mean, that's significant. Also, we haven't even talked about the fact that unlike for our Pathfinder Ranger, our D&D 5e Ranger hasn't increased the efficiency for our white enemy at all, which should absolutely be taken into consideration here.
Wait.
Another option.
But in the first example, that's because in this system, you don't have 3 actions that you can do whatever you want with. You have movement, action, and then bonus action.
Yeah.
So that's a completely different thing.
When you're flanking, that is actually very true. If you're standing there flanking and you don't have to move up to them, you can just wail on them that next round.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like legitimately with Pathfinder, you have to worry about not using your first action as an attack. That's completely different because the action economy is completely different.
Absolutely not a fair comparison. 5e's design makes movement have no consequence. The Ranger has the same number of attacks, and so does the white.
Exactly. Yeah. Absolutely. That is true.
Yeah.
Like,
I do want to throw out there, by the way, in terms of if we're comparing DPS mitigation between the two systems, an important point of note is going to be HP scaling.
Okay.
Yes.
A white in 5e has it's a CR3, much like it is in Pathfinder.
Yep.
It has an AC of 14, hit points of 45,
Mhm.
as opposed to white in Pathfinder, which is AC 18, HP 50. So not too much difference in terms of actual hit point pool.
Mhm.
But I would go so far as to say that this does fall in Cody's favor by having hit point pools be similar. That extra damage loss is going to absolutely be felt more.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, sure. Besides, it's suboptimal to be in melee range of the white, which can hit the ranger and force a concentration check and steal its 1 hour hunter's mark. Yeah, I think that's why he's talking about it. Wait, yeah, I think that's why he's talking about in the second option, because it is suboptimal as in reference to the first.
Is to have the 5e ranger pile into the fighter's white, drawing a short sword as part of their move action with their free hand and sliding in behind the white to trigger the flanking bonus for those games that include that variant rule.
So let's talk about that. It's a variant rule. Not everybody's going to use it, whereas in 2e
Yeah.
it is inherent.
Yes.
That is a different thing. That is also a big
I
because
forgot that was variant.
yes. So this
Cody, I just spent so long defending you by saying we need to defend the two systems as they are.
Now let's be fair. Fucking like the advantage that adds a lot to 5e's combat because it doubles your crit ratio, I believe, or something. I'm not sure.
Because it's 2 rolls.
Yeah, so like big thing.
Gabriel says also, wouldn't the white get attack of opportunity? No,
not in this case. No.
If you're talking about the top white, no, because
No, I think he means the one fighting the fighter.
Oh no, because he hasn't left the threat space.
Yeah,
he's moved through it, but he's still within it.
In either case, it's no. He wouldn't get an attack of opportunity at all.
Yeah. Advantage is considered a +5 in 5e.
Yeah.
Especially for things considering passive perception.
Yes.
Really, it's probably one of the most common variants in use. I mean, if you don't want to include the flanking bonus and you don't think it's fair that I did, then fine. The numbers are exactly the same as our previous example.
Okay,
but
that's fair.
If they decided to flank, it gets really interesting here. For the first time, and spoiler alert, the only time, we actually see an increase in average damage as our average damage jumps from 17.9 to 19.9 for an increase of 11%.
Now, remember, he is saying that this is if you are using the variant rule of flanking. Only if. Keep that in mind.
That is still very interesting, though.
No, it is. It is interesting that it would, because it makes sense. Like, if you get advantage, you're just going to do better regardless.
Yeah.
Maximum damage, however, is still the same decrease as our previous option, falling 12%, as really nothing changes here for that. And again, just like the Pathfinder Ranger, we should consider that our Ranger has now also granted the fighter advantage from flanking as well. Though, since we didn't go into the details for the fighter in that example, we'll do the same here and simply say that it's already enough data for this topic and point at hand. Or finally, our 5e Ranger could do dumb and silly things just like the Pathfinder Ranger did, like running over to tackle the fighter's white to the ground as a fourth option. This would be done easily with a move and then the attack action using the first attack to make a shove attack to push them prone onto the ground, and then the second action or extra attack to grapple. So just like the Pathfinder example, this gets a little fuzzy, but I believe in both examples the GM would have no problems really letting the players fall prone as a free action as part of that grapple attempt. Again, this seems silly, and let's be candid, it totally is, but mechanically, what does it do? Well, first off, the white 100% still gets to attack the Ranger, just like the previous example for Pathfinder. And the sad part is that even though it's grappled and prone, because the Ranger is prone, the advantages and disadvantages would totally and completely cancel each other out, regardless of the fact that the white has disadvantages from 2 sources and only advantage from 1 source.
And this is counter to what he said about the grapple in the other example where he wasn't considered prone, but let's just keep that in mind as well.
But if the 10 intelligence white wanted to finish off a low hit point fighter, the white would still have to escape the grapple and use half their movement to stand, giving them no further action economy to still attack the fighter. This is a small but noticeable difference from the Pathfinder example. And ironically enough, even in this absurd example,
Now,
the Ranger's
hold on.
choice...
Why is he saying the white cannot attack the fighter?
He's saying without disadvantage, so it would be less optimal for the white too, because attacking the
Oh,
ranger.
yeah, because it's prone and the ranger is not, right?
still had more of an impact on their game than the Pathfinder would. As we still...
Oh, yeah, true. So the fighter is on low hit points now? When did that happen? Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, I thought we weren't considering the fighter at all.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Because we didn't also consider that the fighter may be at low hit points when we were talking about medicine checks.
Yeah. We weren't considering the fighter at all in the other Okay.
Wait, why are we considering Cody's opinion?
Oh, my God.
Ooh, asking the real question.
Oh. Remember, he wrote, edited, and rewatched this. I know.
Cannot diss the fighter's potential avoidance of the damage here, or the fact that they now have advantage, even if your table isn't using the variant advantage rules for flanking. They would get it from this white being prone now. Now, just because I find this interesting, let's look at one more example and say that the Pathfinder Ranger, that, hey, they did their hunt prey, they did their hunted shot and strike combo, and in turn, the 5e Ranger simply hunter's marked, attack, extra attack, without even using their movement. Let's flip the table and look at the whites here for a moment. Okay. Let's say both the DM and the GM have the white that was shot at move in to engage the Rangers. Okay, they make their attacks. Maybe they get hit, maybe they don't. Really, the only addition that might matter for is for the 5e Ranger so that they don't, again, drop concentration and have to burn another spell slot. Which might actually lend to a more interesting choice, by the way, for the DM playing out that combat. They could double up on the fighter, or they could try to get to the Ranger so that they drop their hunter's mark. As an aside, I would probably...
Wait, hold on. Why does he only mention flanking in 5e?
Yeah, I was just about to say.
Where that is a variant rule.
Yeah, it's a
Whereas-
variant.
Whereas he doesn't mention it in Pathfinder, wherein it is part of the core rule set.
Where it is actually inherent. Yeah, that's
because he
weird.
wrote it.
Well, that's the thing, right? Like, he completely forgets.
That's just an ad hominem.
Right, he's completely just now assuming that you will think that they are always using the variant of advantage. The variant rule of advantage with 5e, and apparently we're just not it doesn't make any sense, because that would again give him the +2 and in fact give the white the +2, and it would be much easier to hit the fighter.
Yeah.
Technically speaking, because we're talking about optimization of combat, and while I will concede that flanking is a very popular rule in 5e, such to the point that even I forgot the fact that it is still a variant rule.
Very true.
Yeah.
If flanking is still a core rule to 2e, then it is an immutable fact that with the... How to put this? Say you have a number of possible things you can do in combat that are optimal or good or viable, and we'll call that number n.
Okay.
When we introduce the option of flanking into that, and we'll call the number of possible things that are good n times flanking, or n times f, it's still orders of magnitude more options in combat when you introduce flanking as a core rule.
Yep.
As such, the example, despite the fact that you're talking about DPS mitigation, only serves to highlight how actually there are way more rules for possibilities of things you can do in combat in Pathfinder 2e than in 5e.
Yes.
There you go. Most people who play 5e use flanking. I know. And
I use it too.
Yeah, and I use it as... I use a different variation of it because I think the regular variation is really stupid.
I'm not implementing all the rules and options the game had, therefore the whole system is bad.
Exactly, right? Like he completely doesn't take it into account, so it's bad. All right.
Yeah.
We have the white whomever taunted in character via roleplay, or even whomever the 10 intelligence white evaluated as the bigger threat after the first round of actions. Or sometimes, depending on the situation in total, I would just roll. That's just a little tip out there for DMs who struggle with spreading out their monsters to avoid feeling like they're picking on one particular player too much in a campaign. But I digress. Now, it's the Rangers' turns again. Here's a great example of why I'm saying the Pathfinder core game mechanics do not lend to interesting choices, but rather an illusion of choice.
Oh, here we
now
go.
that the Pathfinder Ranger, who is using a bow, has had a melee combatant close in on them, let's see just how much it has affected their choices. The only problem is that it doesn't. Yes, you heard that right. The Pathfinder Ranger still can just stand there, firing now 4 arrows right into the face of the white.
As long as the bow doesn't have the volley trait, yes.
Yeah.
With that first arrow still having a 30% chance to drop half of the white's life total on average without any penalty. Literally, the Pathfinder Ranger's most obvious option is still to just stand there and try to finish off the white with hunted shot, strike, and then strike again. Some of you might be saying, but Cody, shouldn't the white get an attack of opportunity? Shouldn't the white being up on the Ranger give it at least a penalty to shoot? The answer to both of those questions is simply no. It does neither of those things. There is no penalty to shoot a bow right in someone's grill. And because of the changes Paizo made to attacks of opportunity, the white actually doesn't get any reaction here. The Game Master's choice to move the white into melee with the Ranger has had zero mechanical effect on the game.
Again, like Gabriel says, I want to know the bow this Ranger has because that might mess with the math. Like,
Yeah.
if it does...
He mentioned that they're using a moon-touched bow, which would...
That was only for 5e Ranger.
Would reduce damage mitigation, but they both should ideally function the same as a short bow. I believe a short bow and
well, that's the thing. He never specified what bow, so because in 2e,
the short
yes.
bow and longbow are, I believe, identical between the two.
No, I don't think so. I don't remember. Let me look at. I have the Pathfinder one, at least.
Dylan, his response to what?
Starting from the beginning of the stream, I haven't seen his response yet, and refused to click on it. Oh, I think he's at the very beginning.
Oh.
Yeah.
Longbow damage 1d8.
Right. But what are the traits of it? Because that's important.
Deadly D10, volley 30 feet.
So volley means that it gets that -2.
Yeah.
So again, I don't know what kind of bow he's using. The only thing he said was he's giving the Ranger... Oops, I didn't even close that. He's giving the Ranger the moon touch, the lesser moon touch, so it can overcome damage resistance. That's it.
Didn't he also account deadly D10 into maximum DPS?
I don't know.
I
imagine
does not exist in 5e.
Ooh, yeah, that's true. It doesn't exist in 5e at all.
Which is going to... Well, no, because that'll get canceled out by the fact that he did percent DPS loss for each.
True.
Not
right.
raw comparing of additions.
Very true.
Yeah.
Still kosher.
Mm-hmm. But
So
yeah,
now,
so with the bow thing, it's just that little bit kind of is something. Secondarily, I would say that having somebody in your face is pretty bad for your Ranger. I don't know.
yeah. See, here's the thing. So far, in 35 minutes of this and 18 minutes of the first video, this is the first valid sounding point.
No, this is a valid example so far. It's not perfect, but
yeah,
right.
It's not perfect, but the fact that the white having no bonuses to being close and the
Mhm.
ranger not having any minuses to being close,
Mhm.
this is the first point that actually works.
Yeah, it definitely is better than the rest that he's gone through.
So man, there's been so much
Fluff.
nothing
Yeah.
bullshit that I actually had to really think, like, is this a good example?
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm really trying to figure that out. And so I'm like, yeah, I think it is. That's
Yeah,
why I was like good sounding, because
Right,
I wasn't
right.
100% sure yet.
Yeah,
But-
no, and we'll give credit where it's due. Like this whole
So, like,
section
this
has
is,
been
like-
the best section.
Yeah,
So-
finally something that actually is a point
Mhm.
against the Pathfinder system.
Mm-hmm,
Finally. You got
like-
one, Cody.
I like to think he's using an elven double bow because I'm the only one that's funny. That's funny too, I assume. Okay. Cody's also forgetting damage mitigation. Walking away straight up denies attacks to the enemy. Walking away is viable in Pathfinder 2, whereas in 5e, it's almost always good to switch to melee due to attack of opportunity. Don't kill a wight who has reach on you, by the way. I see its stat block. Okay. So yeah, that is true, actually. Considering it doesn't have an attack of opportunity, you can just walk away. Okay. So yeah, that does actually kind of add to his
I
like
think
thing.
that's funny.
Oh yeah. Okay. But yeah, so yeah, overall, I agree. It's
So
it's
far
a little
this
weird.
is a good point.
Yeah.
Until he fucks it up, which I'm sure is going to happen.
We'll see.
Literally, the positioning didn't even affect the game 1%. Super interesting combat choices, huh? I can hear you keyboard warriors losing your minds right now, so I will address the fact that yes, if the wight had been a different monster with the attack of opportunity feature, shooting the bow then would have triggered an attack against the ranger. And yes, you're absolutely correct. I'm not denying that. But I
Or
went through the
strawman, yeah.
entire bestiary
right.
by hand and counted every single
Yeah.
stat block, no
Why
matter how
using whites
similar they
instead of
were,
scarecrows?
to just see how many of them had attack of opportunity. My total, 55 out of the 411 stat blocks in the book. So that's just
Damn.
13% of the monsters in the game, roughly, or at least
That's fine. It has no relevance to your point right now. I appreciate that you did the research,
I appreciate you doing your research, yeah.
but that's it. Like that has no relevance. Okay, cool. Thanks for killing you. You set that straw man aflame, my dude. Good job. He thinks attack of opportunities are a good thing. Interesting.
the first bestiary. They could get that single reaction attack. And because it matters, 9 of those 55 were versions of the same dragon. So I counted the young red, the adult red, and the ancient red each, and so on. So really, the variance of the monsters that have attack of opportunity isn't even really that high. Also, yes, the wight technically has a reaction when it dies to attack again. So moving it there would theoretically matter if the player didn't know the stat block, which, by the way, they shouldn't, okay? If you're a player, don't read monster stat blocks, damn it, okay? Worst case.
Okay,
Well,
that came
okay.
out of nowhere.
Let's be fair. You can read the stat blocks as long as you don't use the knowledge.
Yeah,
Like you can.
I play Dungeons and Dragons, but fuck you. I love monster manuals. They're amazing picture books. I just wish they were pop-up books.
That'd be so cool,
That'd be amazing. Oh my god.
dude. But no, legitimately, like that's not like if you can just take your brain, segment that little part. That's like, this is the stats of the monster.
But yeah,
Segmented away.
Vortexus. But what if the character has knowledge on what you're fighting?
Yeah, and you could make
That's
the
a
roll
very good
for
point.
it. Absolutely. And like then you would know things. But yeah, anyway. Weird thing to bring up. Not
Yeah,
useful
just
to your
fucking-
thing.
If the player was really worried about triggering an attack of opportunity, they could have gone from 4 arrows down to 3 and simply just moved away 5 feet. The point really is all still the same. But what happens when the shoe is on the other foot? What happens when the wight crashes down on the 5e ranger? Well, funny enough, the 5e combat mechanics actually kind of create a semi-interesting choice here for the ranger. Because the wight is standing in front of them, they now have had their 2-hit percentage on each shot drop from 75% to 56%. And again, all that's happened is the DM chose to engage with the ranged character with that wight and forego creating a flank against the other fighter instead. And it dropped the ranger's efficiency by 20 percentage points. Okay, 19 percentage points for those of you guys wanting to be semantic. You know, it almost feels like the DM had an interesting choice to make there with multiple satisfying options. It almost feels like that. Meanwhile, the Ranger now has a genuine decision to make. Should they attack twice at a 56% success rate and hope to just finish the white off, or should they bide their time with a dodge action, granting their assailant disadvantage as well until the fighter can come in and help? Or should they just provoke an opportunity attack and risk losing their hunter's mark and an attack and subsequent damage from that white, really in hopes of just hammering them with damage in return? Is the trade-off to remove the disadvantage from the attacks worth it?
I like Ronald says, actually the white walking up to the Ranger was a no-brainer since walking costs it nothing. Yeah, because you get the movement and then you get your actions, right? So, and that's the thing. In 5e, changing your weapons costs nothing. You don't have to worry about it. You literally just change your weapons. So it can be as efficient as if it moved over to attack the other white, like in the second and third examples. So, like, yes, I agree that this now poses more of a, I guess, interesting, quote-unquote. No, I won't use that, actually. I'll just use there's more variance in what your Ranger should be doing in the moment, I guess. Not should. Could be doing in the moment. So
No, should. You want to be optimal.
Well, that's the thing, right? So, like, yes.
The game forces you to be optimal.
Right, exactly. You're right. D&D does force me to be optimal. So I guess,
yeah.
But yeah, it does. I will concede again this one point.
Yeah, this is a good point.
It is a good point. You've done it.
It only took you fucking 50 minutes to get a good point. And 8 pages of script. By the way, so you said that changing weapons doesn't cause you anything in 5e?
It literally doesn't.
Can I have a sword, a great club, and a spear on my back? Mm-hmm. And then if I have 3 attacks, can I attack with the spear?
Yes.
Put away the spear. Sweet!
Yeah, that's the thing that people love about 5e, is just that it's so simplistic that you can do that.
That's hilarious. Yeah. Oh my god. I would never do that, don't worry.
No, I would be fine with it because it's literally built for it, you know?
I know. That's
like,
just
that's
stupid,
fine.
You know?
Hunted shot remains better for the Ranger than melee options, but that doesn't exhaust choices here. Standing in place and shooting 4 times means you die. Yeah, there's also that, absolutely. Yeah. Like, having an enemy on you in Pathfinder 2e, having an enemy on you is still something that is bad, and you're probably gonna not just stand there and shoot it, because you don't want to get hit. But I again, just
I
from...
don't know about you, dude. My character wants those things dead more than he wants to live.
Well, there you go. It just depends on the character as well, right? Like, it depends on a bunch of different factors. But again, I will say, even though there is choices that you can make, there are technically more choices, I guess. Not more, but I guess more optimal choices that you can make in D&D. But that's really all it is just more optimal choices. Right?
Yeah, it's basically just in Pathfinder, in this scenario, there's no point to change to anything else.
Yes.
And you'll still be optimal. But in D&D, you can do more things and be optimal.
Yes, exactly.
That's basically... So again, this whole argument really just hinges on this is how you be optimal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, oh, absolutely.
Like, the point stands, but for fuck's sake, man.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows? I'll take it one step further. Let's say we took variant human instead of the standard human, and now the Ranger might even have a 4th good option for stepping back and provoking that attack, only to return fire with the sharpshooter feat activated. Damn! I mean, damn, look at that. Look at the mechanical differences in 5th edition's core combat choices right here.
Wait,
right?
Why would he need to do a... If you have the point blank thing, then you don't even need to, like, you can just do that. You don't need to move. Am I crazy? Hold on, let me look at my feats really quick. Hold on. Am I insane? Hello? Brain?
Yes, you are.
Here we go. It's not point. It's
Snapshot, isn't it?
Well, there's crossbow extra. Sorry, what did you say?
It was snapshot, wasn't it?
No, sharpshooter.
Sharpshooter, thank you. Yeah. Attacking at long range. No, this is... Oh, okay. He's talking about... Oh, okay. Sorry, brain. I was thinking about crossbow expert. Never mind. I retract. We're good.
Here versus look at the black and white, undeniable statistical differences between just the positioning of a single enemy. Now, I'm going to say something right now before anybody else misconstrues my point because they skipped around and didn't genuinely watch the video and instead are just looking for clips that they can use out of context in their own videos or forums.
Wow, those straw men, dude. He is hurting them.
Man.
I assure you, Cody, we have watched the whole video so far.
Oh, yeah, and
we watched
deeply
the
regret
last
it, but we
one
did
too.
Because
Roll
context
size.
matters. I am not saying
agree.
that I believe that Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition doesn't have repetitive issues in combat. Okay, I'm not saying that. I am not saying that I believe D&D 5e's combat is better than Pathfinder 2e's combat because of this one example.
Good.
Although, I mean, really, after digging into it, maybe I should. I am saying simply the choices you make inside of combat for Pathfinder 2e, which again, beating a dead horse, not character creation, but after initiative has been rolled. The core game mechanics inside of combat do not offer enough interesting choices for players during those combats to justify the over-complexity of the ordinary mundane actions that could and should be simply handled during roleplay.
Okay, wait a minute. Okay. Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, no, it's fine. So, Gabriel, I thought something was funny. Hey, mates, check out the 6th level feat for Bow Ranger in 2E called Snapshot.
Okay.
So that might,
yeah, I got
let's see what that is.
Going to...
Let me guess, it basically nullifies this entire point.
Well, it would be hard to, honestly.
Well, I mean, who knows?
I don't know. I'm looking. 6th level, you said. Snapshot. Okay.
Yes.
Excuse me. Snapshot. You learn to react with ranged weapons when a creature is in close quarters. You can use a reaction that normally allows you to make a melee weapon strike to instead make a ranged weapon strike. You must be striking an adjacent target. If necessary for your reaction's trigger, you treat your ranged weapon as if it had a reach of 5 feet. If the reaction has other requirements, such as wielding a specific kind of weapon, Snapshot doesn't allow you to ignore them. It allows you to only replace a melee weapon strike with a ranged weapon strike. Okay. So it gives you attack of opportunity with a ranged weapon. Okay.
Oh, okay.
What was the... What?
I don't know. Gabriel.
Yeah, I see. Yeah. You'll tell me.
Oh, I thought you were saying that to me.
No. No, but originally, he made the assertion that fuck. What was he saying? He went into Snapshot. Now I forget what I was gonna say. Fuck.
The sharpshooter thing.
Yeah, no. It was literally right before I paused.
Well, I mean, you can just play it again.
Yeah, I'm gonna play it again. Sorry.
Yeah, that's fine.
Misconstrues my point because they skipped around and didn't genuinely watch the video, and it's not saying that I believe that Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition doesn't have repetitive issues in combat. Okay, I'm not saying that. I am not saying that I believe D&D 5e's combat is better you make inside of combat for Pathfinder 2e, which again, beating a dead horse, not character creation, but after initiative has been rolled. The core game mechanics inside of combat.
So he's saying this after posing the one example for a ranger.
Yes.
I think we need a little more data. I have to be like honest. I think we need more data about, because he's saying this again as something that is for every, and again, I concede that one point. Yes, for a ranger with a bow, I guess it could also apply to a fighter with a bow, kind of. Though they get different. Wizard with a bow. That's the thing. They have different like abilities and stuff, right?
Yeah,
I don't know what but so I would need more data to see more points like this, because if you make points like that one, then I would go, okay, yeah, there's less incentive for you to not just stand there and shoot, right?
Yeah.
And like, yeah, again, that one point, sure, but again, for other classes, I don't know.
Yeah,
so,
like,
if you wanna do this, man, you can do that, and I will listen to it if you make good arguments for it. But right now, I only have the one point, and it's not enough for me to go, yes, the entire system makes you do that. It's crazy.
do not offer enough interesting choices for players during those combats to justify the over-complexity of the ordinary mundane actions that could and should
If I remember
be
right, he goes
simply
into shit that
handled
doesn't even apply.
during
I'm so
roleplay.
excited.
I absolutely stand by my point of players entering into a rotation of actions. Not because they've stopped and pulled out their calculators and figured out, well, if I do this and then I do this, and that gives me a 72% efficiency level increase over. No. Okay? They do it because they went, oh, look, this feat lets me roll an extra damage dice when I do this thing. That's cool. Hey, look, this ability gives me a small bonus to that same thing too. Neat. It doesn't mean that they stop trying to swing from chandeliers or ride on a silverback gorilla's shoulders as a gnome. It does mean that the game's core mechanics nudge them to do the thing that they take their feats for. And after
the game tries to promote you to use what you're specialized in. That's bad.
Oh my god.
I love it.
And that thing that I chose. Oh my god, the game is making me do the thing that I chose to do.
Well, here's the thing, right? Unfortunately, the game can't tell you that you can always, like, it doesn't give you the thing to always do everything you want and give you bonuses for it, because it can't account for that because we have imagination, my dude.
Yeah.
Like, legitimately, the silverback gorilla thing just stood out to me, and I'm just like, oh, okay, if we had, so here, where is the line? If we had feats and everything to give us bonuses to every single thing, would that fix it for you? Right? Because
no, because then everybody would be overpowered.
Well, that's the thing, right? Like,
exactly.
What fixes this in that respect? What is the issue here that needs to be changed in the sense of, can we fix it by adding everybody gets something for anything ever? Does that fix it?
I remember when we were talking about the first video, and then, or actually when we finished with that and Juice was on, when we were talking about that guy's post, and he basically said that he's complaining about portions of the system that can't be changed without a complete overhaul of the entire game. He's just whining and whinging about things that can't really be fixed.
Yep. Oh, it's a consequence of my actions. Yeah, I know, right? It's really bad that we get consequences for things that we do. It still doesn't even illustrate illusion of choice. Exactly. It also, like, if we then instead make every choice optimal, viable, whatever, that still means that there were the choices there to begin with.
Yeah.
Right?
That you chose.
I'm trying to figure out, like, how the logic would then make it, like, if I were to then make a system that is Pathfinder but has literally, like, if you do a thing you get a +2, right?
Yeah, right?
Like that is just that is the rule.
It basically Boris the game.
Well, no. No, actually, I think
next to TableTalk Devils and Dice.
Yeah, please.
God damn it.
So actually, I think Fate would work really well for him. Because you literally can just say, hey, I just want to do a thing. And then your game master, whatever the fuck they're called, I don't remember.
Fate master.
Sure. They can just say, you get a bonus or you don't. Although, with those rules, it also doesn't let you do that for some reason. So,
you know what? I think, now that I think about it, I know you're talking about Fate.
Yeah.
And we're doing it kind of jokingly, but kind of serious.
Well, I'm kind of, trying to figure it out.
I think something that he might actually like would be Cyberpunk.
Okay.
Because with Cyberpunk, in combat, you're rewarded for doing crazy shit.
That's true. Yeah, you're right.
Because, like, and for people who don't know Cyberpunk, let me just give a quick example. Say you have a character who's really, really good with handguns. Your numbers can get really fucking high, but that's the point. Because say you're shooting at a man, and we'll say that he has like an AC of 10, just so I can make this easier to understand for people who haven't played Cyberpunk. He's got an AC of 10, and you have like a 25. And yes, that's actually, that's fairly normal. And like, no matter what you roll, as long as you don't roll a 1, you're going to hit the guy. But you can do additional things in Cyberpunk, but you take minuses to your roll. So say you have that 25 versus the 10. say you want to draw out a second gun and fire them both at the same time. Now you've doubled your number of attacks, but you're taking like a -3 to that roll. Still, you still have a 22. So you still can basically hit them on anything you roll. Now, say you want to draw those two guns and you want to start running. So when you start running while you're shooting those guns, now you're harder to hit, but you're going to take like another -3 to the roll. You still have 100% chance to hit them. You see where I'm going with that? So the more crazy shit that you do, you're still rewarded for that. So you have all these choices that you can do, but you're still getting your super big bonus.
Yeah,
so
no,
that kind of a system where you're rewarded for being crazy and having all these options, that sounds like it'd actually be perfect for Cody.
Yeah, I feel like just having the reward be there that is something that outweighs optimalness, you know? Like, it doesn't have something that is necessarily optimal. It's just, well, I guess it is if you just stood there and shot. That would be the most optimal because you would just hit, right? But, like, having the ability to do whatever and then get a reward for it that kind of outweighs the cost, right? Like, I feel like that would help him in how Pathfinder is, and so maybe Cyberpunk is the way to go in that instance.
Because that's kind of a perfect system for that type of need in a game, I guess.
Showing you guys the cold hard numbers, I don't know how anyone could in good faith argue otherwise.
Well, okay.
And
Hey, come on.
I don't believe in God. Fuck you for bringing up faith, though.
No, it's just like, it's one of those
I don't believe in math.
It's like, come on, man. Now you've just implied a lot of stuff with that one sentence.
God, you're so fucking
I don't
salty.
like that, man. Like, you've just said that I'm not arguing in good faith, even after I don't agree with what you have presented to me, and I've agreed with one point. Like, that's just not cool, man. You said you didn't like all the toxic shit that was being thrown at you. I guess this is to retaliate? I don't know, but man, come on. You don't have to do that. Just because I'm an asshole doesn't mean you have to be an asshole to me.
I can't handle that.
I can't take it.
I live in a glass house. I don't like throwing sling rocks.
No, but like seriously, it's just one of those things.
Who live in glass taverns shouldn't cast magic missiles.
Pretty good. I like that. But yeah, no, it's kind of weird to make that kind of implication. I don't know, man. There's no reason to be salty either. A lot of the responses are respectful. Yeah.
Not ours, but hey.
Yeah, well, we were respectful enough. We're kind of dicks. It's fine.
Yeah, we're dicks. And now that he's
I don't expect people to not be dicks.
Brought out the salt block, we're fucking
Well, it's just one of those. It's one of those things where I think other people will be better than I am. Right? I think other people will be better than me.
I just have to be right.
Right. So I don't know. It's just weird. It's just weird because now, like, a bunch of people who have been respectful are now grouped up into that. Because if they still continue to disagree, it's like, oh, so are they not arguing in good faith? Are they making bad faith arguments? I don't think so, man. I don't think so.
My issue with the system is, what's the upside? I mean that. What's the upside here? Because the tedium of the crunchy system really just takes me out of immersion completely. I mean, look at this.
God.
I
now
mean,
we're in
look
crunch.
at this. Look, there are 4 degrees of failure for balancing on a mossy log in the woods.
Okay.
These are hard-coded written rules, guys. I'm not making this up. You can pull them up in your books. There are 3 degrees of successes and failure for squeezing. I mean that. There are hard-coded rules that the designers took the time to write out for making a request that have 4 possible different outcomes for the Game Master, depending on how high the player's character rolls on a D20 versus the GM.
Can we just bring up the rules and stuff for guidelines? Can we just...
Yeah, God forbid you not
and you
do
arbitrate how you do things. Like, I agree that it's a little ridiculous for some of it, like squeezing, sure, I guess, but it depends on the situation, right? Like, what if like what, I don't know,
what if there's an earthquake, and what if there's like debris falling down?
Yeah, like
now you can have those squeezing rules and make it a little bit more interesting.
It's just one of those things where just because it has these rules.
Castle.
What?
I said, or when the rogue is trying to sneak into a castle.
Right. Yeah, like legit. But I must follow the rules to the letter all the time. No exception. It's the law. Exactly, right?
God.
Like it doesn't. It's very strange to get. So okay, let me go into my D&D book here. Let me look in my D&D book to see if I can find a rule. Let's go for there is using ability scores. Here we go. How about that? Where is what I need the rule for diplomacy or persuasion, I guess it's called. Brain. Okay. So, when you attempt to influence, this is on page.
He doesn't have to use those rules, just like he doesn't have to include flanking in 5e.
Oh
my god.
This is page
Sorry.
179 in the player's handbook. When you attempt to influence someone or a group of people with tact, social graces, or good nature, the DM might ask you to make a charisma persuasion check. Typically, you use persuasion when acting in good faith to foster friendships, make cordial requests, or exhibit proper etiquette. Examples of persuading others include convincing a chamberlain to let your party see the king, negotiating peace between warring tribes, or inspiring a crowd of townsfolk. Other charisma checks, the DM might call for a charisma check when you try to accomplish tasks like the following. Find the best person to talk for news, rumors, and gossip. Blend into a crowd to get the sense of key topics of conversation. This is the other thing. What?
They put those rules in here to guide new DMs. They did this for DMs who are new, who don't have 22 years of experience like our boomer Cody.
So the other thing is, if you go straight by this book, it never says anything about role-playing that out.
Yeah.
It says nothing about this. Like, legitimately, charisma check says, a charisma check might arise when you try to influence or entertain others, when you try to make an impression or tell a convincing lie, or when you are navigating a tricky social situation. The deception, intimidation, performance, persuasion skills reflect aptitude in certain kinds of charisma checks. This never says anything about what you... Fucking hell. I see the eyes. This never says anything about what you roleplay out. So if we go purely rules-based, like, yeah, okay. But there's more to the game than just rules. And I'll like I'm not I don't think I'm the first person to realize that. I don't know.
I hope not. Well, you know who the first person to realize that was? The people who made the game.
Oh my god.
Also, I mean, they're nice things to have when your players do something completely unexpected, like run down a narrow hallway from a nightmare. You don't have to make it up on the fly or guesstimate.
Yeah. And like if you want to do that instead, you totally can.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Alan, what do you think of Cody's eyes?
Stare into my soul.
Are you basically done, man?
Yeah, I'm kind of feeling it, to be honest.
I feel that. We're almost done.
I will say, however, that I don't understand his point of there being like variant rules of success and failure. I think, if anything, that is one of the system's greatest triumphs.
I know, I love that.
It's the fact that it finally makes having the rules as written binary outcomes of success or failure that no one ever used. Most DMs that I've ever played with, myself included, have always been like, dude, you got a fucking 30 on that DC 15 check. Hell yeah, you see fantastic, and you see this other little thing too.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it makes that hard-coded into the system.
No.
Which I personally really enjoy.
Yeah.
I also made some point that I
before while you're thinking about that, there are also, as far as I remember, there were skills like checks that had that same thing in, I don't know if it's in 5e, I'd have to check the DMG, but there were examples of like, hey, you have the DC here, and if they get to like, if it's 15, they learn about this thing. If it's 20, they learn an additional piece of
Yes.
information. Like there was that stuff.
That was typically more role play oriented.
Yes.
With the exception of like finding loot in a room.
Yes.
An investigation check would yield different results based on how high you rolled, stuff like
Exactly.
that.
Right.
Those
Fourth-
are stables. I do remember what my point was though.
Okay, go on.
Okay.
And it was that fuck, I lost it.
Oh man.
Oh fuck. Say what you said to me earlier, Alejo, about
Fuck, I lost that one too.
dude, I'm riding the struggle bus. I've not been sleeping much lately.
That's
No,
fair.
no, I feel ya.
Yeah. I can hear you.
Made point of variable success.
Yes.
Yes. Degrees of or possible causes of failure.
Mhm.
Just keep on going, and when I find
Okay.
it, I'll like write it down in a notepad.
Hell, when we were talking about Call of Cthulhu for the first time and you guys didn't actually know all the rules for 7th edition, I remember explaining to you guys hard successes, extreme successes, and crit successes, and you guys loved them.
Yeah.
Because
That's
that's
really
cool.
Mhm.
Because
Same with
I-
failures.
yeah, it's the same thing with failures.
Mhm.
And it's a great, not only in Call of Cthulhu, it's even better because it's like, say you're really, really good at something, I can still make something challenging on the fly, essentially, depending on what it is that you're doing. So
Yeah.
say you're trying to fix a radio in a workshop.
Mhm.
That's going to take like a regular success. It's fine.
Sure.
You've got all the tools you need. You're in a totally normal apartment. Say you're trying to fix a radio in a car while you're trying to speed away from criminals who are trying to chase you down. Well, the car's bumping around and all that. I'm going to
Mhm.
need a hard success.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I can instantly make it like, even if you have literally a 90% chance to do it, you have a 90 in
Mhm.
mechanical repair. I can instantly make it harder for
Yeah.
you.
Absolutely. all
And how
contextual.
stoned are we, guys?
Oh, I have done at least 6 marijuanas.
Yeah, I've done a few weeds.
Yep.
I've smoked a Coke.
That's
a Coke.
me.
I drink
Hey, guys.
lots of Coca-Cola.
Let
I
me,
am on a monster though.
Let me like just scroll back in the video just a little bit so I can hear the point.
Oh,
for it.
yeah.
And ultimately, my issue with the system is, what's the upside? I mean that. What's the upside here? Because the tedium of the crunchy system really just takes me out of immersion completely. I mean, look at this. Look, there are 4 degrees of failure for balancing on a mossy log in the woods. These are hard-coded written rules, guys. I'm not making this up. You can pull them up in your books. There are 3 degrees of successes and failure for squeezing. I mean that. There are hard-coded
Right.
rules.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, crit successes are core rules that you are free to ignore the same way that you decide to use flanking, which is a variant rule
Yes.
in your earlier example.
Yes.
You don't like you don't like crit successes and degrees of success. Fine, don't use them.
Exactly.
You're a DM. You know how to respond when someone rolls low on a balance roll on a log.
Mhm.
Matter of fact, actually, I would consider most of those like critical success and success, and stuff like that more suggestions than
Yeah.
actual rules.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Because when
Because-
it says squeeze, it literally says you squeeze through a tight space in 1 minute per 10 feet of squeezing. Like, that's not like, yeah, okay, sure, but it's not going to apply to every. Like, you don't have to worry about that. You can make up how good they do in their
Yeah.
squeezing
Yeah.
if they get a crit success.
Not to mention, there have been times when you guys in Devils and Dice have crit and botched, and there are times when I have crit and I have botched, and nothing has happened.
Yeah.
Like, I botched with the gray render, and it was just a miss. Nothing happened.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Because there was nothing that made sense.
Exactly.
Because he was just swinging with his claws. There was no reason why he would have lost his balance. I mean, he could have, but he could have lost his balance, but it didn't happen. There are times when you guys have botched, and you're like, and I was like, huh, I mean, you're not really in a position for anything really bad to happen, so I think it's just a miss.
And that one does not mean that things go horrendously wrong. It means
Exactly.
a thing can go horrendously wrong at
Yeah.
DM's discretion.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I always do crit fails and crit successes on the situation.
Yes.
Always.
I like 5E's openness, but there's a downside to not having guidance on DCs. You can make a call, but there's a decent chance a level 20 rogue fails a balanced DC and a level 1 fighter in armor succeeds. Yeah.
It's almost as if the DM has a choice in how to run his game. He's not just playing the system the way he'd. Yeah. Jeez.
Oh, choices. They're crazy. Illusions.
Yeah, what Pathfinder doesn't have any of them. That's a damn shame.
Illusion.
The designers took the time to write out for making a request that have 4 possible different outcomes.
It's weird when we start saying that working harder is bad and giving more is bad, you know?
Yeah, maybe he should go play games made by EA. Because, I mean, hey,
No,
they
he
got
need to
nothing
he
but
needs
the
to
barest
play.
to fucking bones.
He needs to play Ubisoft game.
That too. What is this shit going on here? Oh.
So, Aiden, if you... Okay. He said he couldn't hear us, but he could hear Cody, and it is hell.
Oh, poor Alan.
We'll wait for him to get back, but...
Jesus Christ.
So, yeah, it's really I find this to be a really weird mindset to be in of like the more that we have put in this book for you, like yes, there's a lot in it, but
yeah.
And like you don't have to for Cody, Pathfinder 2 is an illusion of restriction. I agree. Yes, you are absolutely correct.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, legitimately I think it's just I don't know. I really don't understand why this mindset is a thing. Like, yes, sometimes a lot of things can be bad, like overstuffing something, but I don't consider this to be that case because you can ignore some of it, or you can use all of it. Like, it is literally a system that is, or any TTRPG is a system designed for you to run it however the fuck you want.
You remember when we were first looking into the rules, before we even started Devils and Dice, we were looking into the rules for 3.5 to choose whether or not we wanted to do it in 5e or 3.5?
Yep.
And we were like, dude, they have rules for running a business.
Yes. Oh, I will always tell people about that. 3.5, DMG2, rules for running a business on page like 200 and something. Yeah.
It's fucking awesome.
So cool.
I love having the option.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have to run a business.
Exactly.
But if we do, we've got rules we can point to. Again, the same way we did when we were talking about roll stats and when he was talking about how he didn't like the newer versions of D&D because of all the rules.
Right, the crunchiness.
He liked things being more open-ended. I love the rules because the rules to me are the what the hell is what's the interior skeleton of a house before you actually put the rooms in? The framework. There we go.
There you go. Yeah.
It's the frame of a house. I can, if you tell me to build a house in the woods, I might be able to do it. I probably can't, but you know what I mean. Tell someone to build a house in the woods, they gotta build the frame. But if you put up a frame and then tell them to build the house, then
easier.
they have places to start. They can put the walls on. They don't have to build the skeleton and then put the walls on.
And again, that's
so much.
Oh, go on. Sorry.
It's so much easier to work with things that actually have a little bit of setup.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree, and I'm the same way. And I think Aiden, I would assume you are also the same way. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. And like that's not the way that everyone is, but for us it is definitely that. And I don't see it being something that detracts ever. Yeah. I feel like
because you can always build an addition.
Yes.
Exactly.
You can always build an addition on top of that. And you can always tear down one section and rebuild it somewhere else.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can ignore rules. You can take them out completely.
Yeah.
You can double down on the rules and make them even more ruley.
Yeah, flesh them out, you know? Yeah.
The highest honor that I can bestow a game mechanic is when I take it from that edition and start using it in other games.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
Like, man.
Cameron says, I like Dungeon Craft's take on it. By Cody's definition, every game has an illusion of choice. So I don't know what Dungeon Craft's take on it. I saw he had a video on responding to Cody, and I dare not watch it because I don't want to hear that man.
Me neither.
And I know Boo doesn't want to either. But maybe we'll look at it at some point, in the future when everything is over and we don't have to worry about this anymore. But if you do, cool. That's neat. Maybe you can pick and choose what rules are more fun to use depending on what you're doing. But hey, it's all an illusion of choice anyway. Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, we have the illusion of being able to choose what we want to do. God damn it.
Comes for the game master, depending on how high the player's character rolls on a D20 versus the GM's DC. God forbid, guys, the GM in the group, just role play that. No. Pathfinder 2e needs hard-coded rules for making a request.
Okay, we've already gone over how this is more of a suggestion, and in fact, I will look in the Pathfinder book right now on stream to see if it says anything about
guidelines.
Yeah, anything about guidelines, anything about arbitration, like any of that. And in fact, I will go.
Man, I'm glad I'm Clan Molder and not Scry, or fucking Doomflayers are a resin kit. That sucks.
Yeah. Here we go.
Clan Molder Supreme.
Oh, using this book. Let's try that one. That might work good.
Yeah. Please be in there. It's an outright demand. You're being held at gunpoint by the book. That's amazing.
So I would love to point to this. The last 2 chapters contain rules for GMs with advice on how to run a game of Pathfinder and a rich array of treasure. Advice is a good word because it's not a rule. It is advice. Let me see if there's.
It's an illusion of advice.
Right. Yeah.
A demandment.
A demandment. Oh my god, I've heard that before. Where have I heard that before?
I like that.
Where have I heard that before? Okay.
You've been voluntold.
Nice. You covered it? We did? Uh-oh. It's gotten so long.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Episode 46. We're in season 4 now.
Yeah, right.
I don't remember the events of season 1 until we have a flashback.
This book contains hundreds of rules elements that give characters new and interesting ways to respond to situations in the game.
Onsen Saga when?
Yeah, right.
Most of these options are feats, blah, blah, blah. When appropriate, general format of stat blocks. I'm trying to see if there's anything that just tells you about being a GM specifically other than that one section. Because, it is one thing, and, I don't know, it's not, immediately apparent, I guess, which is a problem with the formatting. So, and again, this book is horribly formatted, so I can't really find things easily, but page 491, adjudicating the rules. Thank you, Slayer Cookie. I appreciate you.
Dude. No, never mind.
You're good.
Alan, there's a fucking, in the Skaven Night Runners, there's a plastic bit that's a little rat hand holding a knife like he's about to throw it. It's awesome.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so, adjudicating the rules. As the GM, this is, as said, 491. As the GM, you're responsible for solving any rules disputes. Remember that keeping your game moving is more important than being 100% correct. Looking up rules at the tables can slow the game down, so in many cases, it's better to make your best guess rather than scour the book for the exact rule. It can be instructive to look those rules up during a break or after a session, though. To make calls on the fly, the following guidelines, which are the same principles the game rules are based on. You might want to keep printouts of the guidelines. So,
here's the thing. When I got the DMG for 4th edition, this was before I had ever run a game of Dungeons and Dragons before. I had always heard D&D war stories, and that was basically what got me into D&D. In fact, the person that actually got me interested in D&D was the Spoony one, because he had a series called Counter Monkey.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I honestly I missed
those days.
Counter Monkey. Yeah. Apparently he turned into a giant asshole, but whatever.
Oh, he
anyway,
always was. It's okay.
It's true. But he was a lot more vocal about it, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, the thing is, I got the DMG because I was like, man, this sounds super fun. I want to do this. And so I got the 3 books. I got the Monster Manual. I got the Player's Handbook, and I got the DMG. And I kind of had an idea of what I wanted to do. And I read through a lot of the Monster Manual. I just for fun, really. I read through the Player's Handbook so I could understand the rules and actually teach my players how to play. And then I read through the DMG. And I noticed something in the DMG. I kind of already knew a fair amount of it.
Oh, yeah.
Not the rules, but the common sense stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's just like, oh, okay, this is telling me how to do this. It's like, oh, I kind of already know. Yeah, I kind of already know to do that. Mm-hmm. And then looking through, it's like, yeah, blah, blah, blah. And I realized that I didn't really need the DMG because everything in there is kind of just common sense.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
And I would look in there just to see if there were any rules, and I would look in there for information, because the 4th edition DMG had the gods in there for some reason. It wasn't in the Player's Handbook. And so I don't understand why someone who's literally never played Dungeons and Dragons before and just reads through the DMG and understands that the majority of the DMG is
guidelines,
just common sense and guidelines and advice. Mm-hmm. I don't understand why someone like me who had never played before is apparently better able to codify the DMG and the rules therein and the way you're actually supposed to DM a game than someone who has 22 years of experience.
Yeah.
I don't understand that.
It's a strange thing. It's really, it's just, I don't know. It seems like Cody is really set in this mindset that all rules need to be followed regardless. When I know for a fact that that's probably not the case. Right.
And that's the weirdest part.
So another thing that was stated was that there is a thing that says there are guidelines for DCs, which I found the page for. It's 503. As a game master, it's up to you to set difficulty classes DCs for checks that don't use a predefined DC. The following sections offer advice on how to set appropriate DCs and tweak them as needed to feel natural for your story. Like, this itself is also advice. It's not, it has these tables that you can use, but again, you don't have to, right? Whatever feels all right to you in that moment for your game is what you can use.
Sounds like we're talking about the pirate code and the way Qui-Gon Jinn viewed the rules of Yoda's Jedi Order.
Yeah, man.
See, this applies even more to me because I'm a pirate legend in Sea of Thieves.
Oh my god!
Yes, the pirate code.
Wow.
Look at him bragging.
We haven't played that. So
I am a woman, and I am attracted to that.
It took me a long time to explode the whole Merchant's Guild, you dickhead.
Okay.
And I'm letting you be an asshole now whenever we do it.
So there's a couple of things I want to read. For me, it's useful to know how far balancing takes you in combat. Not true for all tables, but I know players who argue they can do crazy things in 2 seconds and it becomes DM may I. The point of saying that by Cody's definition, every game has an illusion of choice is that Cody has broken down the game to a ridiculous conclusion that a feature of most games is a bug. Yes, it's crazy. Dungeon Crafts did say he could fix it though, but I don't think he can. I like his ideas, but he isn't always right. Yeah, no, he's not always right. You're right.
No.
That's about the DC guidelines. Oh, that's right. PDFs don't come with the gun. You're free to make your choices. yeah, exactly. All right, let's see. Oh, he's gonna say some shit.
That's why I always buy the books. You get a free gun with them.
It's true, but you have to tape it to your head. It's really annoying.
Well, I sell them.
Oh my god, that's illegal.
I'm in the South.
Yeah,
so
it's illegal.
Always buyers. I don't sell guns to people.
Round here in the South, we do things different now. Snap suspenders.
Fucking show up to church with a Bible in one hand and a shotgun in the other.
Sorry, I gotta go, but I have to say there still remains the great mystery. If his players truly were optimal, why did they TPK? I guess they only cared about individual DPS, which means death in Pathfinder 2. No, this was before they had to care about being optimal. I don't know, man. It's annoying.
Maybe the true friends were the optimizations we made along the way.
Fuck's sake.
All right. Let's go. Let's finish this up.
Yeah.
Is any of that adding fun to your games? Is it fun for your group to have hard-coded rules that define the parameters for squeezing?
I think
For
so.
me, the answer is simply no. It doesn't add to any part of our game experience.
Sure.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
Cody, you
perfectly
could
valid.
just ignore all those extra parts and rules that you don't like and
You
house
could.
rule all those things. Yeah, sure. I absolutely could do that.
But I'm not
my
gonna.
question is why, though? There's already a game system.
Why? To have more fun
No,
for
no,
your
no.
group that you have now told us that doesn't like that.
So what he's saying though
Uh-huh.
is, why would I adopt a system in order to gut it and make it more like 5e?
Oh.
Oh.
Well, then, yeah, then it was rigged from the start, I guess.
It's a 24-karat run of bad luck.
My table that ignores those tedious rules. I mean, look at this right here. This is a perfect example of what I am talking about. In the Dungeon Master Guide for 5th edition, it lists both the standard rules and the variant rules for identifying a magic item in 204 words. Pathfinder 2nd edition
Oh
is
my
spread
God,
out
don't
between
do
pages
this.
238,
Oh.
503.
Dude, long man bad? Really? We're making a long, it's too long, so that's bad argument. Are you kidding me?
Just learn it, bitch.
Are you
Like, I'm
actually
sorry,
kidding
dude.
me?
I
But I
have
don't
tried
wanna.
to be understanding for people with this, but I'm so tired of this. But I have to read, though.
But I have to read. I
But
have to try.
Yeah.
But I've got a life, though. It's like, yeah, dude, so do the fucking rest of us, but we still manage to learn it because we
Yeah.
actually care about these things.
Oh
And,
my
like,
God.
So let
Just
me ask you.
learn it. I don't even care.
Too much
Let
work.
me
Just
let me
learn it.
Let me ask both. Wait, did Gabriel leave? No, he did not.
No, he's still in chat.
Alejo and Aiden, you both played Pathfinder, correct? 2e.
Yeah. I've
Okay.
played a one-off, and that was it.
I played
Okay, so
one in the Pathfinder Society game. And
Gabriel and the both of you, because I have never played Pathfinder 1e or 2e.
Mm-hmm.
So, when you played Pathfinder 2e, and I assume you read through at least your area of the player's handbook in regards to like your class or your
Yes.
race or whatever. Were there things in Pathfinder other than the mechanics that you really, really looked forward to getting to play around with?
Number
So-
one among those was degrees of success and failure.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
So then, would you be? Let's say this. Say your DM was running a game of Pathfinder, and there were some rules that were like, oh, we're not going to use this, we're not going to use this, and we're not going to use this. Would you have immediately come out and say, well, then why don't we just play 5e?
No, God, no.
Because
Like-
that wouldn't be
That'd be
my place
childish.
to play as a player.
Exactly.
Fucking childish.
I would assume that Pathfinder 2e has enough different about it from 5e that minor changes to 2e would not instantly equate it to just 5e again.
I agree.
I can't believe that.
Yeah, I all right. I'll let him make his point because he might not just be saying it's too long. Like, if it's because it's illusion of choice, then
Gabriel.
I have the illusion of choice. I haven't even read my book.
Right? Yeah.
Gabriel also mentioned read through all the classes and rules. So yeah, and all
the different
you could do.
actions you could do.
Yeah,
So,
I
like,
also agree. The 3 action point system in Pathfinder 2e is so fucking.
Oh
cool.
yeah, that's right. Yeah, when we were
Yeah.
reading about that before, it was like, yeah,
Yeah,
My
my
DM
DM
literally
literally got bored of 5e and refuses to play it and loves Pathfinder 2e so much more.
yeah,
Mm.
absolutely. And that's the
Admitted-
thing. This is the
Admittedly, that is anecdotal.
Yes.
Well, this-
no.
this is the other thing that I gotta say. If he's trying really hard to tear down Pathfinder 2e from a pedestal that he thinks it's on. I think really what he should do is just say, I don't like this, and I want to play 5e. That's all he needs to say.
Yeah, because then it's just
Literally-
an opinion piece.
Yes.
Yeah, and
You're
then
not trying to
literally
inject
everyone
facts
would have
into it.
gone, okay,
Yeah. And again, you wouldn't have to make the whole video about it because no one would have gave a shit, but...
whole 2 videos.
Yeah.
So it's like, that. Yes, it would have been so much better, because, like, I really think that Pathfinder 2e is just not a system for him. And that's fine.
Yeah, that's nothing.
Just
that's why
don't
we have
play
more
it.
than
That's
one
fine.
TTRPG.
If he had made a video that was like, hey guys, this is why I'm not playing Pathfinder 2e anymore. In my experience, the rules tend to be too crunchy. It tends to punish players for not acting optimally, and he gave that example.
Yeah.
And been basically like, so far we found that it doesn't really work quite as well for us as a table.
Yeah.
But here's some things about 5e that we may implement into a Pathfinder 2e game in the future if ever we decide to do it.
Sure,
But
yeah.
really, these are the parts of 5e that I really enjoy that I think Pathfinder 2e falls flat on. Everyone would have went, yeah,
Cool. All right.
But-
yeah, okay.
Vortexes and Gabriel have already answered that question, but that won't get the views.
Yeah,
And the
no
problem is,
clicks.
I'm bored of Pathfinder won't bring in the clicks.
Well, no, I am bored of Pathfinder 2e would bring in clicks, I think. That would
Yeah.
that would be a clicky video.
Yeah, I suppose that's true.
It's an actual shame. So much editing scripting went to such a bad video. I agree.
Yeah, that's why I'm telling you, he needs to stop writing for himself.
Yep. Just because he got really salty too.
Yeah.
Really funny. All right. So yeah, make your. I'll give you full context.
Tell
in
me
fact,
how long man is bad.
Tell me the
Yeah.
long man bad.
Identifying a magic item
204
in
words.
204 words. Pathfinder 2nd Edition is spread out between pages 238, 503, 504, and 505, and including the accompanying chart and subsequent table referenced 10-5, takes the Paizo team 847 words and numbers to deliver their rules for the same process in their game. And to be fair to them, I didn't even include the paragraph of the rules that the 10-5 table was included in on level-based DCs.
Can't be the
I
end
mean,
of the
look,
point.
I
No.
can't be any clearer here. If you enjoy that, then great.
Well, that's the whole point. Great, good. Long man
not-
bad for me. Great,
He
good.
didn't even make a point.
I know.
Yeah,
he just
brings it
said.
up and is like,
Yeah, that's it. It's like no
love-
judgments at all. It's just like
I love how he says 208, 503, 504, 505. It's like, so 208, where it's probably briefly introduced and
Yeah.
says, please reference pages 503 through 505.
right.
well, I mean, with the Pathfinder 2e book, you never know.
Yeah, it is true. You don't
Yeah.
know, but
Yeah.
that's
on,
at the very
man.
least how
The-
papers are usually written.
Yeah.
The word count doesn't matter if it gets
Yeah.
the information across.
Not
Like-
to mention, too, he also mentions and numbers.
Yep.
Of which, if it's like an Excel table of like 1,
Right.
1,000, 2, 3,500,
Yep.
he's counting all of those as words.
I know.
Mm.
It's fucking ridiculous.
And also, Gabriel, what are the differences? You know, like occult, arcane, and nature being different ways to identify.
You know what? No, Cody. Your video is 50 minutes. That's 10 minutes longer than a good video. Therefore, your video is trash. Exactly, dude. Length doesn't fucking matter if you're conveying the information or your argument. But this is neither of those. It's just telling you words because
Yeah.
bigger number in this case means worse. Because
Fuck,
that's
dude,
the implication.
That sounds really interesting. Like, if you have
I'm a busy
wizard,
man. Okay, what are you doing?
Yeah.
I'm writing an 8-page script for
It's going to take 50 minutes that I have to edit for another 4 hours because I recorded for like 2. Yeah.
because I'm salty. And
I'm
like
so upset.
that, like as an aside, that sounds super interesting where you have like a wizard who identifies magic items through like magical knowledge, and then you have someone identifying it with like a fucking occult ritual. You like
Yeah.
scatter bones around and
Yeah.
shit.
Totally.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah, like each of them gets different information. It's fucking
Yeah. Oh.
cool. Anyway,
I mean, I said that in the last video. It shows that Paizo has a passion for this style
aren't these mostly
of
guidelines?
gameplay.
Yeah.
It just ain't me. The
Okay.
trade-off of dealing with
Yeah.
No,
all
no, no,
these
no,
little
no,
It
no.
ain't you.
Cody,
Yes,
Cody,
yes. Okay.
just
it ain't
stop
you.
there.
You
It ain't you.
This
That's
could have
fine.
been a 3-second video.
It could literally just you've summed up the entirety. Oh my god. I just want to
It ain't me.
Just please, just
5 table was included in on level-based DCs. I mean, look, I can't be any clearer here. If you enjoy that, then great. I mean it. I said that in the last video. It shows that Paizo has a passion for this style of gameplay. It just ain't me.
why did you make a second video then, Cody?
Why hold the fuck on. If you're saying, if you're gonna have the mentality of, if you enjoy it, then that's great, good for you. It just ain't me. Then why the fuck would you take to Twitter with the diatribe that you did?
That too,
Yeah,
yeah. And
right.
also, like, at the end of the fucking last video saying that this is only good for a certain group of people.
Yeah, it's only good for people who essentially like dungeon crawls. That's
Yes. Like,
and just
wh-
super combat
why would
heavy
you
games.
say that as well? I
Did
don't...
he really say that?
I'll pull
That's
it up.
effectively what he said.
I'll pull it up, yeah.
Whoa.
Hold on.
It was real shit.
I
that
will
was,
make
like
sure
toward
to-
the end of that video, that's when it gets good bad.
Mhm,
Bad good.
Good, bad. Yeah, no, good, bad.
mhm.
Like, I hated that video so much.
It was
That's
so
also where he was
annoying.
talking like, oh, if you'd never want your DM to talk to you in the first person,
Yeah,
this is
that
game
was
for
the
you.
thing, right?
I think
Yeah, that was where
Um,
it started.
All right, let me find it because it was like
More interesting combat. In fact, if I had to, I would probably call it a draw to do this video.
Oh,
this week. And I
Jesus!
just want to say thank
what?
Gabriel, it happens here too, boo. Just listen. Shit.
Oh,
so he's
that's
gonna do it
okay.
again.
All right, let's just let him do it. I'll try to
Yep.
find the clip later. If somebody else could find that for us, that would be fucking sweet. If you
Yeah,
could,
it's toward the end of the first video.
yeah. If you could, I'll do it if no one else does it. But like, yeah,
Even just a
the trait of
timestamp.
dealing with
Mhm,
all
yeah.
these little rules that we got isn't worth the incredibly complex combat system. Because in my opinion, or really as
Wait a minute!
hopefully illustrated
Is it okay? Wait a minute. Hang on.
yeah.
Isn't the whole purpose of these two videos basically that the combat has very little choice in it?
Right, yeah. It has the illusion of choice, and yet it's
And now
very
he's
complex.
saying it's complicated?
Very complex, apparently.
What the fuck, Cody? I know that there's the status conditions, but this isn't about that.
No.
You haven't brought that up
I
once.
sort of want to take a sound bit of him saying the incredibly complex system, and then a screenshot of illusion of choice.
Right,
And,
yeah.
and then play like the ba, 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 ba,
And obviously-
ba, 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 ba.
Right.
Oh my God,
And
my
obviously
brain.
he would go, well, no, I'm talking about how complex it is mechanically, right?
It's complex mechanically, and you have thousands of options, but only 2 are good.
Right,
Oh,
exactly.
and by the
So,
way,
like-
you didn't get the point.
right, and we didn't. Oh, that was the other thing, Aiden.
That was the other thing.
He said to so many people that they just didn't get the point whenever anyone was telling him, like, trying to figure it out. When Juice was with us, he was talking about it. He was like, he tried to ask him and he tried to assert, like, what he thought, because he thought basically what we thought. And he was
Yeah.
just like, no, you don't get it. You don't get the point.
No, that wasn't the point. You
That wasn't the point. That wasn't the point. You missed the point. And that
Yeah,
was, like,
Okay,
his
then tell me
only
what the
concrete
point is,
thing.
bitch.
Yeah, that was the only and when he would say his point, I don't remember what he said exactly. I would have to go find it again, but Juice told us.
don't understand my art.
Exactly, dude. It was so
Yeah.
weird.
Ugh.
Anyway, all right. So it's incredibly complex, but it doesn't have any choices. So
in this video with cold hard numbers, the combat system for Pathfinder 2e isn't very deep or rewarding for martial classes once you really dig into it, in my opinion.
so something can be complex without depth, I guess, but I don't think it applies in this situation regardless.
Oh, I'm mad. Oh, I'm really angry.
I understand.
Fuck, I wanted
I
to
will
pound my
say
desk.
that I don't find really much difference at all between the two systems when it comes to casting spells.
Okay.
Functionally, there's really not much difference in my 5e games and my Pathfinder games between my caster PCs. And this is probably because most of the Pathfinder spells take 2 actions of your action economy anyway. So in practice, side by side, they do seem practically identical, as each can in essence cast a spell and then make a move. It's very, very similar. And I wish Pathfinder 2e
that's
had
fair.
more versatility with allowing players to get creative with breaking up their spells down and
You two
casting
also
up.
ignore
Not
the fact that you can upcast spells to make them cost 3 actions.
Yeah, he's saying that now of like he wants more of that, I guess. Which okay,
Yeah, I mean, I
more
would,
spells can be
I
added.
I do agree. I would like to see a variant rule for downcasting spells to 1 action.
Okay.
I think that in fact it would help make um sort of hybrids between spellcasters and
Melee.
fighters,
Yeah.
and melee more viable, because like you can slash someone with a sword and then just raise a hand and blast off like a single magic missile or something.
Yeah.
You know what I think would be pretty cool in Pathfinder, because of they have the 3 action economy. It's different from D&D. And this came about from me playing Temtem, where in Temtem you don't have power points for moves. You can never run out of move uses, but the moves use stamina.
Oh,
and all your Temtem have different stamina amounts. And the more powerful moves have higher stamina costs. And so you can't just like spam Hydro Pump over and over and over again until you hit. And what happens is that if you use a move that takes up a ton of stamina, you use up a lot of your stamina, and you can use it again. But if you use up all of your stamina, the same amount of stamina that it would have cost to use that attack comes out of your health, and you lose your turn the next turn, the same as if you'd used like Hyper Beam or something. So I think something that could be really interesting in Pathfinder is if they included a variant rule where you can upcast a spell to the point where it uses 4 or even 5 actions to make it really powerful, but then you can't do like anything
Like a turn
for the next turn, and you take damage. I think that'd be kind of cool.
Neat.
Yeah. That's a playstyle I typically enjoy.
Yeah, so
having
that
risk
way
reward
you can
stuff.
like guys, fucking get around me. We gotta protect ourselves from the meteor shower. Fucking upcast the shit out of this protective globe, you know. And then you're fucking shield hero defending yourself from the Pope and shit.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway,
So yeah, ooh.
looks like Gabriel might have something for us. He said, "I got you guys."
Oh, sick.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So Aiden, you want to talk about that real quick?
I figure we can talk about that after we wrap this video up.
Okay. All right.
Oh,
we'll
God.
We'll
What have I
go into
done?
stuff like that later. Okay.
Oh boy.
Not with spell slots, but really with their action economy. I said in the last video, and I'll repeat it, I think they had a great idea. I personally don't think that they really went for it enough to really rebuild their system, their spell system from the ground up and lean into these mechanics more. And I'm sure they had discussions about it during their creative process. It's not like I think that they didn't debate doing just that. I just wish they had really gone for it. As is, in my...
So, just to pause it, this is perfectly fine. This is a perfectly fine point.
Yes.
I think this is totally fair. He's literally just giving an opinion, and that's fine.
It's just an opinion.
Yeah, and like
He's
he
not trying to posit
he hasn't
his
said
fact.
anything about.
Yeah, there is no claim being made. He's just
Exactly.
saying, I enjoy strawberry over chocolate, to which I can only say, okay.
Exactly, and so
Yeah.
I'm fine with this. I'm good.
By the
opinion,
way,
the spell
Alejo,
is-
Gabriel DM'd you the time.
Yeah. I got it. I'll get it after.
Fine. It's not groundbreaking. It's not terrible. It's just fine. And if players throw fireballs in D&D 5e and then come over to throw fireballs in Pathfinder 2e, they'll feel right at home. The best thing I did this week was to take the whole week to produce a response. And you know, while I was making this script,
Dude,
I
I'm
had
sorry
to keep
you
deleting
wasted
it
your week.
because I was so frustrated with all the responses. I was so mad. And I purposefully am leaving out any clips for all the response videos that I saw this week. Okay, I'm just going to cut all those out because there was no...
I hate what he's about to say, and I will drag it back because we just need to see it. You need to hear it.
Okay.
And I purposefully am leaving out any clips for all the response videos that I saw this week. Okay, I'm just going to cut all those out because there was no way to include them without kind of being a jerk to these creators and showing them disagreeing with themselves in the same video. These creators who might be maybe a little smaller than my channel, who might maybe not have an audience the size of mine to really lift them up and support them like I had this week. So for that, I just want to thank you guys.
Subtle flex, but okay. Like, just because you can tell somebody's wrong. We are a small channel. If he came over here and he was like, "You guys are wrong," and told us how, like, if he made a response video to exactly what we did, I would welcome it with open arms. I don't give a shit. I know you, like, all of you who've commented, all of you who turn up in the stream now. It's fucking awesome. Thank you. Really cool.
Especially you, Ronald. Something.
I don't. I don't need. It's not anything against you guys. I don't need your validation to be okay with what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
Like,
because these are opinion.
Yes,
these are opinion pieces until we start breaking out facts.
Right, exactly.
Then we have opinions backed up by facts.
Right? Like,
hell, dude, half the time I disagree with you guys' claims, and that's because I'm trying to be as objective as I possibly can.
And I appreciate it. Yeah. That's just how it is. So, like, cool, but don't use the numbers as an excuse, first off, to say that you don't want to, like, tell people that they're wrong, because you have been on Twitter regardless.
Yeah.
Like, you have my validation, you dear. You don't own me.
Thanks, man.
You
Appreciate
specifically added no nat ones.
Yeah, you specifically told our friend, and this isn't just because you told our friend that he had made no arguments. It's because you're wrong.
Yes.
And
blatantly and objectively wrong.
We set out to prove it. And if our arguments aren't watertight, that sucks, but we at least have been making them and claiming them, and we will back them up as best as we can. Yes. Okay? So please, and Cody.
Here's one of the biggest things. If we're wrong, we're not too fucking small to admit it.
Exactly.
Admit it. Wait a minute. We're big enough to admit it.
There you go. Yeah, I will totally 100% agree with you if you show me that I'm wrong. That's
fine. Why we were able to agree with two of these points so far. The Ranger not having any minuses, the White not having any bonuses.
Absolutely.
And the other thing that I forgot already. But I mean, hey, we shat on your first video. We've shat on this one too. But that point was very valid. It was a good point.
I felt I found myself agreeing with a good portion of this video.
I think overall I don't agree with his premise, but there are certain portions that I'm like, they're less shit than others.
The thing is, at this point, I disagree heavily with the first video, and now it's mostly just salt and condescension coming out in this video. That's why I hate this one.
Okay, fair.
Sort of how you criticize him for being salty.
Oh yeah, dude, I'm salty at him for making me angry. I'm salty because he's making me salty.
So now I'm salty.
Remember,
yes!
remember, we're not good people.
No, we're not. I don't claim to be.
Yeah, I don't make any claims that we're perfect people, and so if you call us out on shit, then we're fucking. You call us out.
Yes,
on shit. That's
congratulations. Fine. We freely admit that.
Anyway, let's fucking finish this up. Small channel. I don't give a shit about your numbers.
Yeah.
And I think, doing that to them would just be lame. So I'm just not going to subject them to that, because after
even though you already flexed,
anonymous keyboard warriors can be this week talking about a game, singling out any of them would be a really mean thing to do, and that just ain't me. What I will do is say this. I watched the responses, and it was frustrating for me, because in all the videos, they would say one thing where they kind of undeniably agreed with me in my assessment of the mechanics, and then immediately they would turn around and just tell me to be more creative, which, if I could speak candidly, I found to be a pretty insulting thing to say. I mean, it was a little arrogant of them to assume that they knew what the problem was without any information just because they were experiencing their own cognitive dissonance.
You gave us the information that we had to make assumptions through. You realize this, right? There was nothing else that we could do other than try to contact your patrons, I guess, which we don't want to do that unless we need to, I guess. Like, I'm not going to go out of my way, I guess, to really try to, like, pinpoint this. I mean, I would love to if it was cool, but that's the thing. I don't know if these people would even want to talk about this, right? I want to respect their privacy. So, I don't see why we can't just use what you've given us in your video about what you think as the basis for judging the video and everything inside that you have talked about.
Yeah. If you didn't give enough information for us to make a more educated response, that's on you.
And the interesting thing to me all week is how many times I heard their problem is, his problem is, and I actually never, not once in my video said we were having problems in this game.
So
really? Because I'm pretty sure I remember you saying, "Oh, they're bored."
They're bored.
I would say that that's a problem.
Is that not a problem, Cody? Is being bored in your game that you're running not a problem? Is thinking that you are not able to choose things not a problem?
Yeah, there we go. Damn it, I was gonna say that.
Yeah.
Is the illusion of choice not a problem?
Is this not a problem? Like, is your whole thing about this fucking game, is that not a problem?
But I didn't say that there was a problem.
Oh, I'm sorry. Specifically not saying it, but inferring it. I apologize. You just inferred it with your word choice.
Ooh.
Implied it. We inferred it because of your implications.
Yes.
Okay, what the actual hell? I know, right? Isn't it great? I love this video.
We're not. The game is fine. Now, we may move on to something else here, as we've already ran this campaign for a year, so the group may make the decision to try something else out at the end of our next book. You know, I just don't know
honestly,
but I tell you what, I'm going to give all...
I really, because I know that we had someone who claimed to be one of Cody's players reach out to Brogan.
That's right. It was a comment,
he would. Yeah. They confirmed, or at least he linked. He had the same name on YouTube as he did in the patron poll thing. True. I would be absolutely ecstatic if they were like, let's troll him right back, and then like the next time they do a campaign, they ask him to play Pathfinder again. That would be amazing.
That'd be pretty good, yeah.
All these creators passed this week because I think it's just better to let the scenarios that we examined earlier in this video speak their truths. However, there is one creator that I watched that I was rather impressed with, and I hadn't seen this individual before, and while they did not agree with me, the way they disagreed with me was notably civil. And
as soon as he said notably civil, because the entire time before I was like, no way.
Donuts.
But then it's no, it's not. I wish he had said somebody that we knew, but no.
And their inside the mechanics clearly came from a place of being able to dissect them in an objective way. So I really just want to take a moment here to plug Tommy over at Black Dragon Gaming, and I'll throw a link down to his channel below. If you guys and gals are interested in hearing more insight on Pathfinder 2e because you guys like Pathfinder 2e, maybe go check Tommy out. See if he's got some cool stuff for you. Now, there were a bunch of silly little criticisms for me this week that I want to show you. I got a pretty good chuckle out of, like, I made this video because Wizards paid me to, or that all I care about is D&D, or that I'm the worst person on the internet. Or
that honestly, like, that they wouldn't do that. That would be actual.
That'd be so fucking highly illegal.
Yeah, extremely illegal.
Or something, which I'll say, you know, I'm sorry you feel that way. But you know what? Even if you hate my guts, because I had some criticisms of the game that you guys like to play the most.
I just hate your opinions.
I hope that if you see me at a convention, assuming by the way that we ever even have them again, that you come up to me and say hello. If you want to come up to me at Gen Con and tell me how wrong I am about this mechanic or that mechanic, or ask me if I've ever played this system or that system, please, please, please do. Because I love to meet new people. I love to talk about role-playing games. I love to talk about game design especially, and I love marketing, and I will be more than happy to share a beer with you and chat about the things
those straw men are already dead.
Even if we don't agree on those things 100% of the time. At the end of the day, there are plenty of people that will love the Pathfinder 2e role-playing game. Mm-hmm. I just happen to find that the oversaturation of rules and crunch doesn't add anything to the game for me.
Just said that.
Okay. Because Pathfinder 2e is a game where you'll never have to make it up. You just have to look it up.
No.
And that, right? That just offhanded. Like, there's a lot of rules in it, yeah, but that, come on, man. What is that?
You can memorize that. That is not a problem.
Like, come the fuck on. Just hate how smug he sounds in the bit about Gen Con. Yeah.
He's smug about everything in this video, basically.
Mm-hmm.
For me, that's just not my preferred style of running a game. But it might be for you, and that's perfectly okay. I, of course, want to give a massive thank you to all the incredible patrons over
Okay,
and welcome.
I think we're good there.
Yeah, thank God.
Shall we discuss the tweet?
Well, before that, I want to show you the timestamp.
Right.
Give me just a second. Stay in the watch together there.
Yeah.
There it is. Here we go.
I think I was wrong.
Okay.
It happens. And as I've gotten
It didn't go to the timestamp. That's fun. Hold on. I got it.
Yeah, so look it up on YouTube and then just drag it in.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Solve practical problems.
Mm-hmm. All right, so it's at 13:50. Here we go.
Oh, it's more like halfway through. Okay.
It's like almost at the end.
Yeah, it's in the latter end.
Oh, yeah.
about not only their game, but this style of role-playing games, and it shows. Their bestiaries and monster design are excellent. I genuinely still enjoy their Lost Legends line as well. I've got a few of those books sitting on my shelf. Their setting is really starting to grow on me. If your group gets together for one-shots on occasion and just wants to dungeon crawl through a labyrinth of a dungeon, seriously play this game. There is nothing better on the market, in my opinion. If you don't care that your character does the same thing over and over in combat because you're just getting together with friends over a few beers to play and you really want to feel like you're just kicking a monster's ass, well, then guess what? Play this game. If you enjoy a style of gameplay where your game master never talks in first person because you guys all find that super cheesy, play this game. I mean it on that last one, by the way. If you want to look down...
Mhm.
Oh, no. Keep going.
No,
Oh, is it more?
Say to your game master,
Yeah.
I want to use a diplomacy
Oh,
check
that's
to make
right.
an impression. So I want to engage with the NPC in dialogue for at least 1 minute, and I want to make this check against his will DC to improve his attitude towards us by 1 step on a success or
What?
2 steps on a critical, as listed on page 246 in the core rulebook. Then you should play Pathfinder 2e. I'm not saying Pathfinder 2e isn't for everyone. Just that for the time being,
Just for those
at
people
least,
that, you know.
it's not for me.
No, hold on. No,
At least
hold
it's
on.
not
I
for
need
me,
to hear
is
the
what he
words
said.
out of his mouth.
Yeah.
Okay.
You should play Pathfinder 2e. I'm not saying Pathfinder 2e isn't for everyone. Just that for the time being, at least, it's not for me. I'm not even saying I think Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition has more interesting combat. In fact, if I had to, I would probably call it a draw.
All right, so yeah, he's away from that point.
So, while I would agree that if you are primarily just a dungeon delving group,
Yes.
Pathfinder 2e is definitely by far the better system.
Mhm.
Due to the fact that the combat is more complex and combat is what you clearly want.
Mm.
However, I don't understand why he's saying that Pathfinder 2e is worse for role play.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
Well, technically, he didn't say that.
That's right. He didn't say
Ugh.
that. You're right.
Well,
It's just
sorry. He is
implied.
saying he is implying that
Yeah.
if you are the type of person to enjoy combat only,
Mm-hmm.
then avoid Pathfinder 2e.
Yeah.
And I don't understand why, because neither system.
You can make the same case for each system.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's quite literally like So that was
That's the
that.
same thing we said.
because no DM is going to say that you have to engage them for at least a minute in order to have them improve their attitude towards you by 1 or 2 on a
Mhm.
critical success.
Yeah.
The DM is literally going to role play the exact same between 5e and Pathfinder 2e.
Unless it's Cody.
Unless it's going to
Yeah, I fucking guessed.
So
I
yeah.
do disagree with what you guys said earlier, that he implied that Pathfinder 2e is only for a certain group of people. He did not imply exclusivity.
I disagree with that though, because he talks about the fact that this is for that specific kind of player.
Yeah.
Exclusivity is there for that player, the people that want that. The 3
Nah.
examples that he's given, all 3 of those are exclusive.
Well, because he fails to disregard the null hypothesis. As stupid as a way as it is to describe it, basically all he says is if you are a group of people that enjoys kicking monsters' asses over a few beers, play Pathfinder 2e.
Mhm.
At no point does he ever say if you are a long-term committed roleplay heavy group, don't play Pathfinder 2e.
I suppose, but he also with the multiple assertions of the kicking down the door and fighting the monster, not having your DM talk in the first person, that is another implication.
That I will admit is a bit sketch.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So like I think overall it implies that. So it's just one of those things where you add all the pieces together and unfortunately it becomes that.
I will meet you halfway and say it is tenuous.
Okay.
Or no, it's not tenuous.
Strenuous.
No.
Disingenuous.
No,
Sorry.
it didn't rhyme.
Okay.
It is not tenuous. Fuck. It's like when something's kind of shady, and like murky and like could be interpreted either way.
Oh, I know what you mean. Yeah.
Obfuscated?
No.
No. I know what you mean though. I will agree with you with that then. That's fair.
Yeah.
Ambiguous?
Ambiguous. Yeah, I'd say that's fair.
Yeah, okay.
It wasn't the word I was thinking of, but that would be valid.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Pizza
that's
Funk.
it works.
So yeah. You know what he's gonna do? He will just disregard any criticism and pretend no one understood his video.
Yeah, honestly.
I don't know, because that seems to be his tactic so far, which is really annoying.
Yeah.
Yes, but how does the system handle every other part of the dungeon? Does that matter to him? All three pillars of play take place in dungeons. Well, good dungeons. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what he's doing. I don't know why he's making this argument. I really don't.
Nebulous.
Thank you. Okay, cool. Yeah. Okay, fair enough. I'll concede at least to that. So he sent out a tweet. I've set the TTRPG world on fire. I never really asked for that. I just like to talk about game mechanics because I enjoy it. For some reason, people keep listening to me. It's fucking bananas, man. Imposter syndrome is fucking real. Happy gaming, y'all.
What the hell is imposter syndrome?
It's where you think you're sorry, yeah. It's where you think you're you aren't as like good as you are, or you're not worth of the accomplishments that you've made, like all that kind of stuff.
You feel that your life up to this point has basically been faking it, and that it's kept working, and that at some point in time someone is going to say or do something that will be the catalyst for everyone exposing you as an imposter.
Which, fine, okay, but I don't. This isn't because it's because you've tried to assert stuff that's wrong. I also like, how dare you, sir, presenting an argument and then backing it with facts, figures, and diagrams? This is a slippery slope. If we continue down this path, people might watch entire videos or read the whole article for commenting. And then what type of internet would we have? I think that's literally to bolster him, which is sad because his arguments, he had some facts, figures, and diagrams, which I agreed with one. I agree that we should read and have the full context, sure, but I don't think this is the smoking gun for Pathfinder 2e. I really don't. Their boomer tweet. He really isn't doing himself any favors with how he presents himself and his arguments. I agree. He has talked about having imposter syndrome before, has he? Oh, good. Cool. So there's a precedent.
Don't get me wrong. Imposter syndrome is like
it's
very
just a
real thing.
Yeah, it's just a thing.
I've felt it on some small measure, and like I know it's something that even like Matt Mercer has.
Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely. I'm not saying it's not a real thing. I'm just saying like he's done it before. Okay, cool. There is a precedent for it. Neat. But yeah, Merry Christmas, everybody.
Yeah.
May I? No.
Yeah, we can continue. I'm just saying.
May I also show this tweet?
That's right. Fucking hell.
He didn't do it.
No. This came out after the video that we just watched.
Oh, okay.
So I think I'm gonna low key just wear a crown in my next video, laughing till crying emoji, and also sunglasses emoji. Cool, I think.
Or
Yeah. Okay.
There's
There's more.
this
Oh, I haven't seen more.
tweet. Oh no, I'm going through our group chat.
Oh, this one. Right. Yeah. So he found there was a tweet from Roll for Academy, something.
roll something.
Yeah.
This tweet.
And oh,
Ugh.
Jesus, that one. I can't wait for that one. Okay, so he said they had some criticism. They posted a Reddit post and then they shared it, and then he commented on this, and it was so snarky in the sense of just passive aggressiveness, I guess. It's just like literally this, please continue thinking I'm a huge jerk or something, lol. Like that right there was just like, oh, okay, Cody, I see what you're doing here. You're trying to portray somebody else and put your words in their mouth. Cool.
Yeah.
And then later, like literally the post after this, the guy says, I don't think that. I actually like your content and just think that your opinion, or that you have your opinion is wrong or something like that. Something in those lines.
I
And then
just disagree with your opinion.
Right. And then he literally says, you like my content and think that this is a good way to criticize and help me. And he was just like, oh, and it was just like, dude, just because somebody says a bad word once or twice, like, doesn't mean that you can't take the criticism from it.
God, he's such a shit pile. I don't like him anymore. Sorry.
Also, you're fine. Also, he retweeted, quote tweeted Boogie when Boogie was saying that he was disappointed in The Last of Us 2 and that people were giving him shit for it, basically. In which, I mean, those people are wrong, by the way.
Yeah, they're wrong because the game is trash.
Last of Us 2 is pretty bad, and if you don't think so, then that's fine. You can think that. There's just a lot of evidence that we got to talk about, basically. But then he's just like, can't relate, ha 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 ha, as if it was the same.
Yeah.
Not true. And then finally, this was the tweet, and we showed this on the last stream, but we'll show it again. This was the tweet that he did to No Nat Ones, our friend Brogan. The first XP to level 3, now No Nat Ones. Why do these youngins want to argue so badly, or in both cases forget to actually make an argument with me on game mechanics? I can only destroy them with facts and logic, or limp away. Hope you did your homework, No Nat. Winky face. Cool emoji, maybe? And then a link to the
sunglasses.
Yeah, sunglasses. Okay. And then, yeah, it was literally just a quote tweet of that, which we replied to because we were adding onto the pile. Because we also thought he was wrong. So in this is just showing off his character.
But don't forget, though, that he never really asked for all this, and that he just likes to talk about game mechanics because he enjoys them. And for some reason, people keep on listening to me, and if you ever disagree with him, feel free to walk up to him at Gen Con, and he'll be more than happy to grab a beer with you.
Yeah,
So,
I'm sure.
Oh, I'm sure he would, just because he would sit there and be smug. Because he's like, I'm being the bigger man. Right? So yeah. That's Cody right now. That's it. We didn't cover him for so long. For so long. And I didn't want to, and then he came out with this shit.
The biggest problem was that this grandiose statements that he presented as fact. Also, his subscriber count flex was the most revealing.
Yeah, it literally, like, there's no need for this.
How old are you?
There's no need for it. Like, subscribers mean nothing at this point. Like, yes, you're subscribed a lot, but that doesn't get you money. That's just a lot of people have subscribed to your channel. It's really about your views.
Congratulations, you got a ton of subscribers making clickbait videos. Wow,
There's a
big
couple.
fucking surprise.
There's a couple. Some of them aren't so bad. Yeah, no,
the titles are pretty clickbaity.
There are a few that are pretty bad. Yeah, it's. I don't know, man. I don't. This is the thing of, like, I don't care about Cody much anymore. Like,
yeah,
I had my rants, you know, before. I went real hard into him occasionally. every time we covered him before, and like it wasn't all fair. I'll give myself that. I needed to just take some time to be away from it and look back at what I've said. But yeah, absolutely. At this point, I don't think there's much reason to cover what he says until he says something. Well, until he says something even more like assertive of the system, right? In which case, I will be like, well, let's go over your points and let's see what's going on. But yeah, I don't know, man. I hope that somebody talks to him that he respects and actually like gets him to see what he's saying. Because there's some of this stuff where it's like, man, what are you doing? You could just say you don't like it. That's all you need. All you need.
Yeah.
Anyway, we've been going for what, 4.5 hours? Yeah, cool. Very good stream, boys. I think we did a thing here. I'm not gonna say a good thing. I'm not gonna say a bad thing. We definitely did our duty. This is going up on Christmas, so hey out there, if you celebrate Christmas,
If you don't celebrate Merry Christmas, then Happy Table Talk Day.
Ooh, we're gonna take it. Nice. Really appreciate having you guys around. It was very fun. Good to have everybody talking along as well. And
oh God.
Promote your podcast discords and discussion. Merry Christmas, Dipstick. Yeah, I'm talking to you. Yeah, where you talk tables. That's true. It is called Discords and Discussion. Table Talks.
Yes. Tables talk.
Yep. Video was not boring. It's true. But yeah. Check the description in the video to to see all the links on the screen right now. You've got these ones as well. I think you can find us through. No, you can't yet. There's not enough of you in our Discord for it to be like publicly found, but that is a thing at some point as well. Sub if you want. Support in any other ways if you want. And this can be found on Fridays at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and again on Mondays on your podcasting service of choice at 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Mondays, if I haven't said that already. And live streamed on Tuesdays at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Don't forget Devils and Dice, which we'll see if we get one this week. It depends on if Brogan has a place to live or not still.
Yeah, right?
Because if you don't know, by the way...
No. Leave him in suspense.
Well, go find out. It'll be cool.
Yeah, there we go.
But, yeah, there's a thing going on, so we'll see. But, yeah, other than that, thanks again. Really appreciate having you here. Always cool.
And next week, it's not going to be Cody.
Yeah, that's true.
It's not going to be Cody.
It's true.
Because if you are picking Cody again, I ain't showing up. Then it'll be nothing.
Oh God. But yeah, thanks again. Bye.
Bye.
Bye now.
Merry
Bye.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Roll high. Roll high.